She had assigned each one a probability weight and prepared a specific response for each. The team traveled as a formal delegation, 12 people including Xiao Wu and 2 academy staff, plus the IT cultivators whose presence was the actual reason for the journey. The formal delegation structure was both genuine and useful. It created a documentation layer that would complicate any spirit hall intervention, and it gave them access to the diplomatic accommodation networks that made the 12-day journey comfortable rather than punishing. She used the travel days for cultivation practice, the forward sense running at the 3-hour window during the quiet hours and at the standard 40-minute tactical baseline during the movement periods. The journey itself was clean, the threads ahead showing open road and ordinary hazard, the kind of travel that produced useful time rather than demands on it. She used the time to refine the probability map of the Star Luo meeting. Princess Xiaobei was an unknown, capable, clearly, and operating with her own agenda that was not fully visible through the forward sense. The unknown quality of the princess was either interesting or dangerous, and Lian Yue had learned that unknown intelligence operating in proximity to the team was always interesting first and had to be treated as potentially dangerous anyway. She would find out which, when they arrived. "Stay sharp," she said, and they returned to their meals, and Ma Hongjun made another joke, and the probability field lay thin and watchful around them in the dark, and somewhere behind them Ghost Douluo was tracking their footprints toward a choke point she was already planning to turn against him, and she thought, "Let him come, and let him discover what we built for him." Chapter 70 The ambush at the first Highland choke point happened on the morning of the 8th day, which was one day earlier than the optimal window she had calculated. Ghost Douluo had adjusted his timing after the team passed the borderlands, which told her he was responsive to observed behavior, not locked into a fixed plan. He was better than she had wanted him to be. The team was moving through the narrow pass, stone walls rising 15 feet on either side, a switchback path that required single-file movement for the central section. Xiao Wu was at the front. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were at the center. She was third from the rear, with Tang San at the rear position and Xiao Wu one step ahead of him. The forward sense showed nothing, the same thin quality she had identified over the past days, which meant Ghost Douluo was inside the active radius and actively suppressing his probability presence. The first attack came from above, a bone-type spirit attack, materializing from the left wall, not Ghost Douluo, his partner. The attack was targeted at Oscar, consistent with the previous abduction attempt pattern. It impacted the spatial anchor marker Tang San had installed in Oscar's travel pack and dissipated, a precaution that had been worth every minute of the 3 hours it had taken to calibrate. Oscar stumbled and caught himself. Ning Rongrong's glazed tile pagoda opened instantly. And then Ghost Douluo stepped out of the stone wall directly behind Tang San. Tang San was already turning. The anti-phase weapon was already in his hand. The pulse fired. 4 seconds. Ghost Douluo was solid, not partially phased, not transitioning, anchored in physical space with the specific shock of a fighter whose fundamental mobility had been removed without warning. His expression in those 4 seconds was the clearest indication of how rarely he encountered something he had not anticipated. Juzwen covered the distance in 1.7 seconds. Dai Mubai was behind her. Ghost Douluo took 2 Hellcivet strikes and a White Tiger Claw impact before he recovered enough to force the phase shift through the dissipating field. He flickered, partially, incompletely, and retreated through the wall to his left. The bone-type partner pulled back simultaneously. The ambush was over in under 40 seconds. The team held position for 3 minutes, Lian Yue running the forward sense at maximum extension, mapping the retreat trajectory. Ghost Douluo was moving fast and east, the partner close behind. Injured, the probability threads around his immediate future had a compressed quality, options narrowing, which indicated physical damage significant enough to limit his tactical options. Not dead, but hurt enough to retreat and report. Second generation, Tang San said, looking at the empty housing of the fired weapon. Wider dispersal field. He'll have an adaptation in his next engagement. Yes, she said. But the adaptation will take time. He needs to report to Spirit Hall and receive counter-design resources. She looked at the pass. We have a window, Oscar said, from slightly ahead. I want to register a formal objection to being used as bait repeatedly. You weren't bait, Lian Yue said. He targeted you because you're his preferred leverage target. We anticipated that. That is the definition of bait, Oscar said. You're a protected bait, Xiao Wu offered. That is still bait. Xiao Wu, from the front of the column, move. We clear the pass before he recovers and tries again. They moved. The pass narrowed and then widened into the highland plateau, and behind them the stone walls stood empty, And somewhere in the probability field Ghost Douluo was retreating with 2 hell civet marks across his ribs and a new item for his report to BB Dong, that the Shrek team had developed a counter to his primary ability and would not be taken off guard again. She thought, good. Let him report it. The window we bought is worth the information he carries. She ran the forward sense toward the Starluo capital and found the threads there clean and open, converging on a meeting that would change the political map if she handled it correctly. 4 months, -8 days. The calendar moved with them, always with them, never slowing. The ambush had been clean. Xiao Wuji's intervention had been decisive. The team had responded to the anti-phase discs correctly, maintaining range discipline while he closed with Ghost Douluo's flanking spirits. The Highland choke point was now a piece of shared experience rather than a threat, filed under first successful deployment of the countermeasure. Ghost Douluo had withdrawn after the first exchange, not because he was defeated but because the engagement had not produced the outcome he planned for. The soul suppression had not worked as expected, Xiao Wuji was present, and the tactical situation had not been in his favor. He would report this back to his handlers. His handlers would adjust. She was already thinking about the adjustment. The most probable next move, a direct Spirit Hall operation rather than a proxy. Ghost Douluo operating solo was Spirit Hall's preferred deniable option. When the deniable option proved insufficient, the next escalation was official action with documentation. Official action required a pretext. The most available pretext was the ongoing Category A assessment request that she had been preventing through Flanders' Sanctuary Doctrine. Someone above Zhao Holong's authorization level would now be reviewing the Sanctuary Doctrine scope. They would find a gap. They always found a gap. She had a response to that gap. She had been preparing it for 2 months. She filed the adjustment under pending 3-week timeline, and focused her attention forward on the Starluo Road, which was clear and open under the Highland sky, and on the meeting at the end of it, which was going to matter in ways that the forward sense was showing her clearly. The butterfly was warm. Ready. She went to meet what was coming. 4 months, -8 days. The calendar moved with them, always with them, never slowing. Chapter 71 The Starluo Royal Academy occupied the eastern quarter of the capital city, separated from the palace complex by a formal garden district that the Starluo imperial family maintained as a public space, a political signal about accessibility that the city's population had internalized over generations. The academy's training grounds were older than Shrek's by a century and showed it in the stone and wood architecture, the layered accumulation of additions from different eras, the way the oldest buildings were the ones closest to the academy's central cultivation hall. The welcoming ceremony was formal and brief, as Starluo protocols preferred. The academy's headmaster, a compact woman named Principal Chen, shook hands with Xiao Wuji and exchanged the standard pleasantries. Then she said, "The princess will want to meet the prophetic butterfly spirit master personally." Lian Yue had known this was coming. The forward sense had been clear about it since before the journey, the probability threads converging on a meeting in the academy's East Reception Hall, specific and inevitable regardless of what angle she approached the Starluo visit from. Some meetings could not be rerouted, they had to be walked into. The princess was introduced as Starluo, a formal title that concealed the personal name she apparently used only among people she had chosen to trust. She was 17, 2 years older than her listed academy age. She stood with the particular stillness of a girl who had grown up being watched and had developed the ability to watch back with equal intensity without it showing. Her martial spirit was a war god's shield, round, golden, projecting a cultivation aura that was the spirit equivalent of a fortified position. She was rank 51, one above Lian Yue's current 50. They looked at each other. "I've read the tournament reports," the princess said. "You fight from the center rather than the edge. That's unusual for a support auxiliary type. The foresight range is better used at the center," Lian Yue said. "The edge is for people whose advantage is mobility. Mine is information." Interesting. The princess's assessment was quick and thorough and not particularly warm, which Lian Yue found easier to work with than performed warmth would have been. Spirit Hall has filed 3 diplomatic complaints against Shrek Academy in the past 2 months. The most recent one names you specifically. I'm aware. Starluo does not recognize Spirit Hall's diplomatic complaints as binding on our territorial sovereignty or our academy relationships. The princess's tone was precise. "I want you to understand that before we discuss the alliance framework your headmaster proposed." "I understand. Thank you for stating it directly." The princess nodded once, with the specific efficiency of a mind that had found a conversation worth continuing. "Then let us discuss the framework." They talked for 2 hours. The princess was precise, politically literate, and had a particular quality of thinking that Lian Yue had not encountered in the Heaven Dome meetings. She was thinking 5 years out from every statement, and the 5-year frame was long enough to encompass the war that Lian Yue could see coming. This was not someone who could be managed or steered. This was someone who needed to be treated as an equal and would become an extraordinary ally if treated correctly. Lian Yue ran a forward-sense thread on the meeting's possible outcomes, 4 branches, 3 of which produced an alliance, 1 of which produced a polite refusal. The deciding factor in the refusal branch was whether Lian Yue gave a specific answer to a question she had not yet been asked. The question came 90 minutes in: what is the prophetic butterfly's actual capability range? Not the public record. What you actually see. She gave the full answer. The forward sense's real parameters, the 40-minute window, the absence blind spots, the chrysalis thread in its timeline. The princess listened without expression. Then she said, "You're telling me this because you want an alliance that's built on something real?" "Yes. And because the thing that's coming in 4 months requires more resources than one academy's team?" "Yes." The princess was quiet for a long moment, and in that moment the probability field showed Lian Yue the 4th branch, the refusal, collapsing, the 3 alliance branches converging into a single strong thread. "Then we have an agreement," the princess said, and the word felt heavier than its usual diplomatic weight, the way words feel when they are chosen because they are the right ones rather than the appropriate ones. Lian Yue met her eyes and thought, "I'm going to need to trust people I cannot fully predict. This one is worth the risk, and if she was wrong about that, she would find out when it mattered most." Princess Xiao Bei moved through the training yard with the particular quality of someone who had been doing this long enough that the technical aspects no longer required conscious attention. Her cultivation was automatic in the best sense, the foundation so solid that the mind could rest in higher processing while the body trained. She was watching the 8 Devils formation drill with the kind of analytical attention that preceded the formation of a specific judgment. When the drill ended, she approached directly. "The coordination," she said, without preamble. "Who calls it?" Lian Yue was standing at the formation's edge. Princess Xiaobei was looking at her, not at Tang San or Dai Mubai. She had understood correctly, then. "We have a shared language," Lian Yue said. "Built over time." "That's a careful answer." The princess tilted her head, something evaluating in the tilt. "You know what I'm actually asking?" "Yes. And?" She met the princess's gaze and made the decision she had been preparing for since reading the probability thread in the 3rd day of travel, not the full answer, not a deflection, but the version that was honest enough to build something on. "My spirit has a specific capability that contributes to coordination," she said. "The rest is the team being excellent." She paused. "Both things are true." Princess Xiaobei looked at her for a moment with the particular assessment of someone weighing an answer against what they already know. Then she nodded, once, with the finality of a decision made. "Walk with me," she said. "I have a proposal." Lian Yue met her eyes and thought, "I'm going to need to trust people I cannot fully predict. This one is worth the risk, and if she was wrong about that, she would find out when it mattered most." Chapter 72. The joint training session with the Star Luo team lasted 3 days, and by the end of the first day it was clear that training session was a polite cover for something more substantial, mutual capability assessment, conducted under conditions that allowed both sides to reveal strengths without committing to full exposure. The Star Luo team was good. Different good from the Shrek team. They had been training under imperial supervision for years, with access to cultivation resources that only a national treasury could provide, and their coordination was military in its precision rather than the organic coherence of a group that had grown up training together. Each member executed their role with clean discipline. What they lacked was the Shrek team's specific quality of people who genuinely knew each other well enough to break protocol when the situation required it. On the 2nd day, Lian Yue was matched against the Star Luo team's most technically complex fighter, a mirror spirit user named Huang Rong, rank 49, whose copying ability was the team's primary adaptive mechanism. The match was designed to be educational for both parties, mirror versus prophetic butterfly, information-based versus information-based. Against the mirror, the forward sense showed a specific problem. Huang Rong copied not just techniques but also the probability signature of the technique's deployment, which meant that when Lian Yue used the wing slash, Huang Rong's copied version carried enough of the probability structure to partially interfere with the thread read Lian Yue relied on to aim it. In other words, the mirror could create a feedback loop in her own probability perception. This was genuinely new. She had not encountered it before, and she filed the sensation carefully while simultaneously needing to not lose the match. The solution came from the temporal cocoon. She wrapped herself in the chrysalis field, which created a temporary local distortion of incoming probability influence. Inside the cocoon, Huang Rong's copied techniques were still valid, but the probability feedback loop was interrupted. The copy and the original existed in slightly different temporal frames for the duration. She landed 2 clean contacts inside the cocoon window. Huang Rong bowed. "That's a creative application of a defensive skill. You created the problem I needed to solve," Lian Yue said. "I've never encountered a spirit that copied probability structure before. I've never encountered a spirit that had probability structure to copy." Huang Rong looked at her with genuine curiosity. "Your threads are visible to me, which I suspect you knew." "I suspected it after the first exchange." Lian Yue looked at her steadily. "Your copy carried enough structure that I could see the echo. Which means the reverse is also true. I can probably read your copied version's threads better than I can read your standard techniques. So we're both visible to each other." "Partially. It's unusual." She paused. "Are you always matched against probability-type fighters? Is that part of your role on the team?" "It is now," Huang Rong said, and her expression suggested she found this assessment both accurate and interesting. "The princess was wondering whether you and I might be useful to each other in a more extended context." The forward sense flagged this as a thread worth following, not a threat, but an opening of significant potential value. A mirror that could partially read probability structure, allied with a prophetic butterfly, created an information-sharing architecture that neither possessed alone. "Tell the princess yes," Lian Yue said. "I would like to explore that." And in the probability field, a thread that had been thin and uncertain grew stronger, one more strand added to the web she was building against the chrysalis and everything else that was coming, and she thought, this strand might be what makes the difference. Princess Lu was political rather than martial, her cultivation was competent but not exceptional, and she operated in a world where cultivation rank was the primary measurement of worth, which meant she was accustomed to being underestimated. Lian Yue had recognized this dynamic and had been deliberately operating in the opposite direction, treating the princess's political capability as the exceptional asset it was, deferring to her understanding of empire logistics and information infrastructure in ways that no spirit master of her own cultivation level would typically do. The result, a genuine working alliance built on mutual respect for capabilities that did not overlap. The princess provided intelligence infrastructure and political cover. Lian Yue provided threat assessment and probability architecture. Neither of them could do what the other did. Together they were considerably more dangerous than either alone. She thought, this is what the original story missed. Tang San's story was built on combat escalation, stronger enemies, stronger responses. Her story was built on information architecture. The kind of war she was fighting was one not with stronger abilities but with better network construction. The web was growing. She had been building it since the first week at Shrek Academy, strand by strand, mostly alone, and it was becoming something she could use. She thought, let it be ready by the time the chrysalis arrives. The joint training session had produced something she had not specifically planned for but recognized as essential. The Douluo team's combat culture was different from Shrek's in ways that complemented rather than replicated. Where the 8 devils fought with the coordination of a group that had built their formation from individual excellence, the Douluo team fought with the disciplined structure of an organization that had spent years on collective cohesion. Each approach had strengths the other lacked. After 3 days of watching and exchanging, she could see the specific gaps in the 8 devils formation that the Douluo training culture would address, the transition sequences, the moments of formation shift where individual decision-making created micro-delays that a sufficiently fast opponent could exploit. She had noted these gaps before but had not had a clear model for addressing them. Now she had one. She brought it to Tang San that evening. He absorbed the analysis with the thoroughness she had come to expect and started asking the questions that refined it into an actionable training framework. By the time the lamp was at half capacity, they had the outline of a 3-week exercise program that would address the transition sequences specifically. She thought, we get better every time we have access to the right friction. The Douluo team was exactly that kind of friction, capable, different, willing to engage honestly. She filed the framework under immediate priority, begin on return to Shrek. The chrysalis was 3 months away. The network she was building had to be ready by then. She thought, let it be ready by the time the chrysalis arrives. Chapter 73. The formal agreement between Shrek Academy and the Douluo Royal Academy was signed on the 4th day by Xiao Wu, witnessed by Principal Chen and the Princess, and dispatched via secure diplomatic courier to Heaven Do's Foreign Ministry and Flanders office simultaneously. The agreement covered 4 areas: mutual non-aggression, student exchange privileges, shared intelligence regarding Spirit Hall operations in the border regions, and a provisional mutual assistance clause that used deliberately broad language, cooperative action in response to threats of continental significance, which was specific enough to be meaningful and vague enough to allow both parties flexibility in interpretation. Spirit Hall would receive a copy through the standard diplomatic disclosure requirements. They would read the mutual assistance clause and understand what it meant. One of the four elements of diplomatic isolation they had been constructing, the separation of Shrek from both empires' goodwill, had just been countered at both ends simultaneously. Bibi Dong would read the report within a week. Lian Yue had run the forward sense on her probable response and found something she had not expected. The threads showed not escalation but a pause. A genuine strategic recalculation, a held position, the probability signature of a strategist who had been operating with a specific plan and had encountered a development outside the plan's parameters. Bibi Dong had expected the Douluo visit to fail. She had planned around its failure. "We surprised her," Tang San said, when Lian Yue told him during the evening meal. "We surprised her enough to make her recalculate." Lian Yue ran the thread again. "The pause is short, 2 weeks at most. After that she adjusts and the plan resumes. But 2 weeks is a window. What do we do in 2 weeks? We prepare for Ghost Douluo's return. His adaptation will be faster now that Spirit Hall has been given the anti-phase weapons mechanism to counter." She set the tea down. "And we get back to Shrek. Rank 50 push is coming. I need rank 6 before the end of this month." "That's aggressive. The chrysalis is 3.5 months away." She met his eyes. "Aggressive is the right tempo," he nodded. The dinner continued around them. Oscar had found a Douluo dessert he was enthusiastically cataloging for future replication. Ning Rongrong was debating cultivation theory with one of the Douluo team members. Dai Mubai and Juzking were having a quiet conversation at the table's far end with the particular air of people who had a conversation of their own that existed in parallel to the team's general life. The table was full and loud and warm, and in 3 days they would be on the road back through the Highland passes, and Ghost Douluo would be waiting at one of the 3 choke points she had already marked, and the calendar would keep moving. She watched the table and let herself feel the warmth of it for exactly as long as she could afford to. Then she returned to the thread maps and the weight of what was coming, and what was coming was not waiting for her to be ready. She ran the probability lattice at the 2-hour range, which was the maximum she was allowing herself in the Highland camp to avoid drawing attention. What the lattice showed, 3 choke points on the Highland Road, all 3 of them within Ghost Douluo's operational parameters. She had been rotating the camp's departure timing specifically to introduce variability that made prediction harder, but Ghost Douluo had been operational for decades and would adapt. The lattice also showed a probability thread, thin but present, involving a conversation she had not had yet. Tang San, late tonight, asking her directly about the Douluo information run. She had been planning that conversation for 2 days. The probability threads on his reaction were clear enough that she was not worried about the content, only the timing. She set the timing for tonight, after the dinner warmth had settled, when his probability signature was in the particular configuration that meant he was ready to receive strategic information without needing to immediately respond to it. There was comfort in being able to see this clearly. There was also, she was aware, a specific loneliness in navigating the warmth of a shared meal with the knowledge of what was waiting outside it. She returned to the thread maps and kept working, because what was coming was not waiting, and neither was she. The formal agreement was the structural foundation she had been working toward since Flender first accepted the Heaven Do overture. 2 imperial academies partnered with Shrek was a different landscape than one. The political geometry shifted, the cultivation resource pipelines opened in 2 directions, and the institutional weight of 2 empires' interest made Spirit Hall's bureaucratic pressure mechanisms considerably more expensive to deploy. She had been building this network since before she had the rank to make it credible. Now it was credible. Now the agreements were signed. She thought about what Bibi Dong would do when the Douluo partnership was formally reported through diplomatic channels, which it would be, within the week. Bibi Dong's probability field was always difficult to read clearly, but the shape of her likely response was acceleration. If the Shrek Heaven Do Douluo triangle became stable before the chrysalis, Spirit Hall's window for direct action narrowed significantly. Bibi Dong would know that. She needed to be inside the chrysalis before the acceleration reached actionable force. She checked the cultivation timeline, rank 44, 6 weeks from the threshold at 48, 12 weeks from the chrysalis compression activation. The timeline was holding. The team dinner that evening was warm and louder than any formal meal at Shrek, a combination of the day's success and the particular warmth that the Douluo team had extended with genuine hospitality, their own comfort in this space creating comfort in their guests. She let herself be present in it, the food, the conversation, the ordinary good fortune of a group of people who had earned a good evening. Whatever came next was waiting outside the dining room door. She could leave it there until morning. She returned to the thread maps and kept working, because what was coming was not waiting, and neither was she. Chapter 74 The return journey through the highland passes went faster than the outbound route. Xiao Wu set a harder pace, and the team, reading the collective attention level correctly, matched it without complaint. Ghost Douluo appeared at the second choke point, not the first, which told her he had spent his recovery time studying the team's previous response rather than simply adjusting his technique. He had anticipated that they would expect the first choke point. He chose the second one, where the terrain made lateral defense harder and the team's formation would naturally compress. He also appeared with two partners this time. The engagement was harder than the first. The second anti-phase weapon fired, Tang San's, buying Ju's King the window to land two more Hellcivet strikes, but Ghost Douluo's adaptation was already partially effective. He had developed a partial phase shift technique that allowed him to take the anchor pulse partially and retain approximately 60% of his mobility rather than losing it entirely. 60% was still enough for Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun to press him hard. It was not enough for him to disengage cleanly before taking damage. The two partners were high-ranked but not exceptional. Their role was to keep the Shrek team occupied while Ghost Douluo executed. With Ning Rongrong's glazed tile pagoda amplifying every team member's output by 40% and Lian Yue calling position changes through the butterfly domain, the partners were neutralized in under 3 minutes. Ghost Douluo took a third Hellcivet contact and phased out. The team regrouped. Oscar was shaken but unhurt. Ma Hongjun had a burn across his right forearm where one of the partners' techniques had connected. Juzwen's left shoulder was bruised. Nothing severe. That night, camped in the open highland, Tang San and Lian Yue sat at the edge of the campsite and watched the stars come out. She was aware that they were sitting exactly far enough from the camp's center to have a conversation without being overheard and exactly close enough to be visible, which was the distance they had been finding and refining for months, the one where something real could be said without it becoming something that needed to be managed around afterward. He said, when Ghost Douluo appeared at the second choke point, "My first thought was you." She had heard this conversation through the probability field, had known it was coming for 3 days. Had not known what she would say when it arrived. "That's a liability," she said. "You can't afford prioritized attention in a combat engagement." "I know." He was looking at the stars, not at her. "I've been trying to think of it as tactical. If you're down the probability coordination breaks." It didn't feel tactical. She was quiet. The fire behind them crackled. Somewhere in the camp Oscar laughed at something Ma Hongjun had said. "Tell me when you want me to stop feeling it," he said. "I will try." She looked at the stars and thought about what was true and what was owed and the difference between wisdom and fear. "I can't," she said. Don't stop. Just, I cannot be the one to ask for that." He absorbed this. The stars came out one by one in the mountain air, and neither of them moved toward the other and neither of them moved away, and the campfire burned at their backs and the probability field around them was quiet and still and running no thread she could read. She thought, this is what it is to be in a moment that the forward sense cannot predict. She had learned to work within 70% confidence. She was working within less than that, now, and the discomfort was real and she was not going to run from it. She held the weight of what was true between them and did not try to make it smaller than it was, because making it smaller would have been a form of lying, and they were done lying to each other about what mattered. The second ambush had been different from the first. Ghost Douluo at the choke point had deployed the soul suppression artifact directly, not through a flanking spirit, a change in tactics that meant he had received feedback from the first encounter and adapted. The adaptation was telling. He had moved to direct action earlier than the original threat assessment had projected. She had felt the artifact's pulse against the anti-phase disc before the main engagement began. The disc had performed exactly as Tang San had designed it. The pulse hit the counter frequency and degraded to 30% of its designed effectiveness. Her cultivation had been protected. What had not been protected? The emotional weight of standing in a highland choke point with the artifact's pressure still echoing in the disc's metal and knowing that the specific kind of threat it represented, the one that targeted the butterfly spirit's core rather than her body, was going to escalate from here. She had known this intellectually. Knowing it in the body was different. Tang San had been beside her when the pulse hit. He had felt her reaction through the team formation's shared awareness, not her thoughts, just the physical response that the artifact had produced, the momentary flinching that she had controlled to the point of invisibility by the time anyone might have noticed. On the road after the ambush, he had fallen into step beside her and said nothing. Just walked with her. That was its own kind of answer to the thing she had not said. She thought, we are done lying to each other. That is a foundation. We build from there. The fire burned. The stars held their positions. And they sat in the mountain dark with the weight of what was true between them and did not try to make it smaller than it was, because making it smaller would have been a form of lying, and they were done lying to each other about what mattered. Chapter 75 Qian Rinxu arrived at Shrek Academy on a Monday morning in early spring, 3 weeks after the team's return from Star Luo. She introduced herself as a wandering Spirit Hall student interested in observing Shrek Academy's advanced training methods. The request was properly filed through Flender's administrative intake, accompanied by a student status verification from Spirit Hall's Eastern Registration Office that was, as far as Lian Yue could determine, entirely legitimate documentation. Spirit Hall was not careless. They never sent an asset in under obvious cover. Lian Yue recognized Qian Rinxu in the same moment she crossed the academy gate, not from the probability field, which was reading her as a moderate threat of indeterminate type, but from the source material. In the original story, Qian Rinxu had been a pivotal character, Bibi Dong's adopted daughter, the angel spirit master, the closest thing to a god-level fighter in the current generation outside of Tang San himself. Rank 89, in the original narrative's final arc. This was not that Qian Rinxu. This was Qian Rinxu at her current rank. She was 20, operating in the mid-70s, and she was here on an assessment mission. She was also, Lian Yue noted, genuinely beautiful in the specific way that very capable people are beautiful, not through construction but through the quality of absolutely complete presence in every movement. Lian Yue ran a forward sense thread for the visit's duration and found exactly what she expected. Qian Rinxu was systematically mapping the academy's social and operational structure, moving from person to person with the patience of a long-term intelligence operation. She asked thoughtful questions about cultivation theory. She complimented people's techniques with specific accuracy. She was impeccably gracious. She showed particular interest in Tang San. This was also expected. In the source material, Qian Rinxu's relationship with Tang San was complicated by the same kind of genuine recognition that Lian Yue had been watching develop over the past year. She saw something in Tang San that was worth seeing, and she was not above attempting to use that recognition for strategic leverage. Lian Yue did not intervene. She had considered it carefully, running the threads multiple times over the first 2 days. Every thread where she intervened directly, warning Tang San, rerouting his schedule, engineering situations to reduce Qian Rinxu's access, produced a secondary problem. Tang San noticed the engineering, and in the threads where he noticed, the trust between them compressed in ways that took weeks to repair. She trusted him. Trusting him meant letting the situation run. On the 3rd day, she was in the cultivation library reviewing rank advancement theory when Qian Rinxu walked in, sat down across the table without invitation, and said, "You've been watching me. You've been watching everyone," Lian Yue said, without looking up from her notes. Professionally. Qian Rinxu folded her hands on the table. "You've been watching me specifically. I'd like to understand why." She looked up. Qian Rinxu's expression was pleasant, which meant she was working harder than her expression showed. "You ask better questions about other people than about cultivation theory," Lian Yue said. "Someone genuinely interested in our training methods would ask more about method and less about personnel." Qian Rinxu was quiet for a moment. Then, "You're not going to make this comfortable for me. You didn't come here for comfort." Lian Yue set her pen down. "What did you come to find out?" A pause. "Whether you are actually what the reports say you are. And I haven't decided yet." Qian Rinxu stood, gathering her notes with the unhurried efficiency of a professional who had accomplished what she came for regardless of how the conversation ended. "You're more interesting in person than the files suggested. That's usually a problem for the person filing the report." She left. Lian Yue returned to her notes and ran a forward sense thread. Qian Rinxu's signature was clean, her probability field opaque in ways that suggested exceptional self-control or a specific anti-reading cultivation technique. Or both. She thought, "We will meet again. Under less polite conditions, probably," and the report Qian Rinxu was already composing would reach Bibi Dong within the week. The week that Qian Rinxu had spent at Shrek had a specific quality that Lian Yue had been mapping in real time throughout. The quality of information being gathered carefully by someone who was very good at appearing to gather it casually. Every conversation Qian Rinxu had with the team, every training session she observed, every meal she shared, the data was flowing in one direction toward a report that would land on Bibi Dong's desk with considerably more accuracy than the reports from Zhao Hulong's surveillance seeds had provided. Qian Rinxu was better at this than any of them had been. Lian Yue had given her a careful version of what she was, enough to be interesting, not enough to be threatening. The butterfly spirit's foresight capability acknowledged in general terms. The chrysalis preparation mentioned as a standard cultivation concern. The team's formation coordination characterized as the product of exceptional training. She had watched Qian Rinxu's expression during each of these disclosures. Qian Rinxu was a skilled information receiver. Her responses gave nothing away about what she was categorizing, what she was flagging as significant, what she was filing as insufficient and would need to supplement through other channels. They were, in some ways, the same kind of mind operating in completely different contexts. Lian Yue found that observation interesting and dangerous in equal parts. On the last day, Qian Rinxu had looked at her directly and said, "The Spirit Hall Pontiff has a genuine interest in your cultivation success." "I know," Lian Yue had said. "That should complicate your threat assessment of her." "It does," Lian Yue had said, which was true, and exactly as much as she was willing to confirm. Qian Rinxu had nodded and gone to pack. She thought, "We will meet again. Under less polite conditions, probably," and the report Qian Rinxu was already composing would reach Bibidong within the week. Chapter 76 Qian Rinxu spent a week at the academy, and during that week she and Tang San had 3 extended conversations that Lian Yue tracked through the probability field without listening to the content. She had made a decision about this. The decision was, she would not intrude. Tang San's choices were his own, made with his own judgment, and treating him as someone who needed to be steered away from a threat was the opposite of the respect she had for his actual capability. He was the most tactically aware person she knew. If there was something wrong with Qian Rinxu's interest, he would find it. What she did do was ensure the information he had was complete. During the second evening of Qian Rinxu's stay, she mentioned, in the context of a different conversation entirely, Spirit Hall's most effective recent intelligence operations have relied on personal relationship development rather than direct observation. Longer term, more resource-intensive, harder to detect through probability reads. Tang San had looked at her. "Is there something specific you want to say?" "No." She meant it. "I'm observing a pattern in the data." He returned to the map they had been reviewing. She watched him file the observation in the way he filed everything, not with immediate reaction but with the quiet integration of a mind that processed information continuously. He did not change his behavior toward Qian Rinxu that she could see. On the 4th day, he reported to Flender independently. She learned about it afterward. He had told Flender that their visiting student asked twice as many questions about Lian Yue's specific capability parameters as about anything else in the academy, and that the pattern was inconsistent with academic interest. Flender had extended the observation period for 1 additional day, then diplomatically informed Qian Rinxu that the academy's guest observation window had concluded. Qian Rinxu left with perfect grace, a formal thank you, a gift of cultivation tea from Spirit Hall's eastern region, a bow to each faculty member. No irritation showed. No accusation was made. She was gone from the academy grounds by noon. Lian Yue exhaled. Not relief exactly. Qian Rinxu's departure meant the assessment was complete and the report would reach Bibidong within a week. The visit had not been prevented, it had simply ended. But the specific pressure of having Qian Rinxu inside the academy's social field, reading everything, was gone, and the probability field around the academy normalized almost immediately. She went to find Tang San and said, "Thank you." "You were right," he said. The question pattern was specific. "She's exceptionally capable at what she does. I wasn't sure you would notice the specific tells." He gave her the particular look he reserved for when she said something that was slightly underestimating him. "I noticed on the second conversation," he said. "I wanted to confirm before acting on it. That's more patient than I would have been." "You would have been more patient than you think," he said. "You let the situation run for 4 days." She blinked. He had known she was tracking it. Of course he had known. She filed this alongside the accumulating evidence that trusting Tang San meant trusting the specific quality of his attention, which was very good. "We need to brief the team," she said. "Qian Rinxu's report will reach Bibidong in a week." "Yes," he said. "Tonight." They went to prepare the briefing, and outside, somewhere in the probability field, Qian Rinxu was already moving through the spring air toward her own next step, and Bibidong was already beginning to form a new plan for what that step would accomplish, and whatever that plan was, it would not be something the forward sense had shown her yet. Bibidong's probability signature was the hardest read in her operational environment. Not because the Supreme Pontiff was hiding her intentions, she was, but that was expected and factored in. The difficulty was structural. BB Dong operated on a long-term planning horizon that extended well beyond Lian Yue's foresight range, and the threads she was pulling today were in service of outcomes months or years in the future. The short-range probability read could see the immediate action but not the strategic context. She had been building a picture of BB Dong's long-term intent from fragment reads accumulated over months. What the picture showed, the Supreme Pontiff was not simply trying to suppress potential threats to Spirit Hall's dominance. She was working toward something specific, something that required the prophetic butterfly's capability as a tool rather than as a rival power to be neutralized. That was more interesting than a simple suppression agenda. It was also more dangerous. She thought, when the chrysalis is gone and the war's immediate pressure recedes, I am going to need to understand what BB Dong is actually building. Because whatever it is going to intersect with the probability threads I am managing, and the intersection, when it came, would not be something she could navigate without the full picture. For now, rank 60, the war's arc, the chrysalis. For now, rank 60, the war's arc, the chrysalis. For after, BB Dong's actual agenda. She ran the probability threads on BB Dong's agenda one more time, feeling the way the threads diffracted around her cultivation presence even from this distance. The Pontiff's forward knowledge was not the same as Lian Yue's, it was of a different type, a deeper institutional read rather than the probabilistic threading the butterfly provided, but it was real. Whatever BB Dong wanted from Lian Yue, it was connected to something she had understood about the chrysalis that Lian Yue had not yet fully mapped. She filed this under essential information, not yet obtainable, chrysalis adjacent. After the chrysalis, she would have the cultivation level to approach that conversation with appropriate leverage. Before it, she had too many open flanks. She went to prepare for tomorrow's training session and left BB Dong's agenda in its correct shelf in the probability architecture, important, deferred, not forgotten. For after, BB Dong's actual agenda. Chapter 77. The briefing was straightforward and calm, which was a sign of how far the team had come. 8 months ago the same information would have produced visible fear in some of the faces around the table. Now it produced focused attention. Flender stood at the room's edge and listened. The 8 devils sat in the seats they had occupied since before the tournament, and the lamp was turned up, and Lian Yue told them exactly what she knew about Jianrengshu, Spirit Hall's intelligence operation, and what the report would likely contain. She was here to map our vulnerabilities, Lian Yue said. Not to create one. The specific information she gathered, the team's interpersonal dynamics, the approximate capability range of each member, the operational relationship between this team and the Heaven Do and Star Luo alliance structures. And what did she actually get? Dai Mubai asked. Our current public capability profiles. The interpersonal dynamics are partially opaque to external observation, she could see relationships but not the depth of them. The alliance structures are already partially documented in the diplomatic agreements, so that information was not new. She looked at the table. The risk area is the interpersonal. If Spirit Hall decides to leverage specific relationships, they now have a better map of which ones are most significant. So they'll use Tang San to get to you, Ning Rongrong said, with a directness that was her particular gift. Or you to get to him. Possibly, Lian Yue said. I'd expect them to use anyone with a specific connection to anyone else. The abduction for leverage approach works on relationships. The more relationships they understand, the more leverage options they have. Then we make the relationships harder to map, Juice King said. She did not say it as a question. That's one approach. The other is to make the leverage cost too high to be worth attempting. She looked at Flender. Which requires a public demonstration that extracting any one of us as leverage triggers the full group's response. We discussed the language of that when Jianrengshu delivered BB Dong's offer. Tang San articulated it directly. Tang San nodded. The offer and the response are already in BB Dong's file. She knows where we stand. Yes. Which means Jianrengshu's report is clarifying how to work around it, not testing whether it's real. She paused. We don't change the position. We reinforce the capability that makes it credible. The discussion continued for another hour, and at the end of it the team had 3 updated protocols, a new rotation for vulnerability exposure management during external visitor periods, a modified communication tree for rapid assembly in the event of an extraction attempt, and a standing authorization for any team member to invoke full group response without individual confirmation if they observed a direct threat to another member. Flender reviewed the protocols. Better, he said. Less elegant than the previous version, but more resilient to targeted disruption. The previous version was built for a threat that hadn't yet mapped our relationships, Lian Yue said. This one is built for one that has. He nodded. When does Spirit Hall move? She ran the forward sense. 3 to 4 weeks. BB Dong receives the report, reviews it, and issues the next directive. The directive will almost certainly involve Ghost Douluo in a more coordinated role than his previous engagements. He's been operating with broad latitude. The next operation will be more precisely targeted. Then we have 3 weeks, Flender said. Approximately. She looked at the map. I need to reach rank 60 before they move. The rank 60 breakthrough changes the butterfly mirror's capability in ways that will be significant when BB Dong begins attempting to interfere with the probability field directly. Rank 60 in 3 weeks, Xiao Wu said. That's a hard push. And no one at the table told her to be careful, because they all knew careful was no longer the operative word. She looked at their faces in the order she always looked at them, Tang San, whose expression held the focused calm of someone who had been building toward this conversation for months and was ready to meet what it meant. Xiao Wu, who had been the first of all of them to understand that the stakes were real and had never once suggested the team should be sheltered from knowing it. Dai Mubai, already calculating what the new information required of his training arc. Oscar, holding his cup with the steady hands of someone who had just made a decision he was not going to revisit. Ning Rongrong, whose sharpness had resolved into something cleaner, not anxiety but the focused precision of someone who has moved from anticipating a problem to planning for it. Juzwing, perfectly composed, with the specific quality of composure that indicated complete commitment rather than distance. Ma Hongjun, simple and direct, already committed in the way he committed to everything, fully and without performance. She had known them for over a year now. She knew how each of them carried weight. She had watched them carry more than they had been told to expect and more than she had thought they were ready for, and they had been ready for all of it. She thought, I chose to be here. But I also chose these people, by arriving at Shrek rather than anywhere else, by being on the road that day Tang San and Xiao Wu were traveling, by all the choices that had assembled this specific group around this specific table. She was grateful for every one of those choices. Tomorrow morning, we begin the rank 60 push, she said. I'll have a timeline ready by the training session. 8 faces looked at her and 8 voices said, yes. I'll start tonight, she said, and the look on her face when she said it closed the conversation, because it was the face of one who had already accepted the cost and was simply reporting it, and no one at the table told her to be careful, because they all knew careful was no longer the operative word. Chapter 78 She started that night. She did not stop for 21 days. The training schedule she built for the rank 60 push was the most demanding she had run since arriving in this world. 4 hours of sealed chamber cultivation before dawn, 6 hours of combat training through the day, 3 hours of probability thread work in the evening. Sleep was structured in 90-minute blocks, 4 blocks per night, timed around the butterfly spirit's natural cultivation rhythms. Xiao Wu watched the first 3 days and then told Flender that the girl was going to break herself. Flender told him that she was running the mathematics on the timeline and had decided that not breaking herself by pushing this hard was the greater risk. On the 7th day she reached rank 55. On the 14th day she reached rank 58. On the 19th day she reached rank 59. And on the 21st day, a Tuesday morning in early spring, the academy grounds wet from overnight rain, the east garden smelling of mud and the particular greenness that came with the season's first true warmth, she felt the rank barrier at 59 begin to yield. She was alone in the sealed chamber, the prophetic butterfly fully manifested in her internal space, every thread of cultivation energy focused on the barrier-like pressure applied to a fault line. The butterfly's wings in her perception had been shifting for days, the silver tint was completely gone, the gold deepened and beginning to carry something at the trailing edges that she had been watching with a compound of anticipation and caution. The barrier yielded. The rank 60 breakthrough hit like a wave, not a wall you broke but a threshold you crossed. And on the other side the world was different in every sense that the butterfly mediated. Her foresight window, already at 40 minutes through concentrated effort, snapped open to 48 hours. She could perceive 2 divergent threads simultaneously without the strain that had previously limited that ability to brief moments. The probability field around her became dense with information in a way that felt briefly like drowning. She managed it. She had been preparing for the density. Lure-long sessions had included specific exercises for managing high-input probability states after Spirit King breakthrough, and those exercises had paid the debt they were owed. The prophetic butterfly's wings, in her internal perception, completed their shift. Full gold. No silver remaining. The trailing edges were beginning to show the iridescent quality that would eventually produce the rainbow shift at rank 70. It was there, building, not yet manifest but present as potential. And the butterfly mirror skill was fully active. She had felt it operating in partial form since rank 50. Now it was complete, a permanent reflective field around her fate-type perception that showed her any external spiritual intrusion with full clarity, including the signature of the intruder. She stayed in the chamber for another hour, calibrating the new parameters, mapping what had changed and what the changes meant for the threat response protocols she had built over the past months. Most of the protocols held. A few needed updating. The 48-hour window changed her strategic planning horizon significantly. She felt the butterfly in her chest, full and settled, for the first time in weeks, not urgent but simply present, the way it felt when what was happening matched what needed to happen. She opened the chamber door, and Tang San was in the corridor with 2 cups, and Xiao Wu was beside him. "You got there," Xiao Wu said. "Yes." She looked at them and felt the warmth of the morning and the rank settling in her core in the 48 hours of probability ahead of her, clear and full and demanding, everything it meant to finally be where she needed to be, with the people she had chosen, facing what was coming. "Ring 6, Tang San said. "When?" She took the cup. "We move fast, before the window closes and the next phase finds us still 1 ring short." The rank 60 push required everything she had. Not the sealed cultivation chamber alone, she was past the point where the chamber's concentrated energy was her limiting factor. The limiting factor now was her core's capacity to process the advancement, the specific architecture of the prophetic butterfly's cultivation system pressing against the boundary between Spirit King and Spirit Emperor. She pushed against the boundary every day. She felt it resist and then yield, incrementally, the way a stone face eventually yields to water, not dramatically but persistently, each session moving the boundary a fraction of what the session had cost. By day 14 she was at rank 55. By day 18 she was at 58. By day 21, the training schedule's final morning session, she reached the threshold. She stopped at the edge of it for 1 day, not from caution but from the specific discipline of knowing that the crossing required preparation that she had not yet completed. The ring hunt first. The rank advancement after. The ring skill needed to be part of what she carried across the threshold. She rested 1 day, ate well, slept fully, Flender's standing order and her own understanding of what the next phase required, and woke on the 23rd day ready. Luer Long brought her a cultivation supplement that morning. She did not ask how Luer Long had known she would need it. She simply accepted it and noted, with the quiet certainty of someone reading a moment correctly, that she was surrounded by people who were paying attention. That was the right foundation. She took the supplement and went to find Tang San. "This week," she said. "While Gus Douluo is still recovering and Spirit Hall's operation is still in planning phase." She took the cup. "We move fast, before the window closes and the next phase finds us still 1 ring short." Chapter 79. The rank 60 ring hunt took 4 days and produced the 6th soul ring on a Thursday afternoon, a 5,000-year probability moth that Tang San had located through 12 days of quiet research, the beast occupying a specific ecological niche in the southern wetlands where probability-type energy accumulated in the geological substrate. The hunt was cleaner than ring 5 had been. At rank 60 with the 48-hour window and the butterfly mirror fully active, she moved through the wetlands with a precision that the probability moth could not match despite its own probability alignment. The beast was powerful and old, but it was working with a shorter window than she was, and in the final confrontation she used the butterfly domain and fate swing slash in combination for the first time, the domain's perfect perception feeding directly into the slash's hit calculation. The ring settled with the warmth of a 5th cultivation edition, yellow gold, 5,000 year, the Foresight expansion complete. The new skill was not what she had predicted. Instead of the Fate's mirror variant she had been expecting, the ring granted a new passive she had not seen in the probability field, probability lattice, which allowed her to perceive the interconnections between threads rather than just individual threads, seeing how changing one event would cascade through the surrounding probability structure. This was more powerful than she had realized it would be. On the journey back, she spent 4 hours testing the lattice at the full 48-hour window and found that the cascade view revealed something she had not been able to see before. The chrysalis's approach was leaving marks in the probability lattice that traced backward from its current position. Not just the presence of a large fate-consuming entity but the specific shape of how it was consuming fate, selectively, targeting altered threads specifically, moving through the lattice like a sieve drawn through water, catching only the threads that had been touched by deliberate rewriting. Every thread she had altered. Every probability steering. Every use of the foresight to prevent an event. The chrysalis was following the map she had made. "This is worse than I thought," she said, to no one in particular. They were sitting around a campfire, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, who had come along for the hunt as support and supply. Oscar looked up from his cooking. "Specifically worse?" he asked. "Or categorically worse?" Specifically, she said, the chrysalis isn't just tracking my presence. It's tracking my actions. Every probability steering I've done since arriving in this world is marked in the lattice. It can follow the full history of my choices back to me. Can you erase the marks? Tang San asked. I don't know yet. She looked at the fire. Stopping the steering would slow the approach. No new marks, but the existing ones are already there. Then the chrysalis arrives regardless. In whatever time the existing marks have already drawn it. 3 months now. Maybe slightly less. Oscar handed her a bowl. Eat first, he said. The chrysalis will still be coming in 3 months after you eat. She looked at the bowl and then at Oscar, and a sound came out of her that surprised her slightly, something between a laugh and an exhale, the specific reaction to a joke so precisely timed it broke through management into actual relief. Yes, she said. That's true. She ate. The fire burned and the night was clear above them, and the chrysalis was 3 months away, and she was rank 60 with 6 rings and the butterfly mirror active and the probability lattice opening a new dimension of the field she had been working in for a year. She was still behind where she needed to be. She was further ahead than anyone else in this world had any right to expect. She went back to planning, because the chrysalis was 3 months away and planning was the only thing between her and the version of the future where it wasn't. The ring hunt had produced the 6th soul ring with a skill she had not anticipated in its specific form. The probability moth's ring gave her fate sight, broaden, not an extension of the forward sense window but a widening of its resolution, allowing her to perceive multiple simultaneous probability streams at the same moment rather than the sequential threading she had been using until now. 6 threads at once, each with its own probability weight, legible in parallel. She had spent 2 hours after the ring absorption sitting against the wetlands reed bank, processing the new resolution's implications. Not the tactical applications, those were immediately clear and would require time to fully develop. The deeper implication, the universe's probability architecture was significantly more complex than she had been modeling. She had been seeing a single threat at a time, the most probable path, with glimpses of the second and third most probable at peak resolution. She had been treating that as sufficient. It was not sufficient. The 6-stream view showed her that probability was not a path with branches, it was a web, and the threads she had been following were only the brightest strands in a much denser structure. She was going to need to relearn how to use the forward sense. She told Tang San this that evening. He listened, asked 3 precise questions, and said, "How long before you can use it reliably?" 3 weeks, maybe less. She looked at the ring's faint glow on her spirit manifest in the privacy of the wetland's edge. It changes a lot. Then we plan around the 3 weeks, he said. And then we plan with it. That was the correct answer. She went to plan. She ate, and filed the current state of affairs under, survivable, probably, if everything works, and went back to planning, because the chrysalis was 3 months away and planning was the only thing between her and the version of the future where it wasn't. Chapter 80. The night before the team's planned dispersal for nomadic training, she was in the East Garden after midnight, running the 48-hour probability thread at full extension, when she felt something she had not felt in months, a spiritual presence in the probability field that was not one she had placed there. It was not Ghost Douluo, his signature was a specific absence. This was a presence. Subtle, expertly managed, but present, a spiritual intrusion moving through the probability lattice with a precision that suggested both immense cultivation level and specific familiarity with how fate-type spirits worked. The butterfly mirror activated. She saw the intruder's spiritual signature clearly for the first time, a complex dual-layered pattern, the surface layer white and fine as silk thread, the layer beneath it dark gold with a specific compressed energy texture that she had never seen before except in theoretical descriptions of what a spirit master who had cultivated 2 tidal Douluo spirits simultaneously would generate. Bibi Dong. She did not have time to do anything before the presence solidified. Not in the garden physically, the projection was spiritual, not material, rendered through a cultivation technique she could not immediately classify. But it was fully present, fully detailed, fully there. Bibi Dong looked exactly as Lian Yue had imagined from the source material, tall, white-robed, the bearing of a woman who had been the most powerful person in most rooms for so long that it had stopped feeling like power and started feeling like weather. Her expression was entirely calm. Her eyes were the color of old gold. "Little butterfly," she said. Her voice carried without apparent effort, directly into the probability field rather than the air. "You have been changing my threads." Lian Yue stood in the garden and did not run, because running would cost her and achieve nothing against a projection, and because the forward sense, 48 hours, full extension, was showing her precisely nothing about the projection's trajectory, which meant Bibi Dong was operating in a blind spot that the butterfly mirror was now actively mapping. "I have," she said. "I admire the ambition. And the skill. The probability lattice is a beautiful instrument. Most butterfly spirits never develop it before rank 70. The projection moved slightly, as if testing the physical space. "You are more than your file describes. I've been managing my profile carefully. Successfully, for a long time." Bibi Dong's expression did not change. "But every thread you change makes you more visible to me. I have been perceiving the probability lattice's alterations for months, each one finer, each one more precise, each one showing me more clearly what you are." A pause. "Come to Spirit Hall willingly. I will teach you to change the world's fate, not just your friends' small lives. The chrysalis is coming. You know this. Alone, you will not survive the encounter." The garden was still. The team was in their dormitories. She could feel their sleeping presence through the butterfly domain, 8 familiar signatures, none of them aware of what was happening in the garden. "I won't come to Spirit Hall," she said. "You know that." "I do know it." Something in Bibi Dong's expression shifted, not surprise, not frustration. Something more like recognition. "Then I will find another way to acquire what I need." She looked at Lian Yue with the particular quality of a person who has made a decision about someone and is comfortable with the decision. "The chrysalis will be your introduction to what it means to face something your foresight cannot fully predict. I will be watching to see how you handle that introduction." The projection dissolved. The garden was empty and silent and warm, and the probability field was exactly as it had been before the projection arrived. No trace, no residual signature, nothing in the forward sense that had shown this coming. She stood in the garden for a long moment. She heard footsteps behind her and turned. Tang San was there, Xiao Wu behind him. They had come at the sound of her spirit power activating, a response she had not anticipated. The whole team appeared in the garden's entrances within the next minute, drawn by the same instinct or the same attentiveness or simply the particular quality of this group that had decided to face things together. 8 people in the garden. The night around them. Ghost Douluo's adaptation coming. The chrysalis 3 months away. Spirit Hall's full operation building toward its next phase. And Bibi Dong, operating in a blind spot she could not fully resolve. Something that moved outside what the forward sense could predict, speaking directly into the probability field. She had no warning. Not a single thread had shown this coming. That meant Bibi Dong was in a space the prophetic butterfly simply could not reach. She looked at the team assembled around her in the garden and said, "She can find blind spots in my foresight. We need to change every plan that depends on me seeing everything coming." She looked at Tang San. "Every plan." He met her eyes, and in the lines of his face, in the absolute steadiness of his attention, she saw something she had not seen on his face before. Not the focused calm she was used to. Something underneath it. Something he was not hiding exactly, just holding quietly, present but not deployed. "Then we rebuild," he said. "Yes," she said. "Starting now." And the team stood in the garden in the dark, and the world had just changed again, and the calendar was moving, always moving. And there were 3 months to the chrysalis and a supreme pontiff who could act in her blind spots, and she could not see a clear path through any of it. She was also, still, not alone. That mattered, and in the cold quiet of the garden, with the first light beginning at the horizon, she held it as the one thing she was certain of, the foundation under everything else, the thread that had not yet been cut and that she would protect above all others, even if protecting it cost her everything she had left to spend. Chapter 81. The team scattered from Shrek Academy on a Wednesday morning, moving in 3 separate units according to Flender's pre-arranged dispersal plan, a plan that had been built specifically for the event of Spirit Hall making a direct move on the academy. Ghost Douluo's adaptation had confirmed the direct move was coming. Bibi Dong's projection had confirmed the timeline. The dispersal was not retreat, it was a tactical redeployment to terrain Spirit Hall could not pre-position against. Unit 1, Flender, Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong, who would remain in the Academy's administrative shell as the public face of the institution, drawing Spirit Hall's official attention and maintaining the legal framework that protected the student's status. Unit 2, Dai Mubai, Juzking, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, moving northwest toward the Heaven Do Empire's borderland circuit, a route they had drilled twice and that kept them within the Heaven Do diplomatic protection umbrella. Unit 3, Lian Yue, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, moving east. No fixed route, no predetermined destination. Flender had given Unit 3 the maximum operational flexibility for a specific reason: the prophetic butterfly was the primary target. The other 7 could operate within predictable parameters. Lian Yue, Tang San, and Xiao Wu needed to be unpredictable. She had planned the route using the full foresight forward sense of full probability lattice extension, building a path that avoided every high-density ghost Douluo probability signature she could identify. The first leg took them through the agricultural lowlands east of the capital, where traffic was dense enough to mask their passage and the road systems were too complex for a phasing-type tracker to establish a reliable intercept geometry. On the first night, they camped in an empty farmstead whose owners had moved to the city for the winter. The building was cold and the cooking was Oscar's domain, and Oscar was not there, which meant Tang San heated dried rations over a small fire while Xiao Wu took the first watch. Lian Yue ran the forward sense at full extension and found the next 12 hours clean. Then she ran a longer extrapolation, not a direct thread but a probability lattice read, tracing the cascade from their current position forward. The shape was uncertain in the way that cascades always were, error compounding at each step. What she could see, a window of approximately 3 weeks before Ghost Douluo's adapted counter technique would be fully operational. After that, the anti-phase weapons became significantly less effective. 3 weeks to find a position strong enough to make the counter technique insufficient regardless. "We need a defensible base," she said. "Not the academy, somewhere Spirit Hall hasn't mapped and can't easily access." "Tang Sect Outpost," Tang San said. "East of the Highland borderlands. My father established it 30 years ago. I found the records in the sealed archive." He had not mentioned this before. She had known it existed, the outline's detail had been specific, but he had not brought it up, and she had not pushed, because the outpost and the records it contained were connected to things about his father that were not hers to reach for. "You're ready to use it?" she asked. He looked at the fire. "The records are in there. About his work, the hidden weapon designs, letters he left." A pause. "I've been thinking about it since the Luo trip. If the outpost is what the archive description suggests, it has the fabrication capability I need for the second-generation anti-phase weapons." "Then yes," Xiao Wu said, from the doorway. "We go there." Tang San looked at her. "You don't have to." "Yes I do," Xiao Wu said. She came inside and closed the farmstead door against the cold. "The three of us have been pretending to give each other space to process difficult things, and what that actually looks like is everyone carrying things alone in the same camp." She sat down. "I want to see the outpost." He turned to look at her, the expression Lian Yue had learned to read as him making a decision that was both harder and simpler than it appeared. "Then we go to the outpost," he said. She found the path to the outpost through the eastern highlands, clear, watchable, manageable, and thought, 3 weeks. "We have 3 weeks to become something Ghost Douluo cannot handle." The dispersal plan had worked exactly as Flander had built it. 3 units, 3 routes, converging at a point in the eastern highlands that was not on any Spirit Hall operational map. The dispersal itself had taken 4 hours, 4 hours of movement through Shrek's outer grounds and into the forest where the Academy's trails became wilderness, and by the time Spirit Hall's field team arrived at the Academy's gate, the 8 Devils were already 40 minutes into the Highland approach. She had tracked the Spirit Hall field team through the forward sense during the dispersal, 5 cultivators, ranked 30 to 45, organized as a capture formation rather than an elimination squad. They wanted her alive. That was consistent with Bibi Dong's behavior throughout, the formal letters, the Qianrengshu visit, the approach channels that all shared the character of wanting engagement rather than ending. It did not make Spirit Hall less dangerous. But it shaped the specific nature of the danger, and shaped things could be worked with. 3 weeks at the outpost. The plan was, cultivate hard, build the countermeasures, establish the tactical position for the next engagement. Ghost Douluo was somewhere in the Highland Range, searching for their signature. She needed to find him before he found them. The Highland air was cold and clear. She walked and planned, and the butterfly was warm. They ate the dried rations and watched the fire burn down, and in the full foresight range the forward sense was showing her. Lian Yue found the path to the outpost through the eastern highlands, clear, watchable, manageable, and thought, 3 weeks. We have 3 weeks to become something Ghost Douluo cannot handle. Chapter 82. On the third night, at a campfire in the open highland grassland where the sky was enormous and the air carried the mineral smell of the high altitude, Xiao Wu sat down next to Lian Yue and said, "Tell me about where you're from." Not a demand. Not even quite a question. The way Xiao Wu said things she had decided to say, direct, because hedging was not her mode, but without pressure, because she understood the difference between asking and extracting. Lian Yue looked at the fire. She had been carrying the transmigration for a year as the single most protected piece of information she held, more protected than capability profiles, more protected than the forward sense parameters, more protected than anything. She had told the full team at the Continental Tournament briefing about the prior knowledge aspect, about knowing the story from another world. But the personal details, the original world, the accident, the specific nature of what she had lost, she had not told anyone. She thought about what Lu Erlang had said, the edges. A different world, she said. Not this one. I was a college student, I don't know if that word translates, it's a type of education institution that exists after adolescence. I was 20 years old. I died in an accident and woke up here. Xiao Wu absorbed this in the way she absorbed important things, silently, completely. After a moment, the previous occupant of this body. She died in the accident that brought me here. I've been managing her identity since I arrived. The name is hers. The spirit is yours. The spirit is mine. It came with the transmigration. I don't know why. She looked at the fire. In my original world, this story existed as fiction. I had read it and watched it and cared about it, the way you care about stories that feel real. Then I woke up inside it. Xiao Wu was quiet for a longer moment. Tang San, she said. When you met him, I knew everything about him. His history, his capabilities, his relationships, the shape of his life for years forward. A pause. I knew what he would become. I knew what it would cost him to become it. I have been trying, since the beginning, to change the parts that cost him most. At cost to yourself. At cost to myself, Lian Yue agreed. Xiao Wu looked at the fire, and her expression was doing something that was neither pity nor softness but something more complex, the expression of someone integrating a piece of information that revised multiple other things simultaneously. I didn't know, she said at last, that you were carrying that. I know. I thought you were carrying ambition. The kind that comes from someone who wants to be more than she was given. She looked at Lian Yue. That's partly true too. Yes, Lian Yue said. Both things. The knowledge of what was coming and the choice to do something about it because the doing was what felt right, not just because I had the information. Xiao Wu picked up a stick and turned it in the fire. In the original story, she said carefully. What happened to me? Lian Yue looked at her. Xiao Wu met the look with the particular clarity of someone who had decided she wanted to know, fully, what she was working with. You sacrificed your life for Tang San, Lian Yue said. You gave your soul ring to him at the cost of everything you were? And he spent years working to bring you back. She held Xiao Wu's gaze. That is not a fate I am willing to let stand. Xiao Wu held this for a long time after that. Then she said, all right. And that was it, 2 words, the specific weight of a decision made. She set the stick down. All right. Then we make sure that doesn't happen. 2 people who had been navigating around each other, finally navigating towards something instead. The fire was low and orange, the highland dark enormous around its small perimeter. Lian Yue thought about what she had said, the edited version of the truth, true as far as it went, stopping short of things that could not be said in a single conversation by a fire at 12,000 feet. Xiao Wu had heard what was given and offered something back, not the full weight of what she was either, but the shape of it, the edges of a life that had been longer and more complex than the body it currently occupied. They had always understood each other, she realized, even when they had not quite trusted each other. The understanding had come first. The mutual recognition of 2 people who were more than their apparent surfaces. The trust had been built afterward, carefully, over the shared months. She thought about the conversation Xiao Wu had initiated in the East Garden, all those weeks ago. I don't like you yet. But I'm willing to keep trying, if you are. She had been willing. Xiao Wu had been willing. And here, at a fire in the highlands with the forward sense quiet and the threat at a temporary distance, they were something that had not existed at that garden bench. Genuinely at ease with each other, the navigation no longer effortful. She thought, this is also worth protecting. This specifically. She fed a stick to the fire and let the warmth of the moment be present, unmanaged, simply real. Tang San was somewhere in the dark doing a perimeter check, and the fire burned between the 2 of them, and something shifted in the fate structure that Lian Yue could not precisely identify but that felt like a thread weaving itself tighter. 2 people who had been navigating around each other, finally navigating towards something instead. Chapter 83 Rank 60's new capability showed itself during the 4th day's travel when a Spirit Hall scout unit, 3 people, rank 40-something, moving through the same Highland Pass they were, crossed the boundary of the 48-hour window. In the old 40-minute window, she would have had 40 minutes. With the probability lattice, she had 2 days. She redirected their route while the scout unit was still 14 hours ahead of any possible intersection point. The redirect added 4 hours to their travel time and brought them through a valley Lian Yue had not previously scouted. The valley turned out to have a small river running through it and the specific quality of open visibility that made ambush geometry impossible, an accidental tactical advantage. The scout unit never found them. Her mind ranged across the 7 months between rank 12 and rank 60 and the difference the window made, not just the 48 hours but the probability lattice's cascade view, the ability to see how changing one thread affected 20 others, the way the field had gone from a single strand she could read to a fabric she could navigate. The comparison was not trivial. At rank 12, she had been reacting to events that were already happening, barely ahead, barely sufficient. At rank 60, she was inside the planning cycle of the forces arrayed against her. At rank 70, she would be writing the field rather than reading it. Every rank she climbed was a multiplier on every choice she made. She carried this thought while the highland valley opened around them, the river silver in the morning light, and felt the particular weight of knowing how much still remained between her current position and what she would need to be. "You're very quiet today," Tang San said, falling into step beside her. "Thinking about scale," she said. "Of what?" "The difference between reacting to events and being able to see them far enough ahead to prevent the conditions that produce them." She watched the valley path. "At the current window, I can see Spirit Hall's operational planning before it finalizes. That changes the game substantially. The 48-hour window reaches their planning cycle. The planning cycle for field operations, yes. Central administration decisions take longer to propagate, those I still read as downstream consequences rather than direct events." She paused. "But Ghost Douluo's next engagement deployment will be visible to me 24 to 36 hours before he reaches us. That's enough to prepare." Tang San held the question. "What about Bibi Dong's projection?" She had been waiting for this question. "No. The projection operated completely outside the forward sense. Which means she has a technique that bypasses probability-type spirit reading entirely." She looked at him. "I have the butterfly mirror's signature record of her cultivation pattern now. I will know when she attempts to project again. But I cannot predict the timing or content. One blind spot. The most important blind spot. The most capable opponent I face." She exhaled. "I am working on it." He nodded and said nothing more about it, because that was his particular form of trust. Not demanding information she didn't have, not pushing for reassurance she couldn't give. He walked beside her through the highland valley, and the river ran beside them, and the forward sense showed 48 hours of clean probability ahead, and the one thread she couldn't fully read was the one she was most afraid of. She filed it and kept walking. The outpost was 2 days away. Ghost Douluo's counter-adaptation was 2 weeks away. The chrysalis was less than 3 months behind that. She had been in this world for a year, and the calendar had never slowed, and the gap between where she was and where she needed to be was still not small. She had arrived at Shrek Academy at rank 12. She was now at rank 62. That was 50 ranks in slightly under a year, a rate that should have been impossible at this stage, that had required the specific combination of the prophetic butterfly's cultivation efficiency, Flender's cultivation chamber access, and the kind of focused cultivation that was only possible when threat pressure made acceleration a survival requirement rather than an ambition. She was not complaining about the pressure. The pressure had made her faster. But rank 62 was not rank 75, and rank 75 was where she had calculated the minimum threshold for the chrysalis engagement strategy. 3 months to close 13 ranks. That was aggressive, possible, but only if she did not spend too much butterfly energy on operational management over the next 60 days. She had been thinking about this trade-off, operational coverage or cultivation speed. Every hour she spent running probability reads on Spirit Hall's movements was an hour she was not spending in the cultivation chamber. The two activities used different resources, butterfly energy versus cultivation session time, but both were finite. She had mapped the trade-off 3 ways. The answer came back the same each time: she needed to delegate more of the operational monitoring to the team and spend those hours cultivating. Tang San could handle strategic threat assessment. Dai Mu Bai could handle physical security coverage. She could handle the chrysalis-specific probability work and let the team manage the rest. She would propose this restructuring tonight. The calendar was moving and she needed to be moving faster. Chapter 84. The Tang sect outpost was built into a hillside, not in the hillside, which would have been obvious, but against it, using the natural rock face as the northern wall and the surrounding pine stand as concealment from 3 directions. It had been designed by someone who understood both architecture and evasion, which was consistent with everything she knew about Tang San's father. Tang San stood at the entrance for a long moment after he found the trigger mechanism and the concealed door opened. She and Xiao Wu stood back. This was his. He went in. They followed after 3 minutes, long enough for him to have the entrance alone. The interior was 2 large rooms and a smaller chamber in the back. The larger rooms held fabrication equipment, workbenches, tool storage, a compressed spirit energy forge that used a specific Tang sect mechanism to concentrate ambient spirit energy for metalwork without generating heat visible from outside. The equipment was old but Tang sect made, which meant it was maintained to a standard that time alone wouldn't degrade. The smaller chamber held the records. She stayed in the larger room while Tang San went to the records chamber, keeping herself occupied with a thorough assessment of the fabrication equipment. The anti-phase weapon 2nd generation needed a wider dispersal cone and a longer anchor duration, 5 seconds rather than 4, she had decided, because the probability lattice's cascade analysis showed that 5 seconds was the difference between Ghost Douluo being stopped and Ghost Douluo being trapped. The forge and tooling here would support both requirements. She was testing the forge's spirit energy intake when she heard Tang San in the records chamber, not words, not sound, but the particular quality of silence that someone makes when they are doing something very private. Xiao Wu appeared at her elbow. She had come in from outside, moving quietly. She glanced toward the records chamber and then at Lian Yue and said nothing. They worked in the outer room for an hour. Tang San came out with a sheaf of documents, letters, design blueprints, a cultivation log that covered a period of 30 years. His expression was the specific stillness that follows the processing of something too significant for immediate reaction, the settling in that happens after the first wave of emotion has passed. His hidden weapon designs for the 2nd generation are here, he said. Including a spatial interference principle I hadn't considered. He set the blueprints on the workbench. And a letter. He did not elaborate. She did not ask. Xiao Wu picked up one end of the blueprints and began reviewing them. The fabrication materials for the 2nd generation will require 2 supply runs, Tang San said. The primary components I can source from the nearest trading post. The crystalline core needs a specific supplier. There's a spirit materials merchant in the eastern market town. He was already calculating, already working, the personal weight folded back into function the way he folded everything, not suppressed, just carried differently. A week to fabricate 4 units. 5 units, Lian Yue said. I want one for Daimubai's unit as well. They are operating without us. He nodded. 5 units. I'll start the supply run tomorrow. She looked at the records, the blueprints, the evidence of 30 years of preparation left in a hillside outpost for a son who would eventually find it, and thought about the kind of faith that required, the kind of care that kept building toward a future you might not live to see. She thought, some people leave things. She was going to be one of those people. And the next morning, she would have to decide what it meant. She spent the night at the edge of sleep, not asleep, not fully awake, the forward sense running at a level below strategic analysis and above passive background. The signature she had felt at the outpost's perimeter was not repeating, but the probability threads around the area had a specific quality she had not found words for yet. Not threat. Not benign. Something that existed in a 3rd category she was going to need to build new framework to describe. The probability observer, that was the name she had provisionally assigned to the signature, because it felt like being observed rather than targeted. She had been observed before, by Zhao Hulong's detection spirit, by the Spirit Hall surveillance seeds, by the Heavendo Intelligence Bureau's formal assessment. None of those observations had felt like this. Those had felt like external analysis. This had felt like recognition. As if whatever had briefly scanned the edge of her probability field already knew what it was looking at and was simply confirming what it had expected to find. She turned this over in the pre-dawn quiet for 2 hours. The butterfly was warm but not alarmed, which was information. The butterfly's threat response was accurate. If the probability observer had been a threat, the butterfly would have responded with something sharper than warmth. Not a threat. Something else. She filed it under, significant unknown, not immediately actionable, monitor with continued attention. The category of things she kept that file for was growing, which was itself information about how complex the probability field around her had become. She would need to resolve it before the chrysalis. Carrying an unidentified significant unknown into the compression was the kind of variable she could not afford. She went to wake Tang San. She had things to tell him, and the morning was already beginning. She went back to the forge assessment and kept working, because the butterfly mirror had just registered a brief edge-of-range spiritual signature from the direction they had come, not Ghost Douluo, not Spirit Hall. Something else, something that moved in and out of range before she could resolve its form, and the thread it left in the probability lattice was unlike anything she had seen in this world before, and the next morning, she would have to decide what it meant. Chapter 85. She told Tang San about the spiritual signature that night, after Xiao Wu had taken the third watch. "Not Ghost Douluo," she said. "Not Spirit Hall. The signature doesn't match anything in the known fate-type spirit patterns." It appeared at the edge of the butterfly mirror's range, lingered for approximately 8 seconds, and then was gone. Not retreated, just gone, the way the BB Dong projection was gone. Complete removal from detectable space. Tang San had the blueprints on the table in front of him, but his full attention was on what she was saying. "The chrysalis," he said. "I considered that. The chrysalis's approach leaves a specific probability lattice trace, altered threads, the mark of something consuming fate work. This didn't have that quality." She turned the signature over in her analytical framework. It was more like a survey. Something checking position and withdrawing. "Something that knows you're here. Something that knows I exist," she said. "Checking on the status of the prophetic butterfly." She met his eyes. "I don't know what it is." He absorbed this. "In my father's records. There's a reference to a class of spirit entity called probability observers, entities that exist at the boundary between spirit cultivation and the fundamental structure of fate itself. Not beasts. Not spirit masters. Something older." He picked up one of the translated letters. He wrote about encountering one, once, near a probability-dense cultivation site. It didn't engage. It observed and left. She filed this carefully. What did it want? He didn't know. It never communicated. He concluded it was drawn by the density of fate-type spiritual work being done in the area. He looked at her. "You've been altering probability at significant scale for a year. The density of your fate work here is probably unlike anything this region has seen." "So I have observers," she said. "At minimum one observer." He set the letter down. He wrote that in folklore, the probability observers were considered omens of a coming threshold, a moment where the fate structure of a place was about to change significantly, permanently, in a way that would require choosing. Choosing what? He didn't know that either. Tang San's expression was the careful one he used when he was holding a significant piece of information and was not certain how to deliver it. His note said that in every historical account where a probability observer appeared, the fate-type cultivator involved faced a decision that altered their fundamental nature. Not their power. Their nature. She sat with this for a long moment. The forge was cold, the outpost quiet, and somewhere outside in the highland dark the forward sense showed 48 hours of clean probability, except for that one edge of range signature that had appeared and vanished. "I'll file it," she said. "And watch for it." He nodded. "The letter," he said. "My father's letter." A pause. "He wrote about a girl who would carry the world's weight and not show it. I said that to you before." He looked at her. "The full passage says, I believe she will arrive before the threshold. Whether she chooses to cross it alone or with others is the question my work cannot answer." She did not know what to say to that. She looked at the blueprints on the table instead. "He left that here 30 years ago," she said finally. "Yes. Without knowing you would find it. Without being certain." He picked up the blueprints and returned to work. He was a man who built things toward futures he hoped for rather than futures he was certain of. A pause. "I think that's where I got it." She went back to the butterfly mirror scan, and the highland was quiet around them, and the forward sense held its 48 hours of clean probability, and somewhere at the edge of the range she was not certain she had imagined that brief edge of range pulse, the survey, the check, the observer. Watching. Waiting for the choosing. She thought about what that meant for most of the morning, the cultivation session running on automatic while the analytical portion of her attention worked the problem. An entity that surveyed, checked, observed, and was waiting for her to make a choice. Not any choice, the forward sense suggested, when she pressed the thread carefully, a specific choice, one that she had not yet made, one that the observer had apparently identified as forthcoming. She did not know what the choice was. She ran the probability lattice at maximum extension, trying to identify the branch point, the moment where the thread forked in a way that would constitute a choosing. The six-stream view showed her more than she could have read a month ago, and even now the full breadth of it was almost more than she could hold cleanly. 6 simultaneous probability streams, each with its own weight and arc. There, a branch point, 3 weeks out. Not the chrysalis, different. Smaller in the cultivation sense but heavier in the character sense. A choice she would have to make about what she was willing to use and what she was not willing to use in the service of the outcome she was working toward. She had encountered this kind of choice before. She had always resolved it the same way: the outcome she was protecting was worth the cost it required, and the cost was therefore acceptable, and she paid it. But the observer seemed to be waiting for her to make this particular choice in a way that suggested the choosing mattered for reasons beyond the outcome. As if what she was, not just what she achieved, was the object of the observation. She filed this carefully and went to continue the cultivation session. She would find out what it meant when it arrived. Until then, she would be the kind of person who deserved to be looked at with interest. Watching. Waiting for the choosing. Chapter 86. The supply run took 2 days, and Tang San made it alone, a decision Lian Yue had run the forward sense on and confirmed was lower risk than the alternative. His probability signature was distinct from hers and Ghost Douluo was currently tracking the butterfly-type probability density. Without her present, Tang San's route carried a much lower probability of intersection. She and Xiao Wu held the outpost. 2 days. It was, in the specific texture of the experience, one of the more unusual 2-day periods of Lian Yue's year in this world. Xiao Wu trained in the clearing behind the outpost in the mornings with a focused intensity that was different from her standard practice. She was working on something specific, a movement series that seemed to be about speed at close quarters and specifically the kind of rapid position change that could exploit the gap in Ghost Douluo's mobility created by the anti-phase weapon. She was building a finishing technique for a 3-second window. On the second morning, after the practice, she sat down across from Lian Yue in the outpost's main room and said, "I've been thinking about the original story." "Yes. The version where I die. The version you changed." Xiao Wu looked at her hands. "You didn't just change the story. You changed why I'm here, what I'm doing, what I'm building toward." A pause. "In the original version, was my cultivation restrained deliberately? Because of something I knew about what would happen?" Lian Yue considered the question carefully. The answer was yes. In the original story, Xiao Wu's low cultivation rank at the time of her sacrifice was connected to the specific nature of what she was. The 100,000-year rabbit spirit whose life would become Tang San's most powerful soul ring. "Yes," she said. "In the original version, you knew what you were and what you carried. You chose to be at that rank when the moment came because it was the cost the story required." Xiao Wu absorbed this without visible reaction. "Then, and now? Now the moment isn't coming. The story I'm building doesn't have that sacrifice in it." She met Xiao Wu's eyes. "Which means you can advance without the constraint. Whatever you are holding back, you can stop holding it back." Xiao Wu was quiet for a long time. Outside, the pine stand moved in the highland wind. Somewhere in the fate structure, the chrysalis was moving through the ocean floor, 3 months away. "That will change things," Xiao Wu said. "Significantly." "Yes. Tang San will notice." "He will." Lian Yue held her gaze. "Is that a problem?" Xiao Wu looked at the window for a moment, and when she looked back her expression had a specific quality, a decision, made clearly, with full information. "No," she said. "It's not. He can handle what he sees." A pause. "So can I." And in the cultivation field, a thread that had been constrained for a very long time shifted, not released, but beginning to release, the slow opening of something that had been held against a destiny that no longer existed. The release was not hers to direct. She had provided the information, told Xiao Wu what the original story held, cleared the obligation that had been restraining her cultivation. What Xiao Wu did with that information was entirely her own. She watched the pine stand sway in the highland wind and thought about what it meant to change a story at the level of the people in it, not just the events, not just the outcomes, but the trajectories of the people who would have been shaped by those outcomes into something they had not chosen. Xiao Wu, freed from a fate she had been carrying quietly. Tang San, freed from the guilt of a sacrifice he had not been able to prevent. All 8 of them, freed from a war that would have found them unprepared. She thought, this is what it means to change a story. Not just the events. The people the events were going to make, freed to become something else instead. She thought, I hope what they become is what they would have chosen, and she thought, if it isn't, we will have time to help them choose again. The 2 days alone at the outpost had a quality she had not anticipated, the forward sense running in the quiet, without the tactical demand of 8 people's positions and probabilities to track simultaneously, showed her things she had been too busy to see clearly. Not new threats, the threat map was stable, Ghost Douluo at a distance, Spirit Hall's operation and recalibration. Personal things. The shape of her own cultivation arc, mapped without the interruption of external demand. She was at rank 61. The chrysalis was on the other side of rank 70. She had 9 ranks to build in the time available, and the time available was not growing. She had been treating the cultivation push as the primary demand since the dispersal, cultivation first, then the tactical response to whatever arrived. The 2 days alone confirmed that this ordering was correct. Every rank she gained before the chrysalis was a resource she would have during it. Every rank she missed was a resource she would not. She pushed the sealed chamber session to 6 hours and came out of it at rank 62, the butterfly burning against her ribs with a specific warmth that meant advancement was real and the foundation was holding. 1 rank. 1 more to go 9 times. She thought, if Tang San were here, he would say something precise and useful about the rate of advancement math. She would do the math herself. The outpost was quiet around her. She sat with the numbers and the forward sense and the butterfly's warmth, and she did not feel alone, but she would be glad when the others returned. She thought, I hope what they become is what they would have chosen, and she thought, if it isn't, we will have time to help them choose again. Chapter 87 Tang San returned on the 3rd day with the fabrication materials and a piece of information from the eastern market town that changed the threat assessment immediately. Ghost Douluo was in the market town 2 days ago, he said. Not operating, he was at a materials merchant. He bought spatial interference dampening compounds. He set the supply pack down. The compounds are used to counter exactly the kind of spatial anchor pulse the anti-phase weapons generate. She ran the probability lattice cascade on this. The adaptation was faster than she had projected, 3 weeks ahead of her previous estimate. How long until his counter technique is operational? If he has the compounds, the cultivation integration takes approximately 4 to 6 days for a spirit master at his level. Tang San sat down at the workbench. We have less than a week. Then I need 5 units in 4 days, she said. He looked at the supply pack. That's possible. If I work continuous shifts. He was already pulling tools. I'll assist where I can. The crystalline core assembly is something I can do. She had studied the Tang sect technique documentation in the records, she would not pretend she hadn't. He looked at her, the brief pause that meant he was registering that she had just admitted something that would previously have required management, and said, then we start now. They worked through the night, and through the next day, and into the second night. Xiao Wu took all the watches. She brought them food at irregular intervals. The 3 of them did not discuss who was doing what or why, they were past the stage of articulating the distribution of necessary labor. It simply happened, the way it happened in teams that had been through enough together to stop needing to negotiate. On the evening of the 3rd day, 5 devices were complete. She held the first unit and ran the probability lattice against Ghost Douluo's current signature, still not resolved into a specific position, but the cascade showed the adaptation was approximately 60% complete. 2 more days. He's going to appear, she said. The probability lattice shows him finding us within the week. He has a tracker, not probability type, something physical. A spirit tool that follows specific energy signatures. Yours, Tang San said. Yes. My B signature is distinctive enough for a good tracker tool. She looked at the device in her hand. Which means I cannot simply avoid him. At some point I need to either remove the tracker or engage on my terms before he adapts fully. Engage before the counter technique is complete, Xiao Wu said. When the weapon still works. Yes. She ran the cascade. Day after tomorrow. Morning. There is a natural engagement point 3 hours east of here, a rock formation that limits lateral movement and creates predictable approach vectors. If we position before he arrives, the ambush geometry is ours. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, and in the look was the particular exchange of people who had been making these decisions together long enough to not need words for most of them. Then we position tomorrow evening, Tang San said. Early enough to cover the approach vectors properly. Yes, Xiao Wu said. Yes, Lian Yue said. And that was the plan, clean, simple, actionable, built on 4 days of continuous work and 3 months of accumulated capability, aimed at a man who moved through walls and had killed a diplomat and was building a counter to the one weapon they had that could stop him. The chrysalis was 2.5 months away. There was no time to be afraid of anything else. She said this to herself and acknowledged that it was not entirely true. She was afraid of several things simultaneously: Ghost Douluo's counter-development, which would close the anti-phase advantage window in approximately 3 weeks, the BB down thread, which was developing in a direction she could read but not yet fully map, and the specific probability event that her extended foresight read kept showing at the chrysalis engagement's aftermath, a cost she had been estimating since rank 60 but had not yet fully calculated at current cultivation level. The fear was manageable because it was specific. Specific fear had specific responses. She was building the responses. Tang San's anti-phase V2 design would be ready in 12 days. She had verified this through the probability lattice 3 separate times, not because she didn't trust Tang San's estimates but because she needed the confirmation independent of her own hope about it. It would be ready. The weapon worked. The window was narrow but real. She thought, Ghost Douluo has operated for decades without encountering an opponent who could see his movements in probability space before he made them. His confidence is calibrated to a world that doesn't include me. I am going to use that miscalibration. She thought, stay where it was, filed, acknowledged, not yet required, because 2.5 months was still far enough that dwelling on it would only cost her the clarity she needed for the next 14 days. 2.5 months. The chrysalis compression, the cultivation threshold, the convergence of every thread she had been managing for the past 1.5 years. She had been preparing for this for so long that it had become a fixed point in her internal landscape, always there, always approaching, never close enough to be imminent. Now it was imminent. She thought about Tang San's return from the market town and the intelligence he had brought, Ghost Douluo in the area, recovering, recalibrating. The information should have felt threatening. What it actually felt was clarifying. A visible threat at a known distance, with a known capability profile and a countermeasure she had designed with Tang San's precision, was a manageable threat. The threats she could not see were the ones that cost her sleep. 2.5 months. She would use every day of them. She went back to the fabrication work with the specific focus of someone who had just remembered, again, why the focus mattered. She returned to the operational planning and let the fear of the chrysalis engagement's cost stay where it was, filed, acknowledged, not yet required, because 2.5 months was still far enough that dwelling on it would only cost her the clarity she needed for the next 14 days. Chapter 88 Ghost Douluo arrived at the rock formation on the second morning as the forward sense had shown, with 2 partners, the bone type from the previous engagement and a new addition, a sound type spirit master whose disruption technique was designed specifically to interfere with probability type perception. She had seen this. She had planned for it. The sound type disruption was effective at close range. Within 15 meters it degraded her forward sense to approximately 20% clarity, and within 5 meters it would have disrupted the butterfly domain entirely. She kept the domain deactivated and worked from pre-mapped thread reads she had built in the previous day's scan, using information committed to memory 18 hours in advance rather than real-time probability reading. Pre-positioned intelligence versus real-time intelligence. The pre-positioned version was less adaptable but sufficient for an ambush scenario where the key variables were already known. Ghost Douluo's counter technique was 60% integrated. She had been right about the timing. He could absorb approximately 40% of the anti-phase pulse before his mobility was affected, which meant the 4-second anchor was now a 2.4-second anchor at the weapon's current parameters. She had factored this into the plan. Xiao Wu was not fighting at her current rank. She was fighting at a different rank entirely. The cultivation restraint she had been maintaining for reasons that no longer existed was releasing, not all at once, because even voluntary suppression took time to lift fully, but the threshold crossed during the Highland Nights had changed the ceiling. The person who moved through the rock formation's approach corridor at the engagement's opening was not the rank 29 girl who had arrived at Shrek Academy. She was something significantly older and more powerful, moving with the full depth of decades of accumulated instinct. Ghost Douluo's partners had modeled against a soft-bones rabbit spirit at rank 29. The first contact ended the sound type's disruption capability in under 12 seconds. Xiao Wu closed the distance before the sound type oriented and made contact twice, once to neutralize the hand positions that controlled the technique and once for good measure. Tang San's anti-phase pulse fired. 2.4 seconds, not 4, but Tang San had known it was 2.4 seconds and had positioned Zhuxing. Except Zhuxing was not here. It was the 3 of them. She used Temporal Cocoon on herself and Tang San simultaneously, the dual application she had been training since the Continental Tournament, extending the chrysalis field across 2 targets at 20% reduced duration. 8 seconds of slowed incoming. She called position for Tang San through the butterfly domain at partial activation, far enough from the sound type's remnant disruption field to get 60% clarity. Ghost Douluo, in 2.4 seconds, took 2 contacts from Tang San's blue-silver grass formation and a probability-deviating wing slash that connected because it was aimed at where the lattice showed him emerging from a partial phase shift rather than where he currently stood. He phased fully. He retreated. The bone-type partner took 1 hit from Tang San's second anti-phase device and 3 seconds of Xiao Wu's undisguised capability and made the correct decision to disengage immediately. The rock formation was quiet. The 3 of them held position for 2 minutes before she was confident the probability field had cleared. "He's hurt," she said. More significantly than the previous 2 engagements. She read the cascade forward. "He'll report that the anti-phase weapons are upgraded. He'll report that the soft bones rabbit has capabilities inconsistent with her listed profile. He'll report that the prophetic butterfly is working from cached information and can be disrupted if the disruption technique can be maintained at range. All accurate, Tang San said. All accurate. Spirit Hall will adjust again. She looked at the rock formation around them. But the adjustment will take time. And the chrysalis is, she checked. 2 months and 3 weeks away. Less than 3 months, Xiao Wu said. Less than 3 months. She exhaled. And I need rank 70 before it arrives. Neither of them said anything about how much rank 70 required. They were all doing that math. She said, and that was the full policy, and they broke the position and moved, and 2.5 months remained, and rank 70 was still 4 ranks away, and the calendar did not slow for any of it. The engagement at the rock formation had lasted 7 minutes and cost her 3 butterfly energy applications, 2 for fate steering the formation to its optimal position, 1 for the 6-stream probability read she had maintained throughout the engagement to track all 5 opponents simultaneously. The B cost was within acceptable parameters. The physical cost was a bruised left shoulder where Douluo's flanking bone spirit had caught her in the 2nd minute. She ran a brief forward sense check on the shoulder while they moved through the highland scrub away from the engagement site. The bone spirit's technique had not embedded anything, the strike had been contact impact, not cultivation damage. Clean bruise, 3 to 4 days of reduced left arm capability. She adjusted her internal training schedule to account for the reduced arm capability and confirmed the adjustment with the 6-stream view, still on track for rank 68 by the end of the highland stay. Tight, but achievable. Douluo had retreated. The flanking bone spirit and sound type had withdrawn with him. She tracked their signatures through the forward sense for 12 minutes until they passed outside the range, and then let the tracking lapse and focused on the team's immediate position. North Trail, she said. 2 hours to the secondary outpost. We consolidate there and reassess. No one argued. They moved. She thought, this is what the months of preparation built. Not individual capability, collective response. 8 people who move without losing formation even when the order was given mid-engagement by someone with a bruised shoulder. She would take it. Then we keep moving, Xiao Wu said, and that was the full policy, and they broke the position and moved, and 2.5 months remained, and rank 70 was still 4 ranks away, and the calendar did not slow for any of it. Chapter 89 The intelligence came through the Tang sect outpost's communication array, a device Tang San had activated on their 2nd day at the base, using the encoded channel his father had built into the system. Flender's message arrived on the 15th day of nomadic travel. Spirit Hall had launched a formal military campaign against the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires simultaneously, framing it as the elimination of rogue cultivation institutions and their state sponsors. The campaign was large, not a raid, not a targeted operation. A war. She read the message 3 times. Then she sat in the outpost's main room with the communication transcript in her hands and ran the probability lattice at full extension, looking for the cascade of consequences she had been watching approach for months. She found them. She had known they were coming. She had known since the night of the vision at the feast, since the first probability thread had shown her the war's shape, since the beginning, she had known this was possible. She had been trying to delay it, to change the structural conditions that made it inevitable, to buy time for the people who would need to fight it to be strong enough to survive. She had delayed it. The war was here 2 years early by the original story's timeline, and the people who would fight it were significantly stronger than they had been in the original story. And the diplomatic alliances she had spent the past year building were in place, and the 8 devils were intact and advancing. She had also accelerated something. The alliance with Star Luo, the political pressure on Spirit Hall from both empires simultaneously, the victories at the Continental Tournament, her fingerprints were on every variable that had pushed Spirit Hall toward acting sooner rather than later. The war was partly her fault. She sat with this for a long time. Tang San came in and read the transcript and did not speak. He sat down across from her and waited. Because he had been learning what her silences meant and this particular silence was one that did not benefit from being interrupted. After a long time, she said, I accelerated the timeline. Yes, he said. Not absolution. Not denial. Just acknowledgement. People will die in this war who would have lived if the war had been 2 years later. Yes, he said. And other people will live who would have died. The war in 2 years, in the original story, happened to a weaker set of allies against a stronger Spirit Hall. The balance was different. He paused. I'm not saying the deaths that will happen in this version are acceptable. I'm saying the accounting requires both sides of the ledger. She thought about this carefully. I made the choice to act. Every time I steered a thread, I chose the action's consequences along with its benefits. Yes. That means I'm responsible for the war. That means you're responsible for the specific war that's happening rather than the specific war that would have happened. He looked at her. Both wars kill people. Neither version is one you chose out of desire. You chose actions with the intention of protecting the people you care about and changing outcomes you foresaw as harmful. The war exists in both versions. The version you accelerated is the one where we're alive and capable when it begins. She sat with this until it settled into something she could work with rather than something she needed to resolve. She had known that acting in a world had consequences for the world. She had known that every thread altered had a cascade. She had chosen to act anyway. "We need to regroup with the full team," she said. "Flender has coordinates in the message. Then we go." She stood up, picked up the communication transcript, and folded it carefully into her pack. The war was here. Her people were alive. The chrysalis was 2 months and 2 weeks away. The accounting was still running on all of it. She walked outside, and the highland air was cold and clear, and the forward sense showed the path to Flender's coordinates through manageable probability, and she set her face toward it and moved. The probability observer was at the edge of detectable range. It had been there for 2 days now, the longest continuous presence she had registered. She did not know if it was the same entity each time or a different one. She did not know what it was waiting for her to decide. She thought, after the tower strikes. After Ghost Douluo. After Bibi Dong. She thought, if I am still standing after all of that, I will have a clear enough view to make whatever decision is required. She walked into the highland morning, and the observer watched, and the calendar moved, and she carried the weight of the war she had partly caused alongside the weight of the fight she was choosing to wage, and neither of them lifted, but she was still walking, and that had to be enough for today. She hoped it would still be enough tomorrow. The intelligence from Flender's message had 3 components: Spirit Hall's assessment escalation, the Heaven No Empire's formal request for the 8 Devils return to a secure location, and a personal note at the end that was unlike anything Flender had sent before. The personal note said, "Whatever happens in the next 2 months, remember what I told you in my office at the beginning. Don't carry it alone. That's an order that doesn't expire." She had read the note 3 times. The first time for the information content. The second time for the tactical implications. The third time, she admitted to herself, for what it felt like to have someone say that to her when the weight was genuinely heavy. It felt like exactly what it was, not comfort that dissolved the weight, but the reminder that the weight was being shared even when it did not feel that way. Flender was doing what he could from 300 miles away, the partnership management, the institutional protection, the preparation of the academy for whatever Spirit Hall's escalation would produce. She was doing what she could from 300 miles away in the other direction, the rank advancement, the tactical preparation, the management of the threats that required being present in the Highland outpost rather than the academy. 2.5 months had become 2 months. The calendar moved. She put Flender's note in the specific memory place she kept for things that were genuinely important, not tactically but humanly, and went back to the forward sense on the probability maps. She hoped it would still be enough tomorrow. Chapter 90. The full team assembled at Flender's designated coordinates, a fortified estate on the borderlands that Heaven No Empire had made available under the Mutual Assistance Framework, 32 days after the dispersal. She saw each of them in turn as they arrived and ran a quick calibration assessment through the butterfly domain. Daimubai's White Tiger, rank 54 now, 2 ranks past the dispersal point. Juzwen's Hell Civet at 51. Oscar's cultivation had accelerated, rank 48, up from 42. Ninrongrong's Glazed Tile Pagoda blazed at 53 with a 4th jewel active. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire was rank 55, burning deeper orange than she had ever seen it. All of them stronger. All of them intact. She watched them process the reality of each other's presence, the specific relief of a team that had been operating in separated units and had carried the awareness that any of the others might not be safe, and felt something she filed under, worth the work. This specific table, these specific people, alive and capable and choosing to be here. Flender's briefing that evening covered the war's current state. Spirit Hall had committed 2 tidal Douluo to the northern campaign and 3 to the eastern front. Both empires' armies were in the field. The early engagements had been brutal. Spirit Hall's advantages in high-level spirit cultivation made standard military formations ineffective. The empires needed a different approach. "They need us," Daimubai said. "They need something Spirit Hall cannot counter with tidal Douluo numbers," Flender said. "Which is precision. The ability to strike targets that end campaigns rather than battles." She had been waiting for this, had known it was coming from the probability lattice's cascade analysis. "Spirit Hall's continental communication network," she said. "If we destroy 3 relay towers in a coordinated strike, Within a 12-second window across 3 separate locations, Spirit Hall goes dark for 72 hours. Their tidal Douluo in the field become uncoordinated. The Empire's armies can maneuver freely in that window. The table looked at her. "You know where the towers are," Tang San said. "I've mapped them through the lattice for 6 weeks. The timing window is narrow but achievable with the team operating at current ranks." She looked at Flender. "We need 3 simultaneous sub-team strikes. I coordinate from the central position using the 48-hour window. No real-time communication, the timing is baked into the plan, and deviation from the timing makes it fail." Flender said, "How certain?" 83% cascade confidence. She looked around the table. "That's the highest confidence rating I can generate on a multivariable operation. The remaining 17% is weather, unexpected Spirit Hall relocation, and the gap where Bibi Dong's blind spot makes her movements unpredictable." 83%, Oscar said. "Are we comfortable with 17%? "We're never comfortable," Juzking said, her voice quiet and flat. "That's not the question. The question is whether it's the best available option." Lian Yue met Juzking's eyes. The house of it was precise in that specific way, cutting to the operational core of a problem and staying there. "It is," she said. "The best available option. Then we take it," Daimubai said, and looked at each person at the table in turn, the White Tiger's specific form of leadership, not commanding but affirming that the decision had been reached and was worth acting on. She thought, this team. This specific configuration of people who had been built by the year behind them. If the war had come 2 years earlier, before any of this existed, it would have been a different fight with different odds. She took that thought and set it beside the responsibility she had been holding all morning. Both things were true. She was going to have to live with both, and living with both was not the same as resolving them, and she had made her peace with that distinction. The Qianrengshu problem was this: the probability thread showed her approaching within the next 3 weeks. Not with a Spirit Hall mission objective. The mission objective thread had closed when Lian Yue had declined Bibi Dong's offer and the Supreme Pontiff had withdrawn her assets from the border region. What remained was a personal thread, Qianrengshu moving toward a meeting because she had chosen to, not because she had been assigned to. That was more interesting than the mission thread. It was also harder to read. Personal choice threads were less predictable than assigned objective threads, because they contained the full weight of the person's internal state rather than the cleaner parameters of an institutional objective. She had been watching the thread for a week. What it showed, Qianrengshu was in a state of fundamental re-evaluation. The defeat at rank 89 versus 75 had not just been a combat outcome, it had been a demonstration that her existing framework for understanding what cultivation was for did not account for the full range of what it could do. She was working out what that meant. Lian Yue understood this process. She had been through her own version of it, the discovery that the original story's framework was a starting point rather than a complete map of the world it described. The process of discovering that you were in a story you had not fully understood until you were inside it. She thought, when Qianrengshu arrives, what she will need is the same thing I needed, not answers, but someone who takes the question seriously. I can do that. Chapter 91. She spent a day alone before the tower operation, not training, thinking. She took the cultivation supplement cup Tang San had left outside her door and went to the estate's east wall and sat with the forward sense running at maximum extension, not looking at anything in particular, just letting the probability field show her what it wanted to show. It showed her the tower operation. 83%, the cascade paths clear. It showed her Ghost Douluo somewhere north of their current position, his adapted counter technique now 90% integrated. Within 2 days he would be at full counter capability and the original anti-phase weapons would be nearly ineffective. She had known this was coming, it was why the tower operation was scheduled for tomorrow. It showed her the chrysalis, moving through the deep water, 2 months, maybe less. It showed her the probability observers at the edge of detectable range. There were 2 of them now, not 1. They had moved closer. She sat with all of this and thought about what Tang San's father had written. A fate-type cultivator faced a decision that altered their fundamental nature. She had been trying to understand what that meant. The easy interpretation was, a decision to use the butterfly's power at a scale that changed it permanently, a cost that couldn't be undone. There were several candidates, the chrysalis confrontation was the obvious one. But the harder interpretation, the one she had been turning over for a week, was, a decision about who you were at the foundation. Not what you chose to do but what you chose to be, and for whom. And with what level of concealment versus transparency. She had been managing. Carefully, skillfully, thoroughly managing, the capability profile, the relationship dynamics, the strategic information flow. She had been managing since the moment she woke up in this world, and the management had been necessary, and it was also becoming a weight she was carrying without being certain it needed to be carried anymore. The people she was protecting knew what she was. She had told the full team at the briefing. Xiao Wu knew the full version now. Tang San had known for months that she carried more than she showed. What she had not done was stop managing. Even knowing they knew, she still routed information through the strategic filter, still shaped what she said and when she said it, still optimized. She thought, is that still protection? Or is it habit, and is the habit costing something? The probability observer at the edge of the field pulsed once, the same brief survey quality she had encountered twice before. There. Then gone. She sat for another hour. Then she picked up the cup, finished the supplement, and went back inside to finalize the tower operation plan. The deciding could wait. The tower operation could not. There would be time for fundamental decisions after she survived the next 60 days. She ran the probability lattice forward along the tower operation timeline. What it showed, the operation had a 73% success probability at current planning depth, rising to 88% if they incorporated the timing modification she had been developing. Tang San's anti-phase V2 weapon changed the calculations significantly. Spirit Hall's cultivation arrays were calibrated against the team's known abilities as of 3 months ago. The anti-phase emission was outside that calibration. The probability entity, the one that pulsed and surveyed and had been present since the chrysalis began its approach, had appeared 3 times now. Each time, there, then gone, leaving no trace in the probability field except the brief signature of something very large considering something very specific. She had not yet decided whether to tell the team about it. The pulse was not hostile. It was not benign either, that judgment was not available at current data density. It was simply, present, intermittent, interested. She filed it in the category of things she was tracking but not yet ready to act on, alongside the 48-hour foresight read she was running on Bibi Dong's movements and the growing probability thread around Qian Rinxu that had been developing for the past 10 days. The tower operation would happen in 4 days. After it happened, she would have time to look at the other threads more carefully. She went back inside and got to work. She went back inside and got to work. She hoped. The day alone had given her more than she had expected. Not answers, she had gone to the east wall looking for answers and returned without them, because some questions were not answerable through forward sense analysis. They were answerable through the actual making of the choice, and the choice was 4 days away. But the day had given her something else, clarity about what she was choosing from. Not the what of the choice, she still was not certain of that, but the who. The person making it. She had come to this world by accident, arrived in a body that was not hers, in a story that was not built for her presence. She had survived 13-year-old poverty and Spirit Hall's pursuit and a ring hunt with a thread moth and a year of managed concealment and a continental tournament and Ghost Douluo's first 2 engagements. She had built a team, an alliance, a network of partial knowledge and mutual trust that was the most valuable thing she had ever made. She was not the person she had been when she arrived. She had not expected to be, she had expected to change. What she had not expected was the direction of the change. She had expected to become harder. She had become, in some ways, softer, more willing to be affected by things, more willing to let the people around her matter in ways she had not planned for. Softer in the places where it was strength rather than vulnerability. That was the person making the choice in 4 days. That person was capable. Whatever the choice required, that person could carry it. She was ready. Or close enough. The 4 days would tell her which. She hoped. Chapter 92 The tower operation executed on a Thursday at dawn. 3 sub-teams, 3 simultaneous strikes, a 12-second window. Sub-team 1, Tang San and Xiao Wu at the northern relay tower, using a combination of Tang San's spiderweb formation and Xiao Wu's undisguised mobility. Target, the crystalline array at the tower's base that amplified the spirit energy communication signal. Sub-team 2, Daimu Bai, Juzking, and Oscar at the eastern relay tower, the longest distance, the most heavily guarded, relying on Daimu Bai's White Tiger breakthrough capability to breach the guard formation while Juzking made the internal strike. Sub-team 3, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Lian Yue at the central relay tower. The central tower was the key link. Without it, the northern and eastern towers could not propagate their signals even if they remained intact. Her role was probability coordination for the final 60 seconds of approach, ensuring the guard rotation timing held across all 3 locations simultaneously. She had spent 4 days with the probability lattice open at full extension, mapping every guard rotation, every secondary Spirit Hall operative who might generate an unexpected variable, every weather factor, Every civilian movement pattern that could create cover or obstacle. The plan had been refined to 32 specific decision nodes, each with a prepared response. The 12-second window opened at dawn, at the moment when the guard rotation changed across all 3 towers simultaneously, a 2-minute window in the rotation cycle that the lattice had shown her repeating with 97% consistency for the past week. Sub-Team 3 reached the central tower's outer approach at T-4 minutes. She ran the final lattice check. Northern Tower, Tang San's position confirmed. Eastern Tower, Dai Mubai's confirmation signal received. Central, her own position clear. T-30 seconds. All 3 sub-teams at final position. T0. The guard rotation opened. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire hit the outer array housing in a precise 3-second burst, enough to destroy the crystalline amplification matrix without causing a visible explosion that would alert adjacent patrols. Ning Rongrong's glazed tile pagoda threw 60% amplification onto the fire's focus coefficient. The array housing shattered. She ran the wing/slash through the secondary relay coil as it was activating a backup protocol, the rending variant, splitting the probability of the coil operating and not operating simultaneously. 4 seconds of operational ambiguity was enough for the primary damage to propagate to the coil system. The tower went dark. 40 seconds later, the confirmation came through the Tang Sector A. Northern Tower down. Eastern Tower down. Spirit Hall's continental communication network went silent. She stood in the central relay tower's wreckage and thought, 72 hours. The Empire's armies had 72 hours to maneuver before Spirit Hall could restore coordination. She needed to use every hour of it. Move, she said, and they moved, and behind them Spirit Hall's silence spread across the continent like a held breath. And through the butterfly mirror she could see the beginning of the fate cascade that would make Ghost Douluo desperate and Bibi Dong furious and the war briefly, temporarily, winnable. Temporarily was the word she was most carefully holding. The 72-hour blackout was a window, not a conclusion. When Spirit Hall restored communication, the calculus would resume. Ghost Douluo's counter-adaptation would be complete. Bibi Dong's assessment of the Shrek 8 Devil's threat level would be updated to reflect tonight's operation. The window she had bought was real and significant, and it was also finite. She thought, use every hour. She carried the thought into the day's work, and the work was already beginning, the Empire's generals needing briefings, the sub-teams needing debrief, the probability field needing a fresh read for the next 48 hours, and the butterfly was urgent in her chest because urgency was the only appropriate response to running out of time. She worked, and thought, Ghost Douluo will respond to this. He will come personally this time, because Spirit Hall has nothing left in its field deployment that can match what we just demonstrated. She thought, Ghost Douluo will respond to this. He will come personally this time, because Spirit Hall has nothing left in its field deployment that can match what we just demonstrated. And she was right. The aftermath of the tower operation lasted 3 hours. 3 simultaneous communications arrays knocked offline, the disruption spreading through Spirit Hall's field network like water finding low ground. The threads showed her the scope of the disruption in real time. 40-minute comms blackout across a province-wide grid, Spirit Hall's field teams going dark, coordination failing in the exact window she had needed. The 8 Devils were through the Highland Pass and into the valley approach before the first relay tower came back online. She ran the forward sense from the valley's edge and mapped the incoming response. Ghost Douluo, alone, 40 minutes behind them. The probability lattice showed his signature at full deployment, no concealment. No flanking spirits, no attempt at subtlety. He was coming directly. This was what she had been planning for. He comes alone, she told the team. Full deployment. He's angry. Good, Dai Mubai said. Possibly, she said. An angry opponent with Ghost Douluo's rank and capability is dangerous in ways a calm one is not. We stay in formation, we don't engage his pride, we let the plan work. She looked at Tang San. He nodded once. The anti-phase weapons were active. The formation was set. Everything Tang San had built over the 2 weeks at the outpost was in position. She thought, we built this for exactly this moment. She thought, let's see if we built it well enough. And she was right. Chapter 93 Ghost Douluo came alone. She had predicted he might. The probability lattice had shown a 12% chance of a solo engagement after Spirit Hall's communication blackout, which was low enough that she had not built the response plan around it but high enough that she had thought about it. Ghost Douluo operating without coordination, without communication, without confirmation from Bibi Dong that the engagement was authorized, that was Ghost Douluo acting on personal initiative, which was different from Ghost Douluo executing a sanctioned operation. Personal initiative meant he was angry. It also meant he was operating outside the parameters Bibi Dong had approved. He appeared at the Borderland estate in the pre-dawn of the second day after the tower strikes, moving through the estate wall with his adaptation now fully integrated. The anti-phase pulse had been counter-optimized. The compounds he had acquired created a buffered spatial transition layer that absorbed approximately 60% of the anchor pulse, giving him 1.5 seconds of slowed mobility rather than 0. 1.5 seconds, she had said during the planning session, was not 0. He phased through the east wall at 4:17 in the morning and found all 8 of them awake, positioned, and waiting. She had given the team a 6-hour warning through the lattice, Ghost Douluo's departure from his last known position, his approach trajectory, his expected arrival window. They had been awake since midnight, running through the response protocol without lights, using the pre-positioned contingency Tang San had built specifically for this, a 3-stage spatial anchor array embedded in the floor of the estate's main room, each stage triggered in sequence, each creating a progressively shorter but more focused anchor effect. Stage 1. Ghost Douluo's 1.5-second window was reduced to 0.8 seconds by the floor ray's first pulse. Juzwing was already in motion from the moment he solidified. Stage 2 fired at 0.4 seconds, catching Ghost Douluo mid-attempt to rephase, creating a full arrest. 6 contacts in 0.9 seconds, Hell Civet, White Tiger, Blue Silver Grass, Phoenix Fire, 2 rending wing slashes aimed at the probability threads showing his rephase attempt before it completed. He went down. Not dead. Not yet dead. Ghost Douluo at his full capability was a titled Douluo Adjacent, a spirit master at rank 89 who had been cultivating evasion techniques for 30 years. He had resources she had not fully mapped, and the lattice was showing her a branch where those resources allowed him to phase partially even through the second anchor stage. She fired the third stage before he could consolidate the partial phase. Total arrest. 0.7 seconds. Tang San's final strike was clean and final, because Tang San had decided what this engagement required and had built the preparation for that decision into every piece of the plan. Ghost Douluo was gone. The estate was silent. Outside, the pre-dawn sky was beginning to lighten. The 8 of them stood in the room and there was a specific quality to the silence that followed, not celebration, not relief, not quite either. Something more like completion, the closing of a thread that had been open since the first butterfly wing had been pressed to a dead diplomat's chest. She sat down. She was very tired. Oscar said, quietly, from somewhere to her left, "Good morning." Ma Hongjun made a sound that was either a laugh or a relieved exhale. Maybe both. She thought, Ghost Douluo is dead, and the communication blackout is still running, and Spirit Hall's response to Ghost Douluo's death will drive Bibi Don to take the field personally, and that is the thread that was always coming, the confrontation the lattice had been showing her at the center of this map. 2 months to the chrysalis. She was going to need rank 70 before the chrysalis arrived. The rank 70 breakthrough, rainbow wings, active fate steering, the ability to push threads instead of just read them. She closed her eyes for one moment, let herself be tired, then opened them again. "Flender will need the report," she said. "In an hour," Flender said, from his position near the door. She had forgotten he was in the room, which happened rarely. He had been very still. "In an hour. Rest for an hour first." She extended the probability read and found Ghost Douluo's signature compressed and thin to nothing, and thought, one threat removed, the largest still waiting. She sat with that for a moment. Not triumphant, the situation didn't call for triumph. Ghost Douluo had been sent to destroy them and had been defeated instead, and that was the correct outcome, but it did not produce the uncomplicated satisfaction that smaller victories had. It produced a specific gravity, the understanding that something had been ended, and that ending it had cost something that would not be visible in any after-action report. She ran the probability threads forward. Spirit Hall's response to Ghost Douluo's defeat was already taking shape in the 6-stream view, accelerated escalation, Jianrenshu mobilizing, the direct engagement that Bibi Dong had been working toward since the first letter. 2 weeks. The window was shrinking. She needed rank 70. She was at 67. 3 ranks in 2 weeks was not the acceleration she had been building toward, it was the maximum of what was physically achievable at her current base. She was going to have to push. 2 weeks, she told Tang San, after she had processed the probability threads and confirmed the timeline. He looked at her. He understood immediately what 2 weeks meant. He had been watching the cultivation arc alongside her close enough to know exactly what the gap was. "Then we start the push tonight," he said. "Yes," she said. They went to prepare the cultivation chamber. Whatever came next was waiting for them to be ready, and they were going to be ready, or as close to it as 2 weeks allowed. She rested for an hour, And when it was done, she extended the probability read and found Ghost Douluo's signature compressed and thin to nothing, and thought, one threat removed, the largest still waiting. Chapter 94. 2 weeks after Ghost Douluo's death, Spirit Hall responded. The response was not Bibi Dong personally, not yet. The response was Qian Rinxu at the head of a 30-strong Spirit Hall elite force, targeting the Shrek 8 Devil's last known operating location. She had seen this coming. The probability lattice had been showing her the probability cascade since the tower strikes. Spirit Hall's loss of Ghost Douluo combined with the communication blackout and the loss of 3 relay towers had produced a cascade toward maximum force response. Qian Rinxu leading it was the most efficient use of Spirit Hall's highest capability asset outside of Bibi Dong herself. The team was not at the Borderland estate when Qian Rinxu's force arrived. They were 30 miles north, having relocated at the lattice's recommendation 16 hours prior. She ran the forward sense on the abandoned estate, the approach, the search, the systematic documentation of the space. Qian Rinxu was thorough. She did not destroy the estate, she catalogued it, which was more concerning than destruction would have been. Spirit Hall was building a case. She'll find the Tang sect communications array, Tang San said. Yes. Lian Yue had factored this in. The outpost location is not stored in the array's routing memory, I had that removed before we used it here. She'll find the device and trace its manufacturer signature to Tang sect provenance, which she already suspects. She looked at the lattice's cascade. She's also going to find the spatial anchor array housing in the main room floor. And know that we were prepared for Ghost Douluo specifically, Tang San said. Yes. She'll know we had advance warning. She'll report that to Bibi Dong. She paused. This is the point where Bibi Dong stops using assets to find us and starts coming herself. The team absorbed this with a specific quality of calm that was not the absence of fear but the presence of preparation. They had been building toward this confrontation since the projection in the East Garden. They had known it was coming. When? Flender asked. She ran the lattice at maximum extension. The cascade was clear in one direction and completely opaque in another. Bibi Dong's actions, as always, generating no readable probability threads in the standard field. What she could read was the downstream, the things that would happen after Bibi Dong moved, the secondary consequences that propagated through probability structures she could see. 2 to 3 weeks, she said. The Bibi Dong blind spot is absolute for the initial action. I can see the aftermath. She looked at the table. I need rank 70 before she moves. A week, she thought. Rank 66 currently. 4 ranks in a week was extreme, not impossible at this cultivation level, with a sealed chamber equivalent and the specific intensity she was capable of sustaining, but not comfortable. Not safe, exactly. Nothing in the next 2 months was safe. I'll start tonight, she said, and this time she did not need to close a conversation with a look, because the team was past the stage of needing anything closed. They simply began the planning for the next 48 hours, and she carried the rank target alongside everything else, and the calendar moved, and she moved with it. The rank push itself would require 3 concentrated cultivation sessions at the Butterfly System's edge, be intensive work, the kind that left her vulnerable for the 12-hour recovery window afterward. She would need to schedule those sessions during periods when the team could cover her exposure. Tang San had already noted this in the planning conversation without her asking, which was typical of him and still surprised her slightly every time. She thought about where rank 75 would put her on the probability architecture scale. The butterfly domain would expand from 10 meters to 15, the fate steering window would open to continental level thread manipulation at extreme cost, the probability lattice's fine detail range would extend to full city coverage rather than district level. All of these would be useful in the chrysalis engagement. All of them would cost cultivation hours she did not have to spare. She started tonight. The next 48 hours would tell her what she could afford to push. The cultivation push started the moment they confirmed the Highland camp was secured and the team's positions were stable. She entered the sealed cultivation chamber, the portable version that Tang San had built into the outpost structure, a smaller and less powerful variant than Shrek Academy's East Wing chamber but still significantly more concentrated than ambient cultivation, and pushed. Rank 67 to 68, 6 hours. She rested 4 hours, 8, rested 2 more. Rank 68 to 69, 8 hours. Harder, the boundary thicker, the butterfly's wings straining against the internal resistance of rank advancement at this level. She emerged at rank 69 after 16 hours of sequential cultivation with 2 rest periods, her cultivation sense slightly numbed at the edges in the way that intensive pushing sometimes produced, the probability threads at reduced resolution. She had 2 weeks. She had 2 ranks left to reach 70. The forward sense at reduced resolution showed her the shape of the next 48 hours, the recovery session she needed, the team's current position, Qianrenchu's deployment timeline. Qianrenchu was moving faster than the original projection had suggested. Spirit Hall had given her authorization to deploy resources at a level that indicated she had been elevated to direct operational command of the Shrek interdiction mission. This was the escalation. This was the thing she had been building toward managing. She needed rank 70 before Qianrenchu arrived. She needed to enter whatever confrontation Spirit Hall was building toward from a position where the chrysalis was achievable on the other side. She went to plan the remaining 48 hours, working the timeline backward from what was required and forward from what was available. The math was tight. The math was workable. She went back to the cultivation chamber. She started tonight. The next 48 hours would tell her what she could afford to push. Chapter 95. She reached rank 70 on the 7th day of the push, in the pre-dawn of a Thursday morning in late spring, in the estate's storage room that she had converted to a cultivation space with 3 cultivating lamps and a sealed air barrier Tang San had installed to contain the bee runoff. The rank 70 breakthrough was the most significant transformation she had undergone since rank 60. The prophetic butterfly's wings completed the second phase of their evolution. The gold gave way to rainbow, iridescent, shifting with every movement of cultivated energy through her spirit channels. She felt the wings manifest in her physical spiritual projection for the first time, not just internal, but radiating a faint visible aura. The rainbow iridescence was subtle. To a spirit sense scan it would be immediately recognizable as advanced butterfly-type cultivation. She could no longer hide what she was through simple probability management. The aura was visible. The new capability was exactly what the outline had shown it would be, active fate steering. Not reading probability threads, writing them. Pushing minor events in desired directions at a constant low B cost, the way a current pushes a leaf. She could not direct large events, a tidal Douluo's actions, a war front's momentum, not at rank 70. But she could nudge, a guard stepping left instead of right, a supply convoy taking the east road rather than the west, a messenger arriving 30 minutes early or late. She tested it carefully over the first 2 hours, mapping the cost and the limits. The B expenditure per steering was low, comparable to a standard forward sense read, not the significant cost of a major thread alteration. She could sustain continuous low-level steering for approximately 6 hours before requiring rest. 6 hours of fate writing. At low level, the vision of what 6 hours of fate writing could do to a battlefield if applied correctly, and the thought was large enough that she had to set it aside and come back to it in pieces. Tang San was awake when she came out of the storage room. He was in the main room with the fabrication drawings and a cup of tea, working at the pre-dawn hour in the way he worked, steadily, without urgency, making something better. He looked up and saw the rainbow aura. Rank 70, he said. Yes. His gaze settled on her with the expression she had catalogued under, seeing her completely, not the managed version. Not the profile. The whole thing. The fate steering is active? He asked. Testing it now. She sat down across from him. I need to understand its interaction with the chrysalis approach before I commit to using it. She met his eyes. The probability observer appeared again this morning. Closer than before. Before or after the breakthrough? During. She picked up the tea he had left at her side of the table. He had prepared it before she arrived, which she was no longer surprised by. At the exact moment the rank 70 threshold crossed. He paused. My father's note. Yes. She drank the tea and thought about thresholds and the decisions that followed them and the probability observer that was watching and the chrysalis that was coming. Whatever decision it's waiting for, she said, I think the rank 70 breakthrough was step 1. She set the cup down. I'll know what step 2 is when it arrives. He met her eyes with the full weight of his attention and said, whatever it is, you are not making it alone. She looked at the fabrication drawings and the cup in the room and thought, no. Probably not alone, this time. That was new. She filed it under, progress, and then she heard movement in the compound and knew the 3 days had started, and fate steering or not, rank 70 or not, she was not done building yet. The 3 days of recovery were useful not just for the toxin clearance but for the probability architecture recalibration. After a rank breakthrough of this magnitude, Spirit Sage, rank 70, the 7th ring, the prophetic butterfly's probability field integration changed in ways that required recalibration before she could run reliable foresight reads again. The change at rank 70 was this: the foresight window had previously been a projection outward from her position, a read of probability threads in the environment around her. At rank 70, the window began to function partially as what the butterfly system called active fate steering, Not just reading probability threads but altering the weighting of outcomes without full fate shattering. Small adjustments. Thumbs on the scale rather than full redirection. She had been doing versions of this for months at rank 65 to 69, the way a skilled martial artist learned techniques at a lower level than they were formally acquired. But the formal acquisition at rank 70 made the ability structural rather than effortful. It was now part of what she was rather than something she was reaching for. The 3-day recalibration was for understanding the new scope. What she could reach. What the steering cost at different levels of force. Where the limits were. She mapped it carefully, because going into a Qianringshu engagement with miscalibrated probability architecture was a specific type of dangerous she had already encountered once and did not intend to repeat. The 3 days ended. She was not done building. But she was better built than she had been. She went back inside to work. Chapter 96 Qianringshu arrived for the second time as an official Spirit Hall envoy, carrying a sealed message from Bibi Dong in her right hand and radiating the rainbow cultivation aura of rank 89 in a way that was neither concealed nor aggressive, simply present, the way very capable people are present. She came to the Heaven Dome military outpost where the team had relocated after the estate, under the diplomatic escort of a Spirit Hall neutral envoy designation that technically required both parties to maintain peaceful conduct during the exchange. The team was assembled in the outpost's briefing room. Flender was present. The Heaven Dome garrison commander had offered to sit in. Lian Yue had suggested politely that the commander attend as an observer with no speaking role. Qianringshu set the sealed message on the table and said, Bibi Dong's formal offer. The terms are, Lian Yue surrenders herself voluntarily to Spirit Hall's authority and training program. In exchange, a cessation of Spirit Hall's military campaign, full withdrawal from both Empire territories, and a guarantee of non-interference with Shrek Academy's continued operation. The room was quiet. Lian Yue ran the lattice on the offers downstream. The cascade showed, if she accepted, the war ended within 30 days. Approximately 400,000 fewer casualties in the military campaign's next phase. Spirit Hall's power remained intact and dominant. The chrysalis arrived in 2 months with Lian Yue inside Spirit Hall's institutional framework. If she rejected, the war continued. The 8 Devils' specific capabilities made them the most effective force Spirit Hall could not coordinate against. Ghost Douluo was gone. The relay towers were dark. The empires had 2 months to press whatever advantage they could gain before the chrysalis became the primary concern for everyone. She let the silence run long enough that the room became very still. Then Tang San said, from his position to her right, come for her, and you come through all 8 of us. She had not expected him to speak first. She looked at him, and his expression was absolutely clear, the way a decision looks when it has been made and is simply being stated, without performance, without emphasis beyond the fact itself. All 8, Daimubai said. Around the table, Juzhing's brief nod. Oscar's steady look. Ning Rongrong's chin up. Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire visible at his fingertips, not aggressive, just there. Xiao Wu, who looked at Qianringshu with the specific calm of someone very old and very certain about what they were choosing. Lian Yue thought about 400,000 people. She thought about the war and its costs. She thought about what Spirit Hall would do with the prophetic butterfly and its training program, not kill her, not waste her, but use her as an instrument to rewrite fate in Spirit Hall's direction for whatever remained of her cultivation life. She considered the chrysalis arriving at a Spirit Hall compound where she had no team, no alliances, and a blind spot that Bibi Dong could exploit at will. She looked at Qianringshu. You have your answer. Qianringshu stood, gathering the sealed message, still sealed, since Lian Yue had not opened it and would not need to. She looked at the room with the expression of someone who had expected this outcome and had come prepared for the next step. Then we will, she said, and the words had the specific weight of a promise being made, not a threat. Bibi Dong takes the field in 3 days. She left. The room held the silence until the outpost door closed. 3 days, Flender said. We have 3 days. To do what? Oscar asked. Lian Yue was already running the lattice. Bibi Dong's blind spot was absolute, she could not see the initial action. But she could see the downstream, and the downstream showed a specific topology for the confrontation, somewhere in the northern province, a battlefield already forming, the probability threads converging on a time and place regardless of what route either side took. She looked at the table, the 8 people who had just said, come through us all, and thought about what was coming, and about rank 70, and about fate steering, and about the probability observer that was closer than ever. We have 3 days, she said, to become everything we need to be, and then we find out if it's enough. The room held that for a moment. Then Flender said, then use them. and the team dispersed into the night to begin. She stayed at the table for a moment after the others left and ran the lattice one more time, not looking for new information but doing what she had learned to do before: important things, confirming what she already knew, pressing the forward sense against the edge of the blind spot to map its exact shape. The blind spot held. Bibi Dong moved without generating probability signatures she could read. Whatever the Supreme Pontiff had planned, it would arrive from outside her window. She thought, 3 days. 70 years of cultivation compressed into 3 days of everything she could still reach. She closed the lattice and went to begin. The deciding was not in 3 days. The deciding was tonight, in every hour she did not waste. The 3-day window before Qian Rinxu's formal departure was also the final preparation window before the chrysalis. She had understood this from the moment the lattice had shown her the convergent timeline. These were not separate challenges arriving in sequence but parallel tracks that would intersect at the same point. She used the first day for Ring 7 integration practice. The 7th Soul Ring skill, Fate's Network, a probability field manipulation that allowed her to plant a limited number of probability seeds in an environment and harvest their outcomes at a later point, required the most practice of any skill she had developed. The seeds were powerful but demanded precise planting. She had used them once at full deployment in the Spirit Hall Tower operation and twice in controlled practice sessions. She needed to be able to deploy them fluidly before the chrysalis. By the end of the first day she could plant 3 seeds simultaneously and harvest 2 in parallel. Better. Not yet sufficient. The second day she spent on the physical recovery from the rank 70 push, the depressed sessions, the cultivation supplement routine, the careful re-expansion of the forward senses resolution from the reduced state that intensive pushing had produced. By evening the probability threads were clear again. The 6-stream view was stable. The third day was preparation. She sat in the cultivation chamber and ran the full chrysalis protocol in sequence, not the compression itself, but every step preceding it. The butterfly moved with the steady readiness of something that had been waiting for exactly this. She was ready. On the morning of the 4th day, Qian Rinxu would come, and Lian Yue would be on the other side of everything she had built toward. The deciding was not in 3 days. The deciding was tonight, in every hour she did not waste. Chapter 97. 3 days passed with the specific quality of time that compresses under pressure, not slow, not fast, but full, every hour occupied with something that mattered. Tang San built 2 more devices. The second-generation anti-phase weapons were now adjusted for Bibi Dong rather than Ghost Douluo, a different application of the spatial anchor principle, targeting the spiritual projection technique rather than a phasing ability. Whether the device would work against the Supreme Pontiff's cultivation level was uncertain. Tang San built it anyway, because the alternative was facing her with one fewer option. Lian Yue spent 20 hours running continuous fate steering at low level, mapping the precise speed cost and duration curves for the new ability. She identified 3 specific applications that the lattice showed as high value against a tidal Douluo scale confrontation: micro-displacement of intended strike geometry, supply degradation at the opponent's energy intake points, and a cascade trigger that could amplify the downstream effect of a single action into a series of forced responses. None of these were certain to work against Bibi Dong. She could not run probability reads against the Supreme Pontiff's direct actions. But they could work against the battlefield context around Bibi Dong, and that was a form of leverage. Xiao Wu trained without restraint for the full 3 days. Whatever she was releasing had been building for years, and the release was controlled but not contained. She was not suppressing anything anymore. The cultivation density at her position in the butterfly domain's range was rising perceptibly each hour, and Tang San watched her train with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously. The team briefed the Heaven-O military command on the expected confrontation's shape. She gave them the operational intelligence the forward sense had built over the past 2 days. Bibi Dong's force would move from the northwest, the engagement would occur in a specific valley northeast of the current position, the Spirit Hall force would be 40 to 60 high-rank Spirit Masters with 3 or 4 title Douluo-level commanders. The Shrek 8 Devils would be the cutting edge. The Empire's armies would hold the flanks and prevent the Spirit Hall force from routing around them. On the 3rd evening, Flender called her aside. "The war ends here," he said. "Not a question. If everything works," she said. "Or it doesn't end. It escalates. And if Bibi Dong is what you think she is, operating in your blind spot, carrying something beyond standard title Douluo capability, then we find out what we're actually capable of when we meet something that can't be predicted." She looked at him. "Flender. I have been in this academy for a year and 2 months. In that time, I know what you've done," he said. "I'm asking if you are ready for what happens when you can't control it." She thought about the probability observer, closer than it had ever been, and the decision Tang San's father had written about. "No," she said honestly. "But ready isn't always the requirement. Present is the requirement. And I am going to be present." He grunted. "Good," he said. "That's all I needed to know." She went back to the planning room, and the team was there, and the night was quiet around the outpost, and somewhere in the northern province the battlefield was already being shaped by the movement of armies and intentions she could not fully see, and she was going to walk into it in the morning regardless, because that was what you did when you had committed to being present. She extended the cascade read one final time that night. The cascade paths through the battle were clear for the first 20 hours and then diverged into the Bibidong blind spot, a wall she had learned to treat as a hard limit rather than a puzzle. She could not see through it. She could not plan around it completely. She could only make the approach as strong as possible and meet whatever was on the other side with everything she had. Dai Mubai was at the table, reviewing the sub-team assignments. Juzwing was already doing her final preparations. Oscar was asleep, or performing asleep, the way he did when he wanted everyone to feel that someone had achieved rest. Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire was visible even from across the room, a warmth under his skin that was not going out. She looked at them and thought, they are as ready as they are going to be. So am I. Tomorrow came, and the valley was waiting, and the blind spot was waiting, and the thing the probability observer had been watching for was possibly waiting too. She thought, ready or not, we find out in the morning. She thought about what readiness actually meant at this point, not the abstract concept but the specific, concrete content of it. The ring skill suite she had built, butterfly veil, mirror crane extension, fate swing/rending, fate's eye extended, fate's sight broaden, the 6-stream probability lattice, fate's network seeds. The cultivation at rank 70, the largest base she had ever had. The anti-phase weapons, distributed and tested. The team formation, drilled through dozens of shared engagements until the coordination was automatic. The 3-day rest had settled the cultivation advancement cleanly. The cultivation sense was no longer numbed at the edges. The probability threads were running at full resolution, the 6-stream view stable and clear. She was ready. The thing she could not prepare for, the chrysalis interior. She would enter the compression tomorrow and nothing after that initial descent would be visible through the forward sense. She would be operating in conditions she had planned for but could not preview. She would be doing the hardest thing she had ever done in this world in a state of complete uncertainty about its internal landscape. This was the part she had been carrying alone. Not the preparation, the team had helped her prepare. The specific nature of what she was walking into. That was hers. She thought about Flender's note, don't carry it alone. That's an order that doesn't expire. She thought, I am carrying this part. I am carrying it alone because it cannot be shared. But I am carrying it surrounded by people who know I am carrying it, and that is different from actually alone. It would have to be enough. It was enough. She went to sleep. She thought, ready or not, we find out in the morning. Chapter 98. The battle began before dawn on a Friday morning, in the valley northeast of the Heaven Do forward position. She had been running fate steering at low level since midnight, small nudges, accumulated through the 6-hour window, a patrol rotation that brought the Heaven Do cavalry to the valley's east flank an hour earlier than scheduled, a Spirit Hall supply column delayed by a debris slide on the northwest road that the fate steering had seeded 12 hours prior with a single well-placed stone in an unstable slope, 3 guard rotation timing adjustments that gave the Empire's forces a 12-minute window of reduced pressure at the central approach. None of these were decisive individually. Together, in the specific topology of the battle's opening hour, they created a series of small advantages that compounded. She stood at the battle's center with the 8 devils around her and the butterfly domain active at full range, 10 meters, perfect probability perception, and ran fate steering and position calls simultaneously, the 2 abilities working in parallel for the first time at this scale. Tang San's blue-silver grass networked through the Heaven Do infantry formation, the vine web creating a connectivity system that allowed her domain calls to reach every formation simultaneously. She called adjustments in real time as the fate steering shifted the battle's topology, and the Heaven Do force moved with a coherence it had not had in any previous engagement. The Spirit Hall elite force was very good. 43 high-rank Spirit Masters and 3 titled Douluo-level commanders, not Bibidong, which meant the Supreme Pontiff was holding position somewhere, waiting for the right moment. The butterfly mirror had been registering her spiritual signature at the edge of range since the first hour, watching. 2 hours into the engagement, the Spirit Hall forces' left flank collapsed, a combination of the cavalry deployment Lian Yue had seeded, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire at full undisguised capability, and Dai Mubai and Juzking's Hell White Tiger fusion breaking the flank's anchor point simultaneously. With the left flank gone, the Spirit Hall formation's communication structure fractured. Without Ghost Douluo to thread communication through Spirit Hall's side, and with the relay towers still offline, the 30-plus remaining Spirit Hall Spirit Masters were operating without coordination. She pushed the fate steering into the fracture, not forcing outcomes but seeding conditions that made the already collapsing coordination collapse faster. 4 force responses in sequence, each generating the next, the cascade running itself. The Spirit Hall force broke and retreated. She watched the retreat and ran the lattice forward and found what she expected. The 3 title Douluo commanders had pulled back with the force, but the butterfly mirror was still registering Bibi Dong's signature, closer now, no longer at range, within the outer edge of her foresight window. The Supreme Pontiff had watched the battle end and had not committed to the field. She was evaluating. Lian Yue let the fate steering rest, conserving B, and thought, she is deciding whether I am worth the cost of a direct confrontation. She is calculating whether my capability justifies her direct involvement. In the probability field, the chrysalis was 6 weeks away. She thought, come, then. Let's find out what you've calculated. Hold position, she said to the team. The battle is over. The war isn't. She extended the fate map from the cleared valley while the Heaven Do cavalry completed their circuit and the Spirit Hall remnant retreated northwest. The cascade forward was complex. The battle had produced 12 significant probability shifts, each one ramifying into the next wave setup. Bibi Dong's signature in the butterfly mirror was steady. Present. Watching. She was building something. The Supreme Pontiff, Lian Yue, could feel it in the probability structure the same way you could feel a storm building in atmospheric pressure before the first visible sign appeared. The mathematical density of potential action was rising at Bibi Dong's position. The evaluation phase was ending. She thought, 3 days. We have perhaps 3 days before she commits. She looked at Tang San, who was looking at the northern ridgeline where Spirit Hall had retreated. He felt her attention and turned, and in the look between them was the shorthand of people who have been working the same problem together long enough to communicate what mattered in a glance. She's coming, she said. She's coming, she said. I know, he said, and the valley was quiet around them, and 6 weeks to the chrysalis was now 5 weeks and 4 days, and nothing was over yet. The battle had cost her something she needed to quantify before the chrysalis. Fate steering at 6 hours of accumulated low-level application was within the butterfly energy parameters she had mapped for the pre-chrysalis period, but it was at the high end. She had burned more than she had intended to on the patrol rotation management in the first 2 hours of the operation. The probabilities there had been more resistant than the initial read had suggested, requiring 3 applications where she had planned for 1. She was not in danger of B depletion. But she was carrying a lower reserve than she had wanted to carry into the next engagement, which was Qianringshu in 3 days. She ran the numbers. B recovery rate at current cultivation, 31 hours to full reserve. She had 67 hours before the projected Qianringshu confrontation. Full recovery was achievable, with 12 hours of margin. She filed this under, acceptable, monitor. Not ideal. Acceptable. The valley was beginning to lighten at its eastern edge, not dawn, but the pre-dawn that preceded it by an hour. Around her, the team was moving through post-battle maintenance, equipment check, cultivation check, quiet communication. The specific competent quiet of people who had been through enough of these moments that the routine no longer required direction. She thought, this is what we built. Not the individual ranks, not the ring skills. This. The team that knows what to do when the battle is over. She breathed the pre-dawn air and let herself be present in the valley for a moment before the next thing arrived. The next thing was coming. But so was dawn. And dawn was first. I know, he said, and the valley was quiet around them, and 6 weeks to the chrysalis was now 5 weeks and 4 days, and nothing was over yet. Chapter 99. The Qianringshu confrontation came 3 days after the valley battle, not from Bibi Dong, a final assessment, she understood, before the Supreme Pontiff committed personally. Qianringshu came without the 30-strong escort. She came alone, which was its own form of statement about how she rated the Shrek 8 devils, not as something requiring force to address but as something requiring a specific kind of engagement. She announced herself to the perimeter watch and asked for Lian Yue specifically. They met in the valley that had been cleared of Spirit Hall forces, a deliberate choice by Qianringshu, Lian Yue thought, picking a space that was already established in both their probability fields as a confrontation ground. The 8 devils were present, positioned. Qianringshu was alone. The arithmetic of capability was complicated. Qianringshu at rank 89, versus 8 Spirit Masters whose highest rank was Tang San at 58 and Lian Yue at 70. By pure power, Qianrenshu was capable of ending the engagement quickly against most configurations. Lian Yue opened with fate steering. Not a dramatic opening, she had learned, in the months of practice, that the most effective fate steering was invisible. A guard's footing shifted slightly wrong, a breath taken at the wrong moment, a combat instinct firing at the wrong angle because the universe's small events had been nudged into an unfavorable alignment. Qianrenshu was a rank 89 spirit master with extraordinary combat experience. She could not be defeated by force. She could be navigated, carefully, into positions where her decisions cost her more than they should. Qianrenshu's first 3 exchanges were against Lian Yue directly, angel spirit techniques that should have ended the engagement at their rank differential. Lian Yue used the pre-mapped thread reads, the butterfly domain, the fate steering in combination, and moved through the first exchange without being hit. Not because she was faster. Because the exchange Qianrenshu threw had already been steered, slightly, into a geometry where it missed. Qianrenshu paused after the third exchange. Her expression was not frustrated, it was the expression of someone recalibrating against information they had not expected. You're not dodging, she said. No. You're changing where I'm aiming. Approximately. Qianrenshu looked at her with the specific quality of a very capable fighter encountering a capability they have no counter for, not panic, not despair, but the absolute stillness of someone recognizing that the fight's parameters have shifted outside their preparation. She pressed anyway, because she was Qianrenshu and that was what she did. The next 12 exchanges were faster and harder and Lian Yue's bee was burning with the fate steering maintenance while the 8 devils held position, not attacking, giving her the space to work. On the 13th exchange, Qianrenshu reached the edge of the fate steering's effective range. She had been pushing the geometry of her own attacks slightly outside Lian Yue's steering window, forcing the conflict onto terms where raw power was the deciding variable. Lian Yue stopped steering. She let the most probable thread run, and the most probable thread was that Qianrenshu's next strike would land. Qianrenshu struck, and walked directly into the collapsed structure that Tang San had prepared 3 days ago, during the night before the valley battle, based on Lian Yue's lattice projection that this exact confrontation would happen in this exact location and Qianrenshu would be pressing from exactly this angle at approximately this moment. The structure came down in a controlled collapse, Tang San's precision engineering, not destructive, not lethal, but sufficient. Qianrenshu's angel spirit technique was still active, still powerful. She was not seriously injured. She was, for the moment, contained. The probability field showed a thread for the next 4 seconds where she extracted from the collapse with full capability. Lian Yue used the last viable moment of fate steering to nudge the thread slightly, just enough. The extraction took 15 seconds. Qianrenshu emerged from the rubble with a specific look on her face, not anger, not humiliation, but the look of someone who has encountered a capability that completely outclasses her understanding of what was possible, and who is now constructing a new mental model as fast as she can. This information goes to Bibi Dong, Lian Yue said. Of course it does, Qianrenshu said. Her voice was entirely level. She dusted stone chips from her robe. She will be interested. I know. Lian Yue looked at her steadily. Tell her, the chrysalis arrives in 6 weeks. Whatever she is planning to do about the prophetic butterfly, she has 6 weeks to do it before the chrysalis becomes the only relevant question on this continent. Qianrenshu looked at her, a long, measuring look that carried the specific weight of a very capable person deciding whether to extend a category of respect they had not previously extended. I'll tell her, she said, and left. She stood in the cleared valley and felt the bee running low in her core and thought, Bibi Dong knows everything now. Everything I can do. Everything the fate steering looks like. Everything it costs. She was going to come with her full capability and full preparation against an opponent she now fully understood, and had 3 days to prepare a response to that understanding. 6 weeks. Chapter 100. She was in the valley field with Tang San when the message arrived through the Tang sect communication array, 3 weeks after the Qianrenshu confrontation, on a Tuesday afternoon when the spring was turning toward early summer. The message was from Flender, relaying intelligence from the Heaven Do diplomatic service. Bibi Dong had taken the field personally, leading a spirit hall force of unprecedented scale, moving toward the northern valley position. She and Tang San were alone in the field because she had been running a specific training exercise with him, the dual spirit resonance they had discovered at the valley battle, the emergent effect of his blue-silver grass networking and her butterfly domain operating simultaneously. They had been testing whether it could be activated deliberately rather than as an emergence, and the training had been producing results. She was at the exercise's midpoint when the message arrived. She ran the lattice immediately. Bibi Dong's approach, the force scale, The timeline. She could not read Bibi Dong's personal actions. She could read the approach of the force around her, 48 title Douluo level combatants, Spirit Hall's full offensive capability, moving at a pace that would reach the Northern Valley within 4 hours. 4 hours. "We need to move," she said. Tang San was already reading the message. "The team is 2 hours back. We have enough time to reach them if we start now." She looked at the lattice. Ghost Douluo is dead. Qianrenshu knows the fate steering. Bibi Dong has her full force. She is not coming for negotiation. I know. She met his eyes and he held them, and between them the dual spirit resonance was active. She could feel the blue-silver grasses network capacity interfacing with the butterfly domain at the edge of conscious activation, the two spirits resonating at a frequency she had not encountered before in all her months of cultivation. They had been discovering what this was for 3 weeks. She still did not know what it would do at full activation against a title Douluo opponent. She was about to find out. They moved, fast, back toward the team's position, and behind them, 4 hours away, Bibi Dong was advancing with the full weight of Spirit Hall behind her, and the war was collapsing from a continental conflict into a single point, and the chrysalis was 5 weeks behind that, and in the probability lattice the cascade was running in directions she could not fully resolve. She ran the fate steering at minimum cost to conserve B, ceding small advantages along the route, nothing decisive, just the accumulated tilting of the small things in the 4 hours she had. They reached the team at the 2-hour mark. The briefing was fast. The 8 of them moved north to the valley position. At the 1-hour mark, she felt Bibi Dong's spiritual signature in the butterfly mirror for the first time without projection, direct, physical, close. The dark gold pattern beneath the white silk. The dual title Douluo cultivation, massive and old and absolutely certain of itself. At the 30-minute mark, she felt Ghost Douluo's replacement, a new Spirit Hall assassin she had been watching in the lattice for 2 weeks, bone type, rank 86. Moving from the east. A flanking element. At the 15-minute mark, she felt the Spirit Hall formation close around the valley's approaches. "They're going to trap us in the valley," she said. Tang San said, "Then we don't let them close the trap." And his expression was the one she had learned to trust above almost any other signal, not calm, not cold, but present, completely present, making a decision that was already made and simply being carried out. They pressed into the valley rather than retreating from it, because retreating let the trap close, and moving forward put them inside Bibi Dong's position rather than outside it, which changed the geometry of every Spirit Hall flanking movement simultaneously. She activated the butterfly domain at full range. She began fate steering at full cost, not the low-level maintenance but the active push, burning B at the maximum sustainable rate, steering the battle's opening geometry as fast as she could. And then the Spirit Hall flanking element struck from the east, not the bone type, not where the lattice had shown it, which meant something had changed outside her read window, and something hit her left shoulder. Not a technique impact. A spirit bone spike, driven through the bone-type Spirit Master's physical cultivation, moving faster than the fate steering could account for because it had not been in the 48-hour window's prediction because the bone-type had been reassigned to this attack in the past 12 hours, inside her blind spot. She felt it land. She felt the B drop, not to zero, but close, the fate steering collapsing because the B required to maintain it was no longer sufficient, the butterfly domain shrinking to half range, the forward sense going narrow. She did not go down immediately. She had trained for this, long sessions on high-impact management, the specific technique of redistributing cultivation energy to stabilize around a wound. She pressed the redistribution, held the domain at half range, tried to maintain the minimum fate steering rate. She heard Tang San say her name. Not the operational call, not position or incoming. Her name. Her actual name, in the voice that broke when he said it, that she had never heard break before. She pressed the redistribution harder. She heard Xiao Wu engage, she could feel it through the domain's reduced range, the full undisguised capability Xiao Wu had been releasing for weeks, driving toward the bone-type assassin with the specific intent of someone who has decided on a final outcome. She thought, hold. Hold the domain. Keep the information flowing. The B was very low. The butterfly was urgent in her chest, not the urgency of the past months but a different kind, the kind that was telling her something she did not yet know how to hear. She thought, I am still standing. I am still here. And she pressed the cultivation energy to the wound, and the domain held at 30% range, and in the reduced field she could see everything that mattered, Tang San, Xiao Wu, 6 others, 8 points of light in the probability field, all of them still burning, and she thought, not yet. Not yet. We are not done. She stood. Chapter 101. The week after the battle was the longest week of Lian Yue's year in this world. The spirit bone spike had carried a toxin, a secondary payload she had not seen in the probability lattice because the bone-type assassin had been reassigned inside her blind spot. The toxin was a soul suppression compound, not immediately dangerous, not permanently damaging at the dose she had received, but it inhibited spiritual ability for approximately 7 to 10 days depending on the individual's cultivation resistance. Without the forward sense, she had known, intellectually, what it was like to lose the foresight. The Zhao Huang incident with the soul suppression artifact had given her 40 minutes of blindness in her first year at the academy. That had been terrifying and survivable. This was different. This was a week. 7 days of waking up and reaching for the probability field and finding nothing there. Tang San barely left her side. She noticed this in the first 2 days as operational data. He was monitoring the wound, monitoring the toxin clearance, managing her cultivation supplement schedule, and then she noticed it differently on the third day, when the supplement cups were already there before she woke up, and when she looked at the doorway he was there, simply present, not performing anything. "You should sleep," she said on the fourth morning. "I did," he said. 2 hours. "I'm fine." She ran the butterfly mirror instead of the forward sense. The mirror was less dependent on active probability reading and the toxin suppression had not fully blocked it. Through the mirror she could see the immediate spiritual environment, the signatures of people nearby, the basic cultivation states of the team. She could not plan. She could not steer. She could monitor. It was less than she was used to by a very large margin. She was managing. Xiao Wu came 3 times a day with food, and on the second day she did not leave after dropping off the meal. She sat down and held Lian Yue's hand and said nothing for an hour. It was not uncomfortable. It was the specific warmth of someone choosing to be present without requiring anything in return. On the 5th day, Lian Yue said, "In the original story, you sacrificed yourself for him." "I know," Xiao Wu said. "You told me. I need you to understand what that means that you didn't." She looked at the ceiling. "Every scenario I've run that involves the chrysalis, the subsequent events, the fate pool, every thread I can see in the next year, you are alive in them. You are there. That has value I cannot calculate precisely." Xiao Wu was quiet for a moment. "Is this your way of saying thank you for not dying?" "It's my way of saying I needed you to not die. And I needed it before I even knew I needed it." She looked at Xiao Wu. "I designed the changed timeline around keeping you alive, before we were friends, because I knew what you were worth. Now I know you specifically. Both reasons are true at once." Xiao Wu absorbed this with the stillness she used for important things. "That's a very complicated version of I care about you," she said at last. "I know," Lian Yue said. "I care about you too," Xiao Wu said. "In the simpler version." And she went back to holding Lian Yue's hand, and the afternoon light came through the window, and the forward sense was still absent, and the three of them, in whatever configuration the world did not yet have a word for, were not a triangle. They were something else. Something that fit together in its own way, without a precedent to measure against. She was not trying to protect the abstract good outcome. This specific configuration of specific people, and whatever it cost to protect it, she had not paid too much. She let the thought settle for a moment and then filed it. Not dismissing it, filing it, in the place she kept things that were true and did not need to be acted on immediately. The week of toxin recovery had been the most frustrating period since her arrival in this world. Not the pain. The pain was manageable, the way cultivation-related damage was always manageable when you understood its mechanism. The frustration was the silence. The forward sense running at 2% capacity, the butterfly energy system unresponsive, the probability thread she relied on for everything, threat assessment, cultivation planning, interpersonal navigation, simply not there. She had not understood, before this week, how much of her thinking was shaped by what the threads told her. Without them, her internal landscape had felt like a room with all the furniture removed, the correct shape, nothing to work with. What the week had shown her, she could operate without the threads. She had done it for 7 days. She had made decisions from pure reasoning, from observation, from the accumulated database of what she knew about the people and situations around her. Those decisions had been correct, not as precisely calibrated as her threaded decisions, but correct in the directions that mattered. She was not only the forward sense. She had been treating it as the whole of her capability for so long that its absence felt like the loss of a limb. It was not a limb. It was a toolie. The person holding the tool was still here. That was worth knowing. She went to the cultivation session and did the work she had available to do, without the threads she didn't yet have, and found that it was enough. She thought, This is what I was trying to protect. Not the abstract good outcome. This specific configuration of specific people, and whatever it cost to protect it, she had not paid too much. Chapter 102. On the seventh day, the toxin cleared enough for partial spiritual function to return. She felt the forward sense come back gradually, not the full 48-hour window immediately, but a narrowed, fragile 2-hour read that she handled with the careful attention of someone holding a recovering muscle. She did not push it. She ran it gently, staying well inside the comfortable range, testing the boundaries without pressing them. At the 2-hour mark, the butterfly mirror activated spontaneously. It had done this twice before, once during Ring 4's acquisition, once during the Rank 60 breakthrough. Both times it had shown her something specific and significant. This time it showed her Bibi Dong's spiritual signature at a distance, moving, not projecting, physically moving through space, which meant the Supreme Pontiff was somewhere within the mirror's range for the first time in a non-projection context. The signature was clearer than it had ever been. She had seen it before, the surface layer of white silk thread complexity, the underlayer of dark gold compressed density. She had known, from the canon, what it indicated. Now she could read it directly through the mirror. Two spirits. Both at tidal Douluo level. In the source material, Bibi Dong had two martial spirits, the Spider Queen and a second spirit she kept concealed. Both cultivated to the pinnacle of what was achievable. The spiritual conflict that two simultaneous tidal Douluo spirits created in a single cultivator was immense, managed through decades of practice, but always present as a structural tension. She had a strategic idea. If the two spirits were in active simultaneous use, the management tension would spike. A spirit master whose two spirits were in conflict with each other at high intensity would experience moments of reduced tactical coherence, not weakness, but fractional disruption. For someone operating at rank 97, fractional disruption was theoretically exploitable. The key was forcing both spirits into simultaneous active engagement. In the canon, that had been done by Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor and Clear Sky Hammer in combined use. In the current timeline, Tang San's cultivation was not yet there. But Lian Yue had the probability lattice. And the probability lattice, at sufficient extension, could show her the specific thread where Bibi Dong's simultaneous spirit activation occurred and what environmental factor triggered it. She ran the lattice, still limited, still fragile from the toxin recovery, but functional, and looked. The thread was there. Not a combat thread. Not a forced combat scenario. A specific type of threat that Bibi Dong's two spirits responded to differently, one optimized for offense, one for fate-type resistance, and when the fate-type threat was large enough, the offense spirit activated as reflex simultaneously. The threat that triggered it, a large-scale probability re-architecture. The chrysalis's approach created a fate-type disturbance that Bibi Dong's fate resistance spirit would activate against automatically. And at that size of disturbance, the offense spirit would also activate as reflex, because the Spider Queen was wired to attack large threats. Bibi Dong had been managing her two spirits against ordinary threats her entire career. Against the chrysalis, both would want to engage simultaneously. The tension would spike. That was the window. She filed this carefully and then closed the lattice. Her cultivation energy was low from the minimal effort. She looked at the ceiling and thought, the chrysalis is coming. I have been treating it entirely as a threat to manage. I may also need to treat it as a tool. That thought was uncomfortable enough that she let herself be uncomfortable with it for a while before she moved on to the practical considerations, because the chrysalis would not wait for her to feel entirely comfortable with her own strategy. The strategic idea forming, the chrysalis was treating Bibi Dong's simultaneous spirit state as a threat to be defended against. It was correct about that. The simultaneous spirits window would allow a spirit Douluo's full cultivation force to be brought to bear in a way that the chrysalis's absorption mechanism was not calibrated to handle. But the window was also, for Bibi Dong, extremely costly. Maintaining both spirits simultaneously was the kind of effort that even the Supreme Pontiff could only sustain for a limited period before the structural strain began degrading her cultivation. The strategic implication, if the chrysalis was fighting on two fronts simultaneously, the Shrek 8 devils on one side and Bibi Dong on the other, there would be a specific period, perhaps 10 to 15 minutes, when the chrysalis's defenses were fractured at both exposure points. That was the window for the fate-shattering technique. She did not like using Bibi Dong as a strategic element. She did not trust Bibi Dong's long-term intentions and had no assurance that the Supreme Pontiff would honor an implicit coordination without a formal agreement. But the probability threads were showing her the same window every time she ran the engagement forward. She could not afford to ignore it. And if Bibi Dong arrived at the engagement field and chose a different calculation, she would work with what remained. She thought about Bibi Dong's arrival probability as she ran the first cautious thread since the toxin had cleared. The thread was shaky at the edges, 2-hour window rather than the 48-hour window she would have at full capacity, but the core information was legible. Bibi Dong was not at the valley engagement site. She was observing from a structural distance, through channels that gave her information without requiring her presence. That was consistent with every behavior Bibi Dong had demonstrated. She was not rushing. She was watching the engagement develop, watching Lian Yue's response, making assessments before she committed to action. Whatever assessment she was building, Lian Yue needed to be credible by the time it was complete. She pushed the forward sense a fraction past 2 hours and felt its strain. Not ready yet. Tomorrow, probably. She let the extension dissolve and conserve the butterfly energy. One day at a time. The recovery had a trajectory. She would be at full capacity before the engagement field arrived, and she would make sure Bibi Dong's assessment, when it completed, found something worth calculating. She would plan for it. She would not count on it. And if Bibi Dong arrived at the engagement field and chose a different calculation, she would work with what remained. Chapter 103 The chrysalis manifested on land 17 days after the valley battle. Intelligence reached them through the Tang sect communication array, a report from a coastal trading city 3 days east of the Heaven-No border, describing a man in scholar's robes who had arrived from the sea. The description was brief and strange. The man had walked through the fishing district asking questions about a butterfly that changes fate. People answered him freely and then, within an hour, could not recall having spoken with him at all. The report had been flagged by a Tang sect intelligence contact who happened to be cultivating a minor memory-related auxiliary spirit. They had retained a fragment of the encounter because their spirit's function partially overlapped with memory alteration, not immunity, just friction. Lian Yue read the report twice. "It's here," she said. Flender, who had arrived at the recovery position 3 days after the battle, was at the table across from her. "How long until it reaches this position?" "At a walking pace, assuming it's not accelerating, 3 weeks. But the probability lattice shows the approach rate is not fixed." She ran the thread. "It changes based on how much fate-type activity it detects. If I stop using the forward sense and the fate steering entirely, the approach slows significantly." "Can you stop entirely?" "Not without losing the strategic advantage that has been keeping the team alive." She set the report down. "This is the threading problem I've been building toward. The chrysalis approaches faster the more I use the prophetic butterfly. If I use it to its full capability to defend against the chrysalis, I draw it faster. If I pull back to slow the approach, I lose the coverage that protects the team. A trap. A paradox." She looked at the map. "The only resolution is a confrontation. Not an avoidance. I stop using the forward sense to slow the approach while we prepare, then bring it to full power at the confrontation itself and meet it on our terms rather than at a time of its choosing." Flender thought about this for a moment. "When?" 2 weeks. Enough time for my cultivation to fully recover from the toxin. Enough time for the team to consolidate around the new parameters from the valley battle." She paused. "And enough time for me to reach rank 75. He did not ask how she was going to reach rank 75 in 2 weeks while also suppressing her spirit used to slow the chrysalis approach. She appreciated that. "I'll keep the intelligence contacts active," he said. "Any changes in the chrysalis's approach rate reach me within 6 hours. "Yes." She looked at the map and felt the weight of the approaching confrontation in a way that was distinct from every previous weight she had carried, because every previous threat had been something she could read in advance, and this one was a 10,000-year entity that consumed fate threads as sustenance, and the forward sense was almost certainly going to be degraded in the confrontation itself. She thought, "We beat the mirror type at the tournament by working inside the disruption rather than around it. We beat Ghost Douluo's phasing by understanding its specific mechanism. The chrysalis has a mechanism too, the fate thread consumption. I need to understand that mechanism at the level I need to counter it." She reached for the probability lattice, carefully, staying in the 2-hour range, watching the B cost, and began to study the chrysalis's fate thread consumption pattern in as much detail as the recovered lattice could provide. She had 2 weeks, and the chrysalis had already stopped waiting. The most recent probability lattice read had shown its trajectory clearly. The entity was moving with purpose now, not the slow ambient drift of a predator approaching from a continent away. It had identified the probability concentration at her position and was moving toward it with the deliberate efficiency of something that had done this before, many times, and knew exactly what it was doing. She found this oddly clarifying. The chrysalis's clarity made her own situation clearer, There was no further ambiguity about timeline or intention. It was coming. She had 2 weeks to understand its mechanisms and 3 days after that to implement the counter. The fate thread consumption pattern was the key. Every ability the chrysalis had demonstrated, the absorption mechanism, the fate thread armor, the ambient probability drain, was a variation of the same underlying function. If she could map that function completely, she could find the gaps. Every function had gaps. Everything that consumed had a saturation threshold. Everything that absorbed had a maximum intake rate. She mapped it carefully, hour by hour, the recovered lattice running at minimal B cost in the narrow band that the toxin clearance had left accessible. She thought, I will know this entity's mechanisms better than it knows them itself, before we meet on the engagement field. She had 2 weeks. She intended to use every part of them. The chrysalis's coastal emergence had changed the strategic map in ways she was still parsing. The entity had been dormant, or simply absent from the detectable probability field, for months. Its reappearance at a coastal city indicated it had been moving, building, preparing through pathways that the probability lattice had not fully tracked. That gap in her surveillance was worth understanding. She ran the lattice back over the previous months, looking for the signatures she now recognized as the chrysalis's ambient effect, the slight compression of probability threads at the edges, the faint disruption in the fate architecture that she had, in retrospect, been noticing without naming. It had been there. She had been attributing it to Spirit Hall's operational presence in the region. The chrysalis had been using Spirit Hall as cover. Either deliberately, which would indicate a level of strategic sophistication she had not attributed to it, or the coincidence had simply been convenient. Either way, she needed to know which. The nature of its strategic capacity would determine how the engagement had to be approached. She added this to the preparation list and moved on. 14 days was not long enough to learn everything she needed to know. It was long enough to learn the most important things. She worked the list methodically, with the specific focus of someone who has accepted that the time available is the time available and has decided to use it fully. She had 2 weeks. She intended to use every part of them. Chapter 104. She reached rank 75 on the 9th day of the 2-week preparation period. The push was intense, 4 cultivation sessions daily at maximum sustainable intensity, no sealed chamber because they were in a field position. But the borderland estate had a basement storage room she had converted again with Tang San's help into a cultivation-optimized space. The rank 75 breakthrough did not have the visual drama of rank 70's rainbow evolution. The prophetic butterfly's wings had already completed their second evolutionary shift. At 75, what changed was internal. The foresight window extended beyond the 48-hour boundary in specific conditions, not reliably, not controllably, but there, fragments, impressions, thread shapes from further than she had previously been able to read. Brief, like catching a glimpse of something through fog, but real. She spent 2 hours after the breakthrough testing the extended window carefully. What she saw in the fragments, the outline of the chrysalis's confrontation, the approximate shape of the battlefield, a thread that resolved briefly into a specific detail about Bibi Dong's presence at the engagement. Bibi Dong would be there. Not as an enemy. Not as an ally, exactly. Present, in the way that 2 entities with opposing interests sometimes found themselves at the same fulcrum point of a large enough event. The chrysalis was not interested in Bibi Dong. It was interested in the prophetic butterfly. But Bibi Dong's fate-resistance spirit was going to activate in the chrysalis's presence, and the activation was going to create the simultaneous spirit's window she had identified during recovery. She filed this. She did not yet know how to use it. The window required a specific kind of engagement she had not worked out yet. But knowing it existed was the first step. The team was preparing in parallel. Oscar had been running cultivation supplements at maximum output for 11 days, and the team's collective rank advancement during the 2-week window was the fastest rate she had seen since the Continental Tournament push. Ninrongrong's glazed tile pagoda now shone with a 5th jewel. Amplification at that level could change the calculus of almost any confrontation. Xiao Wu's cultivation, with the constraints fully released, had advanced more dramatically than Lian Yue had dared project. She was at rank 42 now, and the cultivation density in her spirit manifested was not consistent with rank 42 at all. What Xiao Wu actually was, the 100,000-year spirit carrying decades of accumulated wisdom, was beginning to show that the edges of her cultivation display. Lian Yue watched her train and thought, the chrysalis is going to encounter something it did not calculate when it started moving toward the prophetic butterfly. It calculated around a girl with a foresight spirit. It did not calculate for the full Shrek 8 devils at this strength. She made notes on this in the probability lattice's margins, not formal documentation, just the kind of observation that helped her think clearly. The chrysalis had been tracking the prophetic butterfly for months. It had been calculating around foresight-based interception, fate steering, probability manipulation. That was the threat model it had built. It had not fully accounted for what Tang San's hidden weapons could do when given forewarning of a target's dimensional positioning. It had not modeled Xiao Wu's released cultivation as a battlefield factor. It had not integrated Daima Bai's evolved spirit form, or Ju's King's paired hunt coordination, or the Shrek 8 devils as a unit that had been fighting together long enough to operate without verbal communication. She had spent the past week mapping every combination, every coverage angle, every gap the team could fill. If the chrysalis had done its own intelligence work, it had done it on the wrong thread. She looked at the team training in the late afternoon light and thought, we built something here, the 8 of us. Whatever happens at the engagement, whatever it costs, the thing we built is real. She thought, whatever happens at the engagement, whatever it costs, the thing we built is real. Good. She sat on the hilltop bench for a while after reaching rank 75, not cultivating, resting, which was sometimes the cultivation act the system needed most and always the one she was least good at allowing herself. The afternoon light was long and golden, the kind of light that made temporary places feel permanent. The estate below her was temporary, she had known that since they arrived. Everything about the past several weeks had been temporary, a field position rather than a home. What was not temporary? The team. The 8 people below her, in the estate's courtyard and common areas, living the specific lives of people who had been through hard things together and were not yet out of the hard things but had found a rhythm that was sustainable even inside them. She thought about each of them in the particular way she thought about them when she had a moment of quiet. Tang San, who was in the workshop building something she had not yet seen. Xiao Wu, who was running kata in the East Garden with the focused ease of someone maintaining peak form under difficult conditions. Daima Bai, who had been working through what she suspected was a significant personal threshold in his white tiger cultivation. Oscar, who had been making increasingly ambitious field kitchen meals that served as both morale maintenance and cultivation supplement. Ning Rongrong and Ju's King, whose partnership had deepened through the Highland weeks into something that looked, from a distance, like genuine friendship. Ma Hongjun, who had been quieter since Ghost Douluo's defeat, the weight of the real stakes settling into the Phoenix cultivator's characteristic directness. All of them here. All of them alive. She would keep it that way. Good. Chapter 105 The chrysalis arrived in the borderland region on a Tuesday afternoon 3 days ahead of the projected schedule. It had accelerated. She had been suppressing her spirit use for 9 days, but the chrysalis had detected the accumulated probability lattice alterations from before the suppression period, the marks she had left during 2 weeks of full-scale fate steering at the Valley Battle and the 3-way confrontation that followed. The historical density of the alterations was sufficient to drive the acceleration even without current period additions. She had known this was possible. She had prepared for a Wednesday arrival. The Tuesday appearance gave her 3 hours less than projected. The chrysalis walked into the village nearest the estate in its scholar's robes form, the human manifestation it had been using since surfacing near the coast. It asked, in its singular manner, about the butterfly that changes fate. 3 village residents answered. None of them remembered the conversation 20 minutes later. The intelligence contact 7 miles away, a Shrek Academy network member stationed in the region specifically to watch for this event, ran to the Tang sect communication array and sent the alert within the hour. She had the team assembled and moving within 90 minutes of the alert. She had made the chrysalis confrontation plan during the recovery week, refining it daily as her cultivation returned. The core of the plan was counterintuitive for a foresight-type spirit: do not rely on foresight during the engagement. The chrysalis consumed fate threads as sustenance. The more she used the forward sense and fate steering, the more she was feeding it during the confrontation. The probability lattice had shown her this clearly. Every probability read during direct contact with the chrysalis would be partially absorbed, weakening her cultivation density while strengthening it. So the plan used something she had been building since Ring 1 but had never fully deployed as a primary approach: the butterfly domain and the physical capabilities she had been developing under Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong. Not foresight. Not fate steering. Physical cultivation, instinct, and the domain's passive perfect positioning within 10 meters. And one other thing, the fate shattering. She had discovered the technique 3 days prior, running the probability lattice against the chrysalis's thread signature. Its protection layer was composed of petrified fate threads, 10,000 years of accumulated and compressed probability, hardened into something between stone and armor. The wing slash could not cut it. The fate steering could not move it. But shattering it was different. She could reach into the chrysalis's fate thread structure and break the petrified strands, not cut, not steer, but shatter, the way you shattered stone. It would cost lifespan directly. The butterfly system had shown her the cost estimate in golden script at the edge of her vision, 3 years per significant shattering. More if she needed multiple. She had filed this and not yet told the team. She needed to think carefully about when and whether to use it, and about the full cost structure, which she had been turning over since the probability lattice had first given her the calculation. 3 years per significant shattering. Each shattering compressed by the chrysalis's presence into something that hit harder, lasted shorter, cost more per unit of effect than it would have in a training context. She had run the calculation 6 different ways. The result kept coming back the same: she could kill it, but the price was going to be measured in years. Ahead of her, the 10,000-year entity was still walking, still asking questions, still coming. She thought about what it had taken to reach this place, not the cultivation ranks, not the ring skills, but the specific weight of arriving in a world that was not hers and choosing to be responsible for it anyway. She had not been asked. She had not been selected. She had been hit by a truck on a Tuesday night while rereading a story she loved, and she had woken up in a 13-year-old girl's body in a world that story had described, and she had made a decision in the first 30 seconds that had shaped every decision since. She was going to be here fully. Not a passenger, not a reader-made observer. A participant. Someone who acted, who cared about outcomes, who accepted the cost of caring. The cost had been higher than she had calculated in those first 30 seconds. She had not known yet about the sealed cultivation chamber and the toxin and ghost Douluo, and 15 years of her lifespan pulled from a vision that was not a destiny but was too specific to dismiss. She had not known about any of it. She had chosen it anyway, by choosing to be here fully. The consequences had followed. She looked at the chrysalis's walking form in the distance, the scholar's robes, the impossible ancient presence, the 10,000 years of fate eating condensed into something that moved through the world like a question, and thought, "You came for this world's fate architecture. I came for the people in it." That distinction was going to matter when they met. She adjusted her grip on the probability lattice and moved forward. The team moved toward the chrysalis's position, and the Tuesday afternoon was clear and still, and somewhere ahead in the borderland countryside a 10,000-year entity was walking through villages in scholars' robes asking questions about her, and she set her face toward it and moved, carrying the calculation quietly, the way she had carried every weight in this world that she was not yet ready to put down, and ahead of her, the 10,000-year entity was still walking, still asking questions, still coming. Chapter 106. The engagement began in the open field south of the village. The chrysalis had stopped walking when the Shrek 8 devils appeared at the field's edge. It stood at the field's center in its scholar's robes form and looked at them with the expression that a consciousness 10,000 years old made when it encountered something it was attempting to categorize. "The Fate Weaver," it said. Its voice was not old, it was timeless, the voice of something that did not experience time in a way that left marks on it. "I have not felt this pattern in 10,000 years. I know what you are," Lian Yue said. The chrysalis looked at her with increased attention. You devoured the last fate-type spirit master 10,000 years ago. You absorbed their cultivation and their spirit's capability, and you have been carrying the ghost of what you consumed ever since, which is why you present as human and why you ask questions about fate-type spirits specifically. You're looking for another source." A pause. "You are more than your file suggested," the chrysalis said, and the echo of Bibi Dong's projection in the East Garden was so precise that she felt it in the butterfly mirror's response. "I'm told that frequently," she said. She activated the butterfly domain. The domain's 10-meter perfect positioning field registered the chrysalis immediately, and immediately began to degrade. She felt the fate thread consumption beginning, the domain's probability structure being pulled at the edges, slowly ingested. She had projected 15 minutes of domain function before consumption would have degraded it below combat utility. 15 minutes. "Daimu Bai," she said. Formation 7. The 8 devils moved. Formation 7 was the one she had designed specifically for an entity that absorbed spirit energy directly. Every technique had to be physical where possible, force-based rather than spirit energy-based, exploiting the chrysalis's human form's physical limitations rather than trying to overwhelm it with cultivation output it would simply consume. Daimu Bai's White Tiger, at rank 56, was the heaviest purely physical striker she had. Juzwen's Hell Civet was speed and precision. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire, used not as spirit energy but as ignition for physical incendiaries Tang San had prepared. Fire was fire, the chrysalis could absorb fate threads but burning was burning. The formation struck. The chrysalis absorbed the first 3 exchanges with minimal visible effect, its body and human form did not physically damage in the ways a normal opponent would. The absorbed energy converted to a faint iridescent shimmer around its scholar's robes. She felt the domain degrading, 12 minutes remaining. She thought, not yet. Wait. She was waiting for the simultaneous spirits window. The butterfly mirror was tracking Bibi Dong's signature at the edge of range, 2 miles north. The Supreme Pontiff had been watching since the valley battle. She was watching now. She thought, come. If you're going to come, come now. As if in response to the thought, or to the chrysalis's growing energy signature, which was now large enough that every fate resistance ability within range would be activating in response, the butterfly mirror registered Bibi Dong's spiritual signature shifting. The surface white silk layer and the underlayer dark gold, activating simultaneously for the first time she had observed. The simultaneous spirits window was open. She filed this and kept her attention on the engagement. The window would not last. Bibi Dong was too controlled, too practiced at managing her dual spirit strain, to leave the simultaneous activation state running for long. When the Supreme Pontiff noticed the window's cost and closed it, the strategic opportunity would be gone. She made a note in the lattice's forward read, if the window recurred during a period when the chrysalis's primary defenses were compromised, there was a cascade opportunity that could end the engagement decisively. She would watch for it. The chrysalis had to be weakened enough that the window, when it opened again, could be fully exploited, before the window closed and the chance was gone. She tracked the engagement through the probability lattice in real time, the 6-stream view running at full capacity, the team's positions mapped against the chrysalis's absorbed fate threads in the domain's active zone. The domain, Fate's mirror domain, was her 7th ring's most powerful application, but it was also the most expensive. 10 meters of perfect probability perception, every possible outcome in the immediate space rendered in simultaneous legibility. She could see, inside the domain, what the chrysalis was about to do before it had fully committed to doing it. She could see her own team's optimal responses before they had seen the opportunity themselves. She called them, Daimu by left, absorbing the impact that would have thrown Oscar out of range. Tang San's blue-silver grass covering the angle that opened after Xiao Wu's momentum carried her past the chrysalis's protective layer. Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire targeting the probability crystallization point that the lattice was showing as the highest value hit. The chrysalis adapted, slowly, as entities built from ancient fixed fate adapted. It could rewrite probability in the macro sense, but it could not respond to micro-level tactical adjustment faster than a cultivator moving at full speed with a real-time probability read. She was the difference between the team and the chrysalis's adaptive capacity. She was the edge. She needed to hold the edge until the window opened. First things first, the chrysalis had to be weakened enough that the window, when it opened again, could be fully exploited, before the window closed and the chance was gone. Chapter 107. 9 minutes into the domain's active period, she used the fate shattering for the first time. The chrysalis's protection layer was exactly as the probability lattice had shown, petrified fate threads. 10,000-year-old probability locked into compression so dense it was structurally unlike anything the standard fate-type approach could address. She had reached into the chrysalis's thread structure at the domain's peak perception, found the layer's weakest concentration point, and broken it. The sensation was extraordinary, like breaking stone bare-handed, the resistance physical and unyielding until it wasn't, and then a sharp snap of something releasing that reverberated through her whole cultivation system. The golden script materialized in her peripheral awareness. 3 years. She filed it and kept fighting. The protection layer's breach showed immediately, the iridescent shimmer around the chrysalis's form flickered at the broken point, the absorption mechanism at that location faltering. The 8 devils pressed the opening, Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapped the exposed area, Daimu Bai's white tiger claw struck, Ma Hongjun's fire poured in. The chrysalis screamed. It was the first sound she had heard from it that was not conversational. The scream was not pain exactly. It was the sound of something that had not experienced being heard in 10,000 years, encountering the sensation with the confusion of something that had never been hurt before, processing it with the slowing comprehension of utter unfamiliarity. Again, Daimu Bai said. She reached for the second shattering. The domain was at 11 minutes remaining. She had 8 minutes more of combat utility if she used the domain conservatively. She had, at the rate of 3 years per shattering, perhaps 3 more shatterings before the cost became something she could not ignore functionally. She used a second shattering at the adjacent layer point. The protection was layered, not uniform, and the breach from the first shattering had exposed the layer beneath it. Another snap. Another 3 years. Another scream from the chrysalis. It can feel that, Xiao Wu said. Yes. She was managing the domain, the butterfly mirror, the fade shattering assessment, and the physical positioning simultaneously, and she had a brief fraction of her attention available for analysis. The absorption mechanism is its primary defense. The fate threads are secondary armor for when the absorption fails. I'm bypassing the absorption by targeting the armor directly. How many more times can you do it? The golden script. 9 years already. Several more, she said, which was not untrue. She had the remaining budget mapped, 3 more shatterings of equivalent force before the cost entered territory she had not fully calculated. Can you hold the southern breach another 4 minutes? She asked. Yes, Tang San said without hesitation. Then we hold here. I need the next window to open before I use it. The absorption mechanism has a 2-minute recovery cycle between peaks. If I shatter at the peak, the effect multiplies. If I shatter between peaks, I spent 3 years for a result I could achieve with 2. She heard Daimubai acknowledge this from the northern position. She heard Oscar preparing another support sausage. She heard Juzking and Daimubai shift their coordination pattern in response to the new timing. The chrysalis was still screaming. Not in the way it had been before, the sound had changed, deepened, become something more like a resonance in the ambient fate structure than a vocalization. As if the entity itself was generating a frequency that the probability field was responding to. That was not a good sign. She ran a quick lattice read on the implication. She set the implication aside and reached for the third. 12 years gone now, and the chrysalis still standing. The fate-shattering mechanism worked differently than she had expected. She had modeled it as a focused strike, a probability lance aimed at the crystallized fate threads in the chrysalis's protection layer, cutting through them the way the rending variant cut through ordinary probability fabric. The model was correct in principle and wrong in execution. The crystallized threads were not static. They were being continuously renewed by the chrysalis's absorption mechanism, and cutting through them at one point simply shifted the absorption to an adjacent area. She needed to cut faster than the renewal rate. Or she needed to cut in enough simultaneous points to overload the renewal. She did not have enough B for overload. She had enough for 6 more shattering strikes at full intensity. She ran the probability math in the 6-stream view, 6 strikes, distributed across the protection layer's 6 weakest renewal points, identified through the 3-hour lattice scan she had run during the preparation period. 6 simultaneous strikes at the 6 weakest points. Not simultaneous. Sequential, within a 2-second window. Simultaneous required an application mechanism she did not have. But 2 seconds was within the renewal cycle's threshold. She filed the calculation. 4 minutes until the next natural opening in the chrysalis's adaptive response. She would use the 4 minutes to position for the strike sequence. She thought, the preparation work was right. The execution required adjustment. Adjustment was the work of the engagement. She repositioned, feeling the domain's 10-meter boundary tracking her movement. The perfect probability perception of the field following her like an extension of her own awareness. The domain had been active for 9 minutes. She had 14 minutes remaining before the B cost would become prohibitive. 14 minutes. The 6-strike sequence would take 2. That left 12 minutes for the follow-through after the protection layer fractured. That was enough. She had planned for 10. The adjustment had improved the plan, not diminished it. She repositioned. Then she set the implication aside and reached for the third. 12 years gone now, and the chrysalis still standing. Chapter 108 Bibi Dong appeared at the field's edge on the 14th minute. She did not enter the engagement immediately. She stood at the field's perimeter with the particular stillness of someone who had assessed an ongoing situation in less than 3 seconds and was determining the most efficient point of entry. The chrysalis felt her presence. It turned from the 8 devils, not completely, keeping the engagement active, but orienting partially toward Bibi Dong with the specific attention of something that recognized a fate-resistance spirit in simultaneous activation. Lian Yue saw the moment clearly through the domain, the chrysalis's attention dividing, the engagement's pressure reducing slightly, and in the same breath the butterfly mirror registering Bibi Dong's 2 spirits at full simultaneous activation as both the Spider Queen and the fate-resistance spirit responded to the chrysalis's threat signature. The simultaneous spirit's window was wide open. Bibi Dong, she said, loudly enough to carry across the field. Bibi Dong looked at her. The chrysalis's absorption layer at the southern exposure is partially breached. If you strike there with a technique that does not feed the absorption mechanism, the breach deepens. She paused. Non-fate type spirit energy, physical force preferred. The Spider Queen's techniques. A silence that lasted exactly as long as Bibi Dong needed to assess the information, trust calibrate it, and decide. Then Bibi Dong moved. The supreme point of fighting and direct engagement was something Lian Yue had read about and understood intellectually but had never witnessed. The reality was something else entirely. Bibi Dong at rank 97 was not simply more powerful than the people around her, she was operating in a different category of engagement, moving through the probability field with a precision that was its own kind of fate reading, each action positioned not just for its immediate effect but for the 3 exchanges that followed. She drove toward the southern exposure breach. The Spider Queen techniques landed on the partially broken protection layer, driving the breach wider. The chrysalis's absorption mechanism at the breach point failed entirely. Tang San pressed the exposure with everything the blue-silver grass formation could deliver. The chrysalis turned, full attention now, assessing the threat posed by BB Dong at simultaneous full spirit activation. In the moment it fully committed to assessing BB Dong, Lian Yue used the 4th shattering. 3 more years. 12 total. The protection layer at the northern exposure point, untouched until now, fractured under the shattering technique's full force. Northern exposure open, she called. Full team, northern approach. They poured in. The chrysalis was fighting on 3 fronts simultaneously, the 8 devils at the southern breach, BB Dong at the expanded southern exposure, the fresh opening at the north. Its absorption mechanism was failing at both breach points. Its fate thread armor was compromised at 3 locations now. After 12 minutes of engagement, the chrysalis was losing ground on all fronts. She tracked this in the butterfly mirror rather than the probability lattice. The lattice's fate read was too expensive to run continuously during active fate shattering, and the mirror gave her the essential data: cultivation signatures, breach status, the chrysalis's defensive coherence. What the mirror showed was this: 3 breaches, absorption mechanism failing at 2 of them, fate thread armor compromised at 3 locations. The chrysalis was not gone yet. It still had resources she had not accounted for. The absorption mechanism was failing but not failed, the fate thread armor was compromised but not broken. If the entity chose to expend its remaining energy in a final concentrated burst rather than a continued sustained defense, it could still do significant damage to the team before it went down. She did not know yet whose calculation was going to prove correct. She watched BB Dong from inside the domain's edge, the perfect perception extended to its boundary at 10 meters, the probability threads beyond it visible in the 6 stream view's longer range. BB Dong stood at the field's perimeter with the cultivation presence of rank 96 saturating the ambient probability field in a way that should have been overwhelming and was instead simply real. A very large, very powerful presence, not threatening, not benign, present. She thought, this is the moment I have been preparing for and dreading simultaneously, and it is happening during an active engagement with a 10,000-year entity, which is not the ideal condition but is the condition available. The chrysalis had registered BB Dong's arrival. It shifted its adaptive strategy. The probability crystallization was moving away from the Shrek 8 Devil's engagement points and orienting toward a new variable. Not attacking BB Dong. Assessing her. She had an unexpected consequence to work with. While the chrysalis was assessing BB Dong, its absorption renewal rate at the 6 weak points she had identified dropped by approximately 30%. That was her window. Smaller than planned, but it had opened. She called, Formation 4, coverage, not engagement. Give me the center. The team responded without questioning. Tang San's blue-silver grass perimeter expanded. Dai Mu Bai's white tiger barrier established coverage angles. Xiao Wu pulled back to the formation's edge. She moved to the center. 6 seconds. 6 strikes. The window she had. She released the fate-shattering sequence into the chrysalis's 6 weakest renewal points, 2 seconds of full butterfly energy output, the most expensive single action of her cultivation career, and felt the protection layer fracture. She began calculating the probability of that scenario, and found BB Dong was already calculating it too, adjusting her positioning in response to the same threat model, and she did not know yet whose calculation was going to prove correct. Chapter 109. The fight lasted 43 minutes. The chrysalis did not go down easily or quickly. It adapted. When the absorption mechanism failed at the breached points, it redirected its absorption to the ambient probability field around the battlefield, drawing threads from the surrounding landscape. The ground within 50 meters began to show the effects. Grass aged and yellowed, stones cracked along their structural grain lines, a bird overhead died in mid-flight and fell. The ambient absorption extended the chrysalis's endurance but changed the character of the threat, no longer targeting her cultivation specifically, but consuming the world around them instead. It's feeding from the environment, Tang San said. I see it. She ran the domain, still operating at 6 minutes remaining. The environmental consumption is less efficient than direct cultivation absorption. It's buying time. She looked at the specific pattern of aging around them. It cannot sustain this indefinitely. The ambient probability density in a fixed area depletes. How long? 12 more minutes before the environmental reserves are insufficient. She reached for the fifth shattering. 3 years. 15 total. The golden script blazed in the upper register of her cultivation awareness. The fifth shattering fractured the protection layer at the eastern exposure, the final intact section. All 4 compass exposures were now breached or broken. The chrysalis's form flickered. The scholar's robes blurred, the human manifestation destabilizing as the protection layer's structural integrity failed below the threshold needed to maintain the form. It was looking at her. Only at her. "You tear fate," it said. Not accusation. Not quite surprise. The tone of something genuinely encountering a capability it had not categorized. The last weaver only bent it. "You break it. I learned from what you left behind," she said. 10,000 years of evidence that bending wasn't enough. It struck. Not a fate-type technique, it had no fate threads left to work with at the exposed locations. Something older. A physical manifestation of compressed 10,000-year cultivation energy, focused and direct. The butterfly domain caught the trajectory. She moved. Not fate steering, not probability reading, just the domain's pure positioning perfection telling her exactly where to be, and the strike missed by the specific margin the domain's information had given her. Tang San's final strike hit the central core. Bibi Dong's Spider Queen technique, simultaneous from the other angle, hit the same target from the opposite vector. The chrysalis collapsed. Not gradually. One moment it was there, the scholar's form already dissolving. Then the form was gone entirely, and in its place a brief, intensely bright pulse of probability energy that flared across the entire field and was absorbed by the landscape around them, the ground, the air, the bare stones. The surrounding area underwent the 20-year weather compression she had read about in theoretical accounts of ancient entity deaths. Grass grew and died and grew again. Stones cracked. A seasonal bloom pushed up through the cracked ground in 30 seconds and faded in 10. Then it was still. The chrysalis was gone. She stood in the field with the butterfly domain at its last minute of operation and the golden script still visible at the edge of her vision. 15 years, and the ambient probability field slowly, carefully, beginning to reknit itself around the enormous tear. She stood there for a long moment and did not move. The cost was already recorded in the butterfly system's accounting, 15 years, written in golden script across her cultivation awareness. The number was factual and permanent and there was no appeal process. She had gone in knowing the approximate range. The reality of the number sitting there, not projected, not estimated, but actual and done, was different from the projection. She breathed. The butterfly domain collapsed around her as its duration expired. The team's voices came back into range, the ordinary sounds of people checking in with each other after a battle, confirming status, confirming survival. Alive. All 8 of them, alive. She filed 15 years alongside the fact of 8 alive people and moved toward them, carrying both, which was the only way to carry either. The field was wrong in the way that places where significant things had happened were always subtly wrong afterward, not dangerous, not haunted, just altered. The ambient probability density was dramatically lower than it had been at the engagement's start. The chrysalis's fate-eating mechanism had consumed a significant portion of the local probability architecture during its 43-minute resistance. She would need to assess the long-term implications of that depletion. Local probability density affected cultivation quality, spirit beast activity, and the stability of fate threads for everyone in the region. She did not yet know whether the depletion would recover naturally or would require intervention. She filed it, significant, not urgent. The urgent thing was the 8 people moving toward her across the damaged field, each of them carrying the specific physical and cultivation cost of the engagement. She ran the lattice over them quickly, all within safe parameters, no critical damage. The worst a bruised rib on Ma Hongjun and B depletion in Oscar that would need supplement management for 2 days. Tang San reached her first. He looked at her with the attentiveness he had used on her since the beginning, the specific quality of seeing clearly rather than seeing what he expected. She met his gaze. 15 years, she said, which was not the way she had planned to tell him, but the field was altered and the chrysalis was gone and she was too tired for the planned version. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "We'll find a way." She had not told him yet that the fate pool existed, or what it might offer. But she was going to tell him now, in this field, before she had another chance to talk herself out of the timing. "I know," she said. "Come here. I need to explain something." She filed 15 years alongside the fact of 8 alive people and moved toward them, carrying both, which was the only way to carry either. Chapter 110. The quiet after was very quiet. She let the domain close. The last minute of operation drained to 0, and the 10-meter perfect perception field withdrew into her cultivation system with a specific settling quality of a long-maintained skill being allowed to rest. She would need 6 hours before she could activate it again at any meaningful duration. The 8 devils were intact. Bibi Dong was standing 20 meters away. The Supreme Pontiff's 2 spirits were both still active. The simultaneous window she had been waiting to exploit for an entirely different purpose had instead been used to defeat a common enemy. The tension of maintaining 2 tidal Douluo spirits simultaneously was visible even at this distance, a very slight strain at the edges of Bibi Dong's extraordinarily composed expression. Bibi Dong looked at the dissolving remains and then at Lian Yue, and said, "You burned lifespan." "Not a question." "Yes," Lian Yue said. "How many years?" She did not answer. The golden script was 15 years, but she was not prepared to give Bibi Dong that information before she had time to think about what it meant strategically and personally. Bibi Dong's expression was doing something that was not satisfaction and not pity. Something more like recognition, the specific recognition of someone who had also paid costs that could not be returned. "More than you wanted to lose," Bibi Dong said. "I expect." She was right. Lian Yue said nothing. Bibi Dong looked at the team, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar at the back catching his breath, Ning Rongrong's glazed tile pagoda dimming as she brought it down from amplification duty, Dai Mubai's white tiger form settling, Zhu Zheng's precise stillness, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire cooling. 8 people who had collectively defeated what she and the full institutional apparatus of Spirit Hall had been unable to handle alone. "I had models for what the prophetic butterfly could do," she said, to no one in particular. "I was wrong about several of the assumptions." "Most people are," Lian Yue said. The hint of something that was not quite a smile crossed Bibi Dong's face. "Yes." She looked at the Skydo Douluo and Ghost Douluo equivalents and all the operational resources Spirit Hall had committed to acquiring the prophetic butterfly, and the specific mathematics of what that commitment had cost against what it had produced. "The war is concluded," she said. "Spirit Hall is withdrawing from both Empire territories." The declaration was flat and complete and contained none of the performance of formal announcements. It was a decision being stated, the way decisions were stated when they had already been made, and the stating was simply the communication of an accomplished fact. "I'll need something in writing," Flender said, from behind the team. He had arrived at some point in the engagement's final phase, she had not tracked exactly when. "You'll have it," Bibi Dong said. She looked at Lian Yue one more time, the specific look of someone taking a measurement they intended to verify later. "We will speak again," she said. "Under different circumstances." She turned and walked away, her cultivation aura withdrawing around her as she settled the 2 spirits back into their managed coexistence. The battlefield was quiet and still and covered in the strange fast-growth evidence of the chrysalis's final ambient absorption. Around them, the world was slowly returning to its ordinary probability density. She stood in the field and held the weight of 15 years, not as grief and not as regret and not as the kind of thing that needed to be resolved right now. Just held. The way you held something real before you put it somewhere it could be stored. The chrysalis was dead. The war was over. Bibi Dong was walking away. 15 years. She would need to tell Tang San. She would need to tell Xiao Wu. She would need to tell the team. She had time to choose how. The immediate urgency was gone, but the weight did not become lighter just because the urgency had lifted. It was simply hers to carry now, in full, with nothing pressing enough to keep her from feeling it. She stood in the field and held it, before the conversation she knew was coming, and let it be real. The domain was closed. The chrysalis was gone. The probability field around the field was at its lowest ambient density she had felt since arriving in this world, the vast consumption of the engagement leaving a kind of silence in the fate structure. Into that silence, she let herself feel what had happened. 15 years. The cost she had accepted in the moment of highest butterfly energy extension, when the protection layer had fractured and the chrysalis had been vulnerable and the window had been exactly 8 seconds. 8 seconds to do the work, and the work had cost 15 years of her cultivated lifespan. Not her biological lifespan, the documents said, but the window of time available for advancement. The ceiling lowered. What she could reach in a lifetime was now smaller. She had made the choice in 8 seconds and she would make it again. The 8 people walking across the field toward her were alive. The calculation was correct. But standing in the field's quiet, with the domain closed and the threat gone and the immediate crisis resolved, she let herself feel the weight of the cost as a feeling rather than a number, not grief, not quite, but the specific recognition of sacrifice. Something given. Something gone. Real. She breathed it in and breathed it out, the way she had learned to carry hard things, acknowledge them, hold them, Release them to the place in her that kept things without being consumed by them. Then Tang San reached her, and the conversation began, and she came back to the present. She stood in the field and held it, before the conversation she knew was coming, and let it be real. Chapter 111. The team stayed in the field for an hour while the ambient probability stabilized enough for safe movement. Tang San came to stand beside her during the waiting period. He did not speak immediately, that was not his mode with things that mattered. He was working through whatever he had observed and what it meant. After 12 minutes, he said, "The golden script." She looked at him. The butterfly mirror showed her his cultivation signature, clear and familiar. She had been reading it for a year and a half. It was calm. It was worried. Both at once, which was entirely typical of him. "Yes," she said. "How much?" She thought about the strategic value of not telling him. She thought about Xiao Wu saying, "Those things specifically, the ones you treat like they don't belong in the category of things you share. Those are the ones that matter." 15 years, she said. He was quiet for a long time. The field around them was doing its strange weather compression, a brief pulse of cold air, then warmth, then ordinary spring temperature returning. The ambient probability field was knitting back together thread by thread, the chrysalis's consumption undoing itself slowly as the world's fate structure reasserted its baseline. "I see," he said at last. "I made the choice deliberately," she said. "With full knowledge of the cost. I would make it again." She met his eyes. "I need you to know that. It was not something that happened to me. It was a choice I made for specific reasons and I stand by those reasons." He looked at her with the expression she had no category for, not the focused calm, not the strategy face, not the working through a problem face. Something underneath all of those that she had been catching glimpses of for months and had been, she understood now, carefully not looking at directly. "All right," he said. "Then we start working on it now." "It doesn't work that way," she said. "The lifespan debt is structural. There is no Tang sect compound that recovers years. We start working on it now," he said again, with the specific tone he used when he had looked at an apparently impossible problem and decided that the impossibility was a description of the current state rather than a permanent condition. "Whatever exists that can address this, we find it." She looked at him for a moment with the weight of 15 years in the chrysalis's dissolution and the war's end and everything that had accumulated across a year and a half of decisions made under pressure, and she felt something she had not let herself feel since arriving in this world, something that was not urgency and not responsibility and not the careful management of every visible edge. Something closer to, not alone. "All right," she said. "We start working on it." He nodded once, the way he nodded when a decision was made, not performative, not reassuring, just acknowledgement of the new operational reality. She had seen that nod at the river, at chrysalis prep, at every moment where the situation shifted and Tang San absorbed the shift and responded. "The fate pool first," she said. "The lattice shows a structural mechanism there, not a cure, but something that can address the dead architecture. I've been studying the thread shape for 2 weeks. Whatever the pool requires, I'm prepared to meet it." "What does it require?" "I don't know exactly. The lattice shows intention rather than mechanism at that distance. What I can read is that it requires demonstration of something about the choices made since arriving. A kind of accounting." She paused. "It seems fair, honestly. I've been running a very large tab in this world's probability structure. Paying some of it seems appropriate." The corner of his mouth moved, the closest he got to a smile when the subject was serious. "All right," she said again. "We start working on it, and we find a way." She looked at the team assembled around her in the field's altered quiet. Tang San had told them, not everything, not the 15 years, but the fate pool and what it might offer. She had watched their faces as the information settled, the specific quality of people who have already accepted that the person in front of them carries things they don't fully know, and have decided to be present anyway. Xiao Wu had said, "The pool exists to test what's been built. What we've been doing for 2 years, this is what that looks like, when the test arrives." Oscar had said, "So we go to the pool and we pass the test and everything gets fixed." He had said this with the specific inflection of someone who knew it was not that simple and was choosing simplicity as a form of commitment. Ning Rongrong had said nothing but had moved to stand beside Lian Yue in a way that was not performative, just present. A position. Dai Mubai had said, "What do we need to prepare?" She had loved them all in that moment with the specific, uncomplicated love of someone who has been given something they did not know they needed. "The fate pool requires a journey," she said. "And the pool's trial will assess everything that has been built. The 15 years, there is a path to address it. But the path requires the trial. Then we train," Juice King said. "And then we go." "Yes," she said. They would. And she thought, whatever the pool asks, we will answer it, together, which was the only way she had ever been able to do anything worth doing in this world. All right, she said again. We start working on it, and we find a way. Chapter 112. She did not tell the others immediately. She needed a day. The day was used for field assessment, verifying the ambient probability field stabilization rate, filing reports to Flender about the engagement, and a very long walk along the borderland ridge with Xiao Wu that was ostensibly about reviewing the battle and was actually about something else. Xiao Wu was quiet through the first half of the walk. She had a quality Lian Yue had come to rely on, the ability to be present in a space without filling it, to carry weight alongside someone without making them perform the weight out loud. At the ridge's highest point, with the borderland spread below them and the distant smudge of smoke from the Spirit Hall withdrawal visible on the northern horizon, Xiao Wu said, "Tell me." Lian Yue told her. 15 years. The lifespan debt. The choice, made deliberately, during the engagement. Xiao Wu was quiet for a long time after that. Then she said, "That was ours." The words were simple and what they meant was devastating in the specific way Lian Yue had been afraid of before she told her, not pity, not softness. Fury. Clean, precise, the specific fury of someone who had decided, explicitly and with full information, that the weight was shared, and had then watched the sharing fail. You had 3 seconds to decide, Lian Yue said. There was no practical alternative. I know there was no practical alternative in the moment, Xiao Wu said. Her voice was controlled. I'm not angry at the decision. I'm angry that you were in a position where you had to make it alone. She looked at Lian Yue. We were there. All 8 of us were there. You didn't ask. Asking wasn't, I know. It wasn't possible. I know. Xiao Wu looked at the horizon. That's why I'm angry at the structure of it, not at you specifically. A pause. And I'm going to be angry about the structure of it for a while, and I need you to let me. Yes, Lian Yue said. They stood on the ridge, and below them the borderland was returning to its spring aspect, and the smoke on the horizon was thinning as Spirit Hall withdrew, and Lian Yue thought about the specific weight of being cared for by someone who was angry on your behalf rather than resigned to what had happened. That was different. That was, she thought, what it actually meant to have people. I'm going to find a way to address the debt, she said. The probability lattice showed me a theoretical path, something called the fate pool. I haven't fully resolved the thread yet. But it's there. Then we go to the fate pool, Xiao Wu said. All 8 of us. I haven't, all 8, Xiao Wu said. That's the decision already. You don't have to ask. We're going. She looked at Xiao Wu, and something in her that had been held for a very long time, not just since the engagement, but since she had woken up in this world, carrying the knowledge alone for the first year, carrying the weight of everything she knew, exhaled. Not fully. But enough. She thought, this is what the probability field cannot model. Not the weight of it, it can calculate weight. But the specific texture of this moment. The way Xiao Wu had said all 8 without hesitation, as if it were the only reasonable answer. The way the team, who had been told about the cost in the common room briefing, had responded with the same lack of hesitation. She had carried the knowledge of this world's original story alone for most of her time here. She had told herself it was necessary. She had told herself it protected them. What Xiao Wu's all 8 of us told her was, they had never needed to be protected from it. They had just needed to be trusted with it. She thought, I should have told them sooner. I should have let them carry it with me from the beginning. She told them that evening, after the report to Flender and the field assessment and the very long baths she had taken to clear the engagement's physical residue. She told them in the common room of the estate, the same room where she had briefed them about the chrysalis months ago, the lamp at full and everyone present. The 15 years first. Then the fate pool. Then the connection between them, the path from the cost to the possible recovery, the specific nature of what the pool's trial would require, the shape of what she understood and what she did not. She told them all of it. The responses were what she had expected and not what she had expected simultaneously. What she had expected, their commitment. Their willingness to prepare, to go, to face whatever the pool required. What she had not fully expected, the specific quality of the anger. Not at her. At the situation. At the accumulated weight of what she had been carrying for 2 years, most of it alone or nearly alone, making decisions whose full costs she had disclosed piece by piece rather than whole. Dai Mubai had said, with a flat directness that was as honest as he ever got, you could have told us more, earlier. Yes, she said. I could have. We weren't ready earlier, Tang San said, which was both true and also the specific kind of defense that she had not asked for and was grateful for anyway. We would have found a way to be ready, Daimubai said. But he let it go after that, because they were here now and the 15 years were what they were, and there was a path forward. She thought, I will do better. For as long as I have. She filed this for later. She had a lot to think about when the adrenaline of the engagement finally finished clearing her system, and she thought, I should have told them sooner. I should have let them carry it with me from the beginning. Chapter 113 The war's formal end was declared 3 days after the Chrysalis's defeat. Spirit Hall's withdrawal was complete, not a staged retreat but a full pullback from both Empire territories, the Spirit Hall military forces returning to their home territories without engagement. Bibi Dong's written declaration arrived at Flender's position on the second day, formal, legally precise, filed simultaneously with both Empire's foreign ministries. The political protection framework it created was not perfect, but it was real and would take significant provocation to undo. The Empire celebrated. There were public ceremonies in both capitals. The Shrek 8 devils were named in both declarations as contributors to the continental defense. She attended none of the ceremonies. She was not avoiding them, she was using the time for the probability lattice work on the fate pool's location and approach. The lattice showed the pool clearly now that the chrysalis threat was resolved and the ambient fate structure around her was no longer compressed by its approach. The pool was in the southeastern sector of the Great Wilderness region. The journey would take approximately 3 weeks on foot, longer if they moved through the safest routing she could map. She was also still managing the 15-year cost. The golden script had faded from her cultivation awareness after the engagement, which she understood to mean the visible accounting was complete. The dead had been registered in the butterfly system's core and was no longer being displayed as a notification. It was simply part of her cultivation structure now, a change in the fundamental parameters of her lifespan's remaining extent. She had not yet told the full team. Tang San knew. Xiao Wu knew. She needed to tell the others, but she had been using the justification of the war's administrative aftermath to delay it, which she recognized as the management habit reasserting itself. Flender found her at the map table on the third day and said, without preamble, Tang San told me. She looked up. He did. He was right too. Flender sat down across from her. He looked at her with the expression she associated with him having assembled a complete picture of something and being in the process of deciding what to do with it. The fate pool. Yes. I'm coming. She looked at him. Flender at rank 73 was not a combat resource she had been factoring into the pool journey's planning. But Flender was also 40 years of navigation through exactly the kind of complicated, multi-fronted, high-stakes situations she had been living in for the past year. He was the kind of resource you did not refuse. You're coming, she said. And lure along. He did not frame it as a question. She's been carrying her own version of 30 years of consequences. She'll want to be there. Yes, Lian Yue said. He nodded. Tell the rest of the team tonight. A pause. Not as a briefing. As the thing it actually is, telling the people who care about you what happened to you. There's a difference. I know, she said. I know you know. He looked at her. Do it anyway. She did it that evening, in the common room, with all 8 of them present and Flender at the edge and Lure along beside him. She told them the full version, the lifespan cost, the number, the debt's structural implications, the fate pool and the thread that showed a possible restructuring. The reactions were varied and all of them were real. Oscar's quiet and steady look, which was how he handled things that genuinely hurt him. Ning Rongrong's chin up, processing. Daimu Bai's jaw set, the protective instinct converting directly into, what are we doing about this? Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire visible at the edges, the warmth that was his particular mode of caring. Juzwing's silence, which was not coldness but the specific reserve of someone who would do something rather than say many things. And Tang San, who had known for 2 days, watching her tell the others with the expression of someone who is glad the truth is finally in the room. All right, Daimu Bai said at last. When do we leave for the fate pool? 2 weeks, she said. I need the ambient probability field to stabilize fully after the chrysalis event before the pool's navigation is reliable. She looked around the room. And I need all of you at the highest cultivation you can reach in 2 weeks, because the pool's guardian is not a monster but it is a challenge, and I want to arrive with everything we have. 2 weeks, Ning Rongrong said. Then we train. It was as simple as that. She looked at the team, all 8, Flender, Lure along, 12 people in a borderland estate common room after the end of a war, and thought, this is what I was protecting. This specifically. She thought the fate pool might have something to say about that accounting when she arrived. The war's formal end had come 3 days after the chrysalis's defeat, and she had spent those 3 days in a state of suspended attention, not the forward sense at maximum extension, Not the tactical planning that had occupied every waking hour for the past months, but a quieter kind of awareness. The ordinary texture of days after urgency has lifted. She had forgotten what that felt like. Days without a specific threat pressing at their edges. The estate in the early spring light, the team moving through it with the particular ease of people who had survived something difficult and were still here. Flender's messages arriving with the bureaucratic efficiency of an organization processing a significant event through its normal channels. The Heaven-Go Empire's formal response to Spirit Hall's withdrawal, which she was going to need to review carefully for implications. Luo Long had sent a personal message, separate from Flender's official communications. It said, "I saw the probability threads around the engagement from the Academy's monitoring range. I know what that pattern costs. I'm proud of you, and that order about not carrying things alone stands, regardless of what the fate pool requires." She had read it twice. The second time for the part she needed to hear rather than the part she already knew. She thought, "I will carry less alone. I am learning too. The pool will see what I have built, and what I have built includes the learning." She hoped that was enough. The probability threads were not clear on it, the pool's interior was not legible through the lattice, which was itself significant information. She would find out. She had paid 15 years for it. She thought, still worth it. Still, in all the ways that mattered, worth it, though she thought the fate pool might have something to say about that accounting when she arrived. Chapter 114 The preparation for the fate pool journey was unlike any previous preparation period. The difference was in the quality of the work, not the intensity, which had always been high, but the texture. Everyone knew what they were working toward. The 15 years was in the room now, acknowledged, and the acknowledgement had changed the team's relationship to the urgency in a way she had not predicted. It had not made them somber. It had made them focused in a way that was also somehow lighter, as if carrying the knowledge together redistributed the weight into something more manageable. Ning Rongrong worked on her glazed tile pagoda amplification sequences with a precision and persistence that exceeded anything Lian Yue had seen from her. The fifth jewel's capability was new and she was systematically mapping its interaction with each team member's specific spirit techniques. Oscar's cultivation supplement output reached the highest quality she had observed from him, not maximum quantity but maximum purity. The supplement's spirit energy concentration optimized in ways that Flender's old record said weren't achievable below rank 55. Oscar was at rank 49. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire had reached a depth that was qualitatively different from a month prior. The color had shifted from orange gold to something closer to pure white at the core, the heat signature in the butterfly domain's perception showing a temperature range she associated with the Phoenix Spirit's higher evolution forms. She ran the probability lattice on the team's collective state and found the thread picture she had been hoping for, 8 cultivators at peak developmental momentum, building toward a configuration that was stronger than the sum of the individual ranks indicated. She spent her own preparation time on a specific problem, the chrysalis's final words. "You are not from this world." The butterfly chose an interloper. Interesting. She had been carrying these words since the engagement, testing them against her analytical framework. The chrysalis had been in this world for 10,000 years, tracking fate-type spirits through the probability field. It had known enough about the prophetic butterfly to pursue it across an ocean. And it had recognized, in the final moments of its existence, that she was not the person who should have had this spirit. The original Lian Yue, the girl whose body she occupied, whose name she carried, had died in the accident that brought her here. The prophetic butterfly had arrived with her, not with the original. The chrysalis had seen this, somehow, in the final moments of its existence. She sat with this and thought about what it implied. The prophetic butterfly had chosen her. Not been assigned, not inherited. Chosen. She filed it. She did not know what to do with it yet. But it was real and it mattered and she was going to need to understand it before the fate pool's trial, which she knew from the probability lattice would require her to demonstrate something about the choices she had made in this world. The pool's trial was the culmination of the arc she had been in since the moment she woke up in this world. She wanted to arrive at it with full understanding of what she was carrying. The prep period had given her 2 weeks of probability lattice work, team coordination, and quiet time with Tang San and Xiao Wu. She had used all 3 deliberately. The lattice work had mapped the pool as clearly as the distant thread read could. The team coordination had ensured they could operate in the pool's environment, which the lattice suggested would be deeply hostile to passive probability reading, without her active guidance. The time with Tang San and Xiao Wu had been less strategic and more necessary. The aftermath of 15 years spent needed to settle before it could be carried cleanly. She could not be certain she had prepared for it. The preparation period had the specific quality of all good preparation, not the feeling of certainty, but the feeling of having done everything that could be done with the time available. She had run cultivation sessions that pushed the prophetic butterfly's integration to the deepest level she had ever achieved. She had worked with Tang San on the specific skill combinations that the probability lattice's partial read of the pool's trial structure suggested would be most relevant. She had talked with Xiao Wu about what the pool's assessment of long-term cultivation investment looked like from Xiao Wu's specific perspective, an unusual conversation, precise and honest in ways that required both of them to be more direct than was typically comfortable. She had also spent 3 evenings with Oscar and Ning Rongrong and Jusking and Ma Hongjun in the estate's common room, talking about ordinary things, not the trial, not the pool, not the 15 years. Just the people and what they had been through together and what they were looking forward to. She had not expected the looking forward conversations to matter as much as they did for her preparation. They mattered significantly. Not because they changed the tactical picture, but because they clarified what she was preparing for and why. She was preparing to be alive long enough to see what came next. She was preparing for the people across the table from her, and the conversations she wanted to have with them that required more time than 15 years of reduced ceiling would give her. She was ready to fight for that. The pool would see that she was ready. She was as ready as she could make herself, which was a different thing from certainty, but certainty had never been available in this world. What was available was preparation, and she had prepared, but the pool's thread shape showed her something she could not fully read yet, and whatever it required, she could not be certain she had prepared for it. Chapter 115 Tang San found her on the ridge north of the estate on the 10th day of preparation, which was where she went when she needed to think without being useful. He brought 2 cups. He sat down on the rock beside her. She was looking at the borderland below. The ambient probability field was still showing the long-tail effects of the chrysalis event, not threatening, just present, the way the field around a significant event took time to fully return to baseline. She had been watching the knitting back together process as a kind of meditation, following the threads as they re-established themselves in the landscape's fate structure. The chrysalis said, "You're from another world," he said. Yes. It knew. It was 10,000 years old and specifically attuned to fate-type spirits. It could read the origin signature of the prophetic butterfly's connection to me. She drank from the cup. The butterfly was not supposed to be mine. The person whose body I'm in, she died. I arrived in her place. The butterfly came with me. Do you know why? No. She looked at the borderland. The probability lattice shows me that the butterfly chose me specifically, not that it defaulted to me as the nearest available consciousness. It chose. I don't know what criteria it applied. He was quiet for a while. The highland wind moved through the grasses below the ridge. In my father's letter, he said, the passage about the girl who would carry the world's weight. A pause. He wrote it 30 years ago. Before you were born. Before the accident that brought you here. He looked at her. Before the prophetic butterfly existed in this world. She absorbed this. He was a fate-type researcher, she said. He was studying probability theory, probability observers, the deep structure of how fate operated in this world. Yes. He saw something in the probability field. A thread. A person who was not yet here. I think so. He was careful with this, the way he was careful with everything that was simultaneously important and uncertain. I don't know what it means. I don't know if he understood what he was seeing. But he left the record. He left the record. He looked at the ridge. And I found it at the right time. He met her eyes. Whatever you are, whoever you arrived as, you are the person who was supposed to be here. Not by accident. Not by coincidence. She thought about the butterfly choosing. She thought about Tang San's father's letter. She thought about the probability observers, watching since before her rank breakthrough, waiting for a decision. The choosing is still to come, she said. Whatever decision the observer is waiting for, I haven't made it yet. I know, he said. I'll be there when you do. She looked at him and felt the full weight of a year and a half of working beside this person, and the weight was not heavy. It was the weight of something load-bearing, the kind you built with and could not afford to lose. I know you will, she said. That's part of what I've been counting on. I think I'm getting close to understanding it too. She said this out loud, not to Tang San, who was sitting beside her, but to whatever was listening through the probability field. The words felt appropriate. Not a statement of certainty, but an honest accounting of where she was. Tang San had been quiet for a long time since sitting down. Not the steadied quiet of someone waiting for an opportunity to speak, the genuine quiet of someone who was present in the moment and not requiring it to be anything other than what it was. The highland wind was cold. The valley below held the estate and the team and the specific life they had built in the months of preparation. From the ridge, she could see the shape of it, The small human structures in the larger landscape, temporary against the permanent. Are you afraid? He asked, eventually. She thought about the question honestly. Not of the pool itself, she said. Of what it might show me about what I've built. Whether it's enough. It's enough, he said. You can't know that. No. He looked at the valley. But I know what you built, because I've been here while you built it. I've seen the work and the cost and the choices. He paused. Whatever the pool assesses, it's assessing something real. She thought about that. That helps, she said. Good. He did not move toward her, the arm's length gap that had been the default for 2 years, the distance that had been respect and was now something more complicated. When this is settled, when you come out of the pool and whatever the accounting is, I would still like to have that conversation we talked about at the beginning. She looked at him. The things neither of us was saying. Yes. He looked back. I've been saying some of them, in the past year. Not all of them. Not all of them, she agreed. After the pool, he said. After the pool, she said, and the butterfly moved with something that was not a question but an answer, warm and certain, pointing toward a future that was still being built. They sat on the ridge until the cups were empty, and the highland was quiet around them, and in the probability field the threads were steadily knitting back into the world, and 2 probability observers were at the edge of the detectable range, watching with the patience of things that were very old and very certain that what they were waiting for was finally close, and she looked at them through the probability mirror and thought, I see you. I know you've been watching since the beginning. Whatever you're waiting for me to understand, I think I'm getting close to understanding it too. Chapter 116 The chrysalis's death had left a specific residue in the ambient fate structure that the probability lattice was able to read clearly now that the entity itself was gone. The suppression of its presence had lifted, and what remained was legible. She spent 3 days in careful analytical work on the residue, not because she expected to find anything operational but because she had the methodical instinct to understand things fully rather than just manage them. What she found in the residue was not tactical information. It was history. The chrysalis's 10,000-year life had left marks in the fate structure the way deep water leaves marks in stone, not visible to the surface reader but legible to the probability lattice's cascade analysis. She could read fragments of the entity's history, the coast it had slept beneath, the cultivators it had encountered over the millennia, the one fate-type spirit master it had devoured 10,000 years ago. The fate master it had consumed had been someone extraordinary. The fragment she could read was incomplete, the chrysalis's consumption had destroyed most of the source material, but what remained showed a cultivation level that exceeded anything she had read about in Douluo's historical records. Higher than title Douluo. A different category. She filed this. It implied that fate-type spirit cultivation at its highest possible development was something that had not been achieved in 10,000 years, since the last practitioner had been consumed. She was the first fate-type cultivator of significant level to exist in the world since then. She thought about what that meant for the path forward, and what the probability observers might be waiting to see, not a single decision but the beginning of something that the fate structure recognized as significant at the same scale as the event that had ended 10,000 years prior. She thought, I am not that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She thought, but the butterfly chose me. And whatever the choosing criterion was, it was not random. She set the analysis aside and returned to the fate pool preparation. 2 days until departure. The team was at peak readiness. The pool's thread shape in the probability lattice was clear. She was as prepared as she could be. She thought, let's find out what prepared means when the challenge is the accumulated weight of every choice you've made since you woke up in a world that wasn't yours. She thought, actually, that sounds exactly like what the past 18 months have been. She almost smiled. She thought, Tang San is going to try to find a way to reverse this. He has already been researching it. She had seen the notes, the hidden weapon diagrams adapted into medical cultivation theory, the careful cross-referencing of Tang sect records on life force transfer. He was not going to ask her permission to research it and she was not going to tell him to stop. She thought, Xiao Wu is going to spend the next decade making sure nothing tries to harm her before the pool's restructuring takes full effect. This was also acceptable. She thought, these are the people I chose to trust and they chose to stay in whatever the pool's trial requires me to demonstrate about the nature of that choosing. I think I know the answer. The answer is not a technique or a cultivation method or a power system. The answer is the choosing itself. The decision to let people in. The decision to be something more than the prophetic butterfly. The analysis was put aside. 2 days to departure. The team was at peak readiness. Readiness was not the same as certainty. She thought about the distinction as she walked back from the probability lattice session. Certainty would have meant seeing the pool's trial structure clearly, knowing what it would ask and how to answer it, having the outcome mapped before she arrived. That was not available. The pool's interior did not resolve in the 6-stream view, too much probability at too high a density, the Fate architecture compressed to a point where her perception instruments hit their limits. Readiness was something else. Readiness was, she had done everything that could be done, built everything that could be built, understood everything that was understandable in advance. She had the cultivation base, the ring skill suite, the team at her back, the specific knowing of herself that 2 years in this world had produced. She had the probability observers watching, which she had not been able to fully interpret but which the butterfly assessed as preparation adjacent rather than threat adjacent. She was ready for the trial that was possible to prepare for. The trial that was not possible to prepare for, the one that required something other than technique and cultivation and careful planning, she was carrying as faith rather than certainty. Not religious faith. The faith that comes from having done hard things before and knowing the structure of hard things, how they ask what is available rather than what is theoretical. She had learned what was available in her. The trial would see it. She went back to the estate, found the common room occupied by all 7 of her team in various states of pre-departure rest, and let herself be among them for the evening, the ordinary warmth of it, unmanaged, real. Tomorrow they departed. She was ready. She was ready, though the probability lattice still showed the pool's trial threat as something she could not fully resolve in advance, and readiness was not the same as certainty. Chapter 117 The departure for the Fate pool was at dawn on the 12th day. The full group assembled in the estate courtyard with travel packs and the specific collective atmosphere of people who have been through enough together to be past both the anxiety and the false cheerfulness that precede difficult undertakings. They were simply there. Ready. Moving. She ran the full probability lattice at maximum extension before they left, the last major scan she planned to use for a week, to avoid drawing attention moving through the deep wilderness. What the scan showed, the route was clear of Spirit Hall activity, the ancient wilderness region was in its post-chrysalis state of elevated ambient probability, all the released Fate energy had to go somewhere, and it had pooled in the wilderness specifically, drawn by the existing concentration there, and the Fate pool itself was present and active at the southeastern coordinates she had mapped. The pool was waiting. 2 things the scan also showed, neither of them operationally threatening but both worth noting, a Spirit Hall presence approximately 2 days behind them, moving along the same route. Not an assault force, a small group, no more than 3. The probability signature was familiar from previous butterfly mirror readings. Qianrenshu. And at the edge of the detectable range, the probability observers, 4 of them now, moving in the same direction they were moving. She filed both. She would let them arrive when they arrived and deal with the specifics then. The team moved south into the borderland passage that led toward the Spirit Beast wilderness, and the morning was clear, and the ambient Fate structure was thick with the chrysalis events residue but settling. The world was returning to its normal probability density, slowly, the way a disturbed pool returns to stillness. She walked at the back of the group for a while, watching the 8 people ahead of her and Flender and Lu Erlong at the sides, and thought about everything that had happened since she had woken up in a village in the world of Douluo Dalu with the prophetic butterfly in her chest and the knowledge of what was going to happen in her head. She had changed the story. She had paid costs she had not fully calculated when she began. She had built something she had not expected to build, not a strategic asset, not a protection network, but an actual team, an actual set of people who had decided to be there for each other in ways that went beyond any specific goal. She had also, along the way, built something she had not expected to build inside herself, something she had not arrived in this world with and had not found anywhere in the original story either, because the original story had not had her in it, and what she had become in this world was specifically and only the product of the choices she had made since arriving. She was not the same person who had woken up afraid and alone in a village 18 months ago, uncertain of everything. She thought, good. She walked forward to catch up with the group, and Ma Hongjun made a joke that made Oscar groan and Ning Rongrong try not to laugh, and the morning was ordinary and alive, and the Fate pool was waiting, and whatever decision the probability observers were watching for was coming closer with every step. She was ready to make it. She walked forward into the ordinary morning, into the sound of Ma Hongjun still telling his joke, into the smell of Oscar's last batch of sausages before the journey, into the familiar cultivation signatures of 7 people she had fought beside and been honest with and counted on, and she thought, this is also what the pool will find when it looks. Not just the 15 years. Not just the Fate steering. The whole thing. Everything that had been built. She was ready for it to see all of it, and if the accounting came back unfavorable, she would deal with that when it arrived. The departure itself had a quality she had not anticipated. She had expected it to feel like every other significant departure, dense with what was ahead, the anticipatory weight of an event she had been building toward for months. Instead it felt light. Not easy, the stakes were as real as they had ever been, but light in the way that things feel when the preparation is complete and the doing can finally begin. The team moved out of the estate courtyard in the first gray light, their steps quiet and their pace purposeful, and she walked at the group's edge as she usually did, the position that let her watch the formation and the road ahead simultaneously, and felt the particular quality of 2 years of accumulated choice crystallized in the moment of movement. She thought about the 13-year-old in the village of Narrow Creek who had woken in an unfamiliar body and decided, in 30 seconds, to be here fully. She thought about every choice since then, the good ones and the costly ones and the ones she would have made differently, and could not find one she regretted. Not even the 15 years. The 15 years had been the right cost at the right moment, and whatever the pool's trial produced, she had paid it willingly. The butterfly moved with warmth as the estate fell behind them and the road opened ahead. Ancient, patient, certain in the way it was always certain, she had chosen rightly. Whatever came next, she had chosen rightly. She walked forward, carrying all of it, and let the road receive her weight. She was ready for it to see all of it, and if the accounting came back unfavorable, she would deal with that when it arrived. Chapter 118 Qian Rinxu appeared at the camp on the evening of the third travel day, not from behind, where the probability lattice had placed her 2 days prior. She had moved ahead, taken a faster route, circled around, and arrived at the camp 3 hours before the team did. She was sitting at the edge of the clearing when they arrived, no weapons visible, cultivation aura at absolute minimum. She had arranged her own surrender of tactical position precisely, Lian Yue thought. A deliberate demonstration. "I want to understand," Qian Rinxu said, when they had assembled around the campfire. Not asking permission to speak. Stating her purpose, because she had decided it was her purpose and was communicating that decision. "What specifically?" Tang San said. "Not hostile. Flat. Why you fight the way you do?" "Not for power." She looked at Lian Yue. "I've watched 4 engagements now. Every decision point where power alone would be sufficient, you use less than you have. You optimize for something that isn't winning." "Winning with everyone intact," Lian Yue said. "Yes." Qian Rinxu absorbed this. "I have never had that. I have won many things. I have never had the thing you optimize for." She looked at the fire. "I want to understand if it is learnable." The camp was quiet for a moment. Oscar said, with the specific gentleness he used when he was being genuinely kind rather than deflecting, "It is. I didn't have it when I started here either." Qian Rinxu looked at him. "How do you learn it?" "You stay," Oscar said. "You show up. You let the work be hard without making it about you being hard enough." He picked up a supply cup. "And you eat regularly. That helps too." The camp absorbed this. And then Ning Rongrong, of all people, Ning Rongrong, who had arrived at Shrek Academy as haughty and certain as anyone Lian Yue had encountered, said, "I will teach you my glazed tile pagoda support sequences. If you're going to stay, you should be useful." Qian Rinxu looked at her. Then at the fire. Then at Lian Yue. Lian Yue met her eyes and said, "The route to the Fate Pool takes 4 more days. You can come or you can go back. Either way, the offer stands if you ever want to understand what we're building here." A pause. "I'll come," Qian Rinxu said. And that was that. The camp settled into its evening routines with one more person at the fire, extraordinary, alone, carrying her own weight quietly the way people carried things when they had never had anyone to share them with, and Lian Yue watched and thought, "I did not predict this." The probability lattice showed she was coming. It did not show what she was coming for. Some things, the probability field did not predict. Some things simply arrived and were met. She thought, "I'm getting better at meeting them." She thought about what it would mean for Qian Rinxu to be part of this team, not just for the pool journey, but beyond it. The Supreme Pontiff's daughter, walking away from Spirit Hall, joining the people who had killed the chrysalis and ended the war. The political implications were significant. The personal ones were more interesting. Qian Rinxu had come because she had nowhere else that made sense anymore. She had come because the version of the world she had been trained to build had turned out to be something she did not want to finish building. She had come carrying her own weight, quietly, the way people carried things when they had never had anyone to share them with. Lian Yue knew what that felt like. She thought, tomorrow's leg of the journey is going to be more interesting than yesterday's, and more complicated, in ways she had not yet fully mapped. Qian Rinxu at their camp's edge, With the traveling cup and the sitting beside the fire ease of someone who had decided to be present without performance, this was a different thing from the Qianringshu she had known through the probability field's readings. The field showed a cultivation signature, a professional bearing, the specific quality of Spirit Hall's most capable operative. It did not show this, the way she had looked at the fire when she thought no one was watching, with something that might have been relief or might have been the specific weariness of someone who had been performing certainty for a long time. She was good at reading that look. She had worn it herself. They had talked, after the team's cautious acceptance of Qianringshu's presence, about small things first, the road conditions, the spirit beast activity in the western approaches, the specific cultivation demands of high-altitude travel. Safe subjects. Testing whether the other person would hold the surface or break through it. Qianringshu had broken through it first. "Bibi Dong sent me," she had said, which was not news, but the direction was mine to choose. I chose this direction. Why? Lian Yue had asked. The answer had been careful and true in the way that carefully true answers were, because I have been watching what you build for a year, and I would rather be present at what comes next than read about it afterward. She had thought about that answer for the rest of the evening and had not yet arrived at a full assessment of it. Tomorrow, she would see what the next stage of the journey revealed about what Qianringshu's presence here actually meant. She went to sleep in the cultivator's way, clean, efficient, prepared for whatever the morning brought. She thought, tomorrow's leg of the journey is going to be more interesting than yesterday's, and more complicated, in ways she had not yet fully mapped. Chapter 119 The Spirit Beast Wilderness received them differently than it would have a month prior. She could feel it through the probability lattice. The ambient fate density was higher here than anywhere she had traveled in this world. The accumulated probability of a region where spirit beasts of extreme age and cultivation density had been living for millennia, concentrated and deepened by the chrysalis events released fate energy. Walking through the wilderness was like walking through water that was slightly thicker than water. Everything moved, everything flowed, but with more resistance and more richness. The spirit beasts gave them a wide path. Not because of the team's combat capability, which was relevant but secondary. Because the probability lattice's passive signature, the accumulated fate work she had been doing since she arrived in this world, now released from its suppression period and radiating again, was something the wilderness recognized at a level below conscious thought. The butterfly had changed the fate of this world. The world's most fate-sensitive inhabitants could feel it. On the third day, they encountered a spirit beast that Lian Yue had been tracking through the lattice since the previous evening. A 5,000-year probability fox, a small silver beast that sat on a rock at eye level as they passed and watched her with eyes that carried more intelligence than a standard spirit beast its age should have possessed. It did not attack. It did not flee. It watched, and when she passed within 5 meters it lowered its head once, which was not a standard spirit beast behavior she could explain. What did it just do? Dai Mubai asked. I don't know, she said. Filed under, interesting. On the fourth day, the probability observers were directly ahead, no longer at the edge of range but present, 4 of them, moving along the same route as the team but ahead of them, which she understood was a deliberate positioning, leading toward, not following behind. The fate pool was at the end of the route they were leading toward. She thought, they know where we're going. They have known since the beginning. She thought, of course they have. The route through the wilderness was clear and rich with probability density, and the observers moved ahead like 4 lights in the lattice's field, and the fate pool was 1 day away, and whatever the choosing was, whatever decision she had been building toward since the rank 70 breakthrough, since Tang San's father's letter, since the chrysalis's final words, was waiting at the pool. She walked forward and thought, I've been building toward this since I woke up in this world. Maybe longer. She walked forward and thought, I am ready for what it costs, whatever it costs. She was. She ran a final probability lattice read, brief, minimal, just enough to confirm the approach route and the pool's current state. What the lattice showed, the pool was active, its probability density at maximum, the trial structure already engaged at the perimeter level. The probability observers were not at the edge of the detectable range anymore. They were at the pool's shore, waiting. She had been building toward this since she arrived. The foresight ability, the cultivation, the team, all of it had been preparation for something the lattice had been showing her in fragments since Ring 4. She had not known the shape of it then. She knew it now. The pool would look at everything she had done in this world, every thread bent, every fate steered, every year spent, and it would ask, was this worth the cost? She walked forward and thought, yes. It was worth every part of it. She walked forward and thought, yes. It was worth every part of it. She was ready for the answer, whatever it cost. The Spirit Beast Wilderness was different from everything she had traveled through before. Not more dangerous, exactly, the individual Spirit Beasts were in the standard range, nothing that the team's current cultivation level could not handle. But the ambient probability density was something she had no prior reference for, thick, layered, the fate threads here older and deeper than anywhere she had been. The probability lattice ran at the same resolution, but the information volume was orders of magnitude higher. She had to run the six-stream view at a deliberate pace rather than the rapid scan she was used to. The wilderness also had the specific qualities she had been noticing since the first day of travel, the probability observers watching. Not threatening, as the butterfly continued to confirm. But intensified, the observation closer, more concentrated, as if proximity to the pool was drawing the observer toward engagement rather than waiting. She thought about what the observer had been waiting for her to understand. The trial ahead. The pool's assessment. The question of whether what she had built was sufficient. She thought, the observer is watching whether I understand that what I have built is not just technique and cultivation. It is relationship. It is the specific people behind me on this path. It is the choice to be here fully, made at 13 years old and every day since. Is that what it takes? The butterfly was warm. Certain. She thought, I think that is what it takes. She walked forward into the wilderness's ambient fate density, feeling the probability threads thicken around her, and held the certainty in her chest where the butterfly lived. The pool was close. She would know soon. She was ready for the answer, whatever it cost. Chapter 120. The fate pool was exactly as the probability lattice had shown it, and also entirely unlike anything the lattice's data had conveyed. The data had shown, a spring in a clearing, ambient probability density extremely high, visible golden shimmer in the air above the water surface, old and deep and aware. The reality added, the quality of stillness at the clearing's edge that said this place had been waiting. Not for her specifically, perhaps, it had been waiting for 10,000 years, or longer. But it recognized her arrival in the same way the probability fox had lowered its head, in the same way the wilderness had opened a path through its density for them to pass. The fate work she had been doing since her first days in this world had a signature, and the pool recognized the signature. The water was not moving. It was completely still, and yet the golden shimmer above it was not static, it shifted and flowed like light through deep water, probability threads crystallizing at the surface and dissolving back into the pool. The team stood at the clearing's edge. Qianrenshu was behind, slightly apart, watching. The four probability observers were at the clearing's four corners, present and still. She walked to the pool's edge. She did not perform preparation. She simply stood at the water's edge and looked at the accumulated fate thread crystallization at the surface, the 10,000 years of probability density, the world's own record of what fate had done and been done to, laid out in a material she could see with the prophetic butterfly's perception in a way that no one without a fate-type spirit could. The pool's will looked back. Not threatening. Evaluating. The chrysalis is gone, she said. The pool did not speak. It showed her something, a thread unfolding at the water's surface, not a probability read, but a review. Her own probability signature, from the day she had arrived in this world to the present moment. Every thread she had altered. Every fate she had bent or steered or shattered. The full map of everything she had done across her time in this world, displayed in crystallized probability at the surface of the water. This is the trial, she said. And the pool waited, and she looked at her own history laid out before her, and she took a breath and let her voice carry into the clearing, because the trial was not something she could solve alone, and she had, finally, stopped trying to solve things alone. I didn't change this world because I had to, she said. I changed it because I chose to, because the people in it deserved better than what was coming for them, and I had the capability to do something about it. I paid costs I didn't fully calculate and I made choices that had consequences I'm still living with. I accelerated a war. I spent 15 years of my life in a single engagement. I altered the trajectory of 8 specific people in ways they didn't ask for. She looked at the crystallized history in the water. I would do it again. Every choice, at every fork, knowing what I know now. She paused. Not because I was right about everything, I wasn't. But because the alternative was knowing and not acting, and that was never an option I could have lived with. The pool was still. The probability observers were still. Behind her, the team was still. She thought, this is the choosing. Not a single decision but the summary of all of them, the statement of who she was and what she had chosen to become, made clearly, in full view, without management. She thought, I am ready for whatever comes next, because I am not making it alone, not anymore, not for the first time since I woke up in this world, not alone. She was right. The pool's surface rippled once, just once, the shimmer intensifying briefly to a blaze of gold, and then settled to stillness again. The trial had begun. She stepped to the edge of the pool and felt the fate architecture of this place in full for the first time, not through the probability lattice, which was showing her the external surface, but directly, through the butterfly's resonance with the accumulated fate density of the pool's 10,000-year history. The pool was asking something. Not the way the forward sense asked questions, through probability threads that suggested rather than demanded. This was more direct. The pool's surface was a mirror and it was waiting for something specific to be reflected. She looked into the pool. What she saw was not the burns of the valley engagement or the 15 years of reduced ceiling or the cost she had paid in butterfly energy over 2 years of managing threads. She saw herself at 13 years old, standing in the village hall in Narrow Creek while the butterfly erupted from her chest in a corona of gold light, and she understood, for the first time, completely, what had happened in that moment. The butterfly had not awakened. It had recognized. It had been waiting for her, for the specific person who had read this world as a story and cared about it as a world, who had arrived here by accident and stayed by choice, who had built relationships before she built power and had treated the people around her as the reason rather than the method. The pool was not assessing her cultivation. It was assessing whether she had understood what she was. She thought, I have understood. Not perfectly, I am still learning. But I have understood the direction, and I have been walking toward it since I woke up in Narrow Creek. The pool's surface blazed gold, and held. She stepped in. The trial had begun. Chapter 121. The trial did not announce its phases. She learned this in the first hour. The pool ran no narration. There were no instructions, no referee, no formal declaration of what it required. There was only the crystallized history spread across the water's surface, and the evaluating stillness of the pool's accumulated probability consciousness, and the understanding that the trial had begun and would end when the pool decided it had enough information. She had expected a test of power. She had prepared for a test of judgment, the reasoning behind her choices, the calculation of costs and benefits, the question of whether the alterations she had made net positive against the stability she had disrupted. The pool gave her neither. It gave her a question in the form of experience. It fed her, through the prophetic butterfly's fate perception, a compressed replay of the most consequential moments of her time in this world. Not as she remembered them. As the probability structure remembered them. She stood at the edge of the water with her eyes open and her body still, and she lived them again at a speed the pool controlled. The village awakening ceremony, seen not from inside her own fear but from the village elder's perspective, the man watching the golden butterfly erupt from a sickly girl's chest and knowing in his bones what it meant for her survival. The moment when he had considered not recording the awakening. The thread she had not seen then because she had been too busy surviving, his deliberate error in the register, listing her spirit as wind class, ordinary to delay Spirit Hall's attention by 3 weeks. 3 weeks that had been enough for her to reach Shrek. She had not known. The old man had protected her without her knowing. The pool was showing her what she had not seen. The thread she had not read because she had been too focused on her own position. The first night she and Tang San had trained together in silence, seen from the outside, from the perspective of the probability structure itself, which had been tracking both of them since before either had arrived at the academy. The thread that connected them was not romantic in origin. It was structural, two people whose probability signatures had been in resonance since before they met, as if the world had been building toward this configuration for longer than either of them had been alive in it. She had known this, abstractly. The pool showed it to her concretely, with a specificity that made abstract understanding feel thin by comparison. The trial was showing her what she had been part of, not just what she had done. Every thread she had pulled was also a thread that other people had been holding, from directions she had not been able to see. The village elder. The probability fox in the wilderness, whose lowered head carried the memory of a fate master from 5,000 years ago who had walked the same route. The senior Spirit Hall administrator who had quietly misfiled 2 of Zhao Holong's reports on the prophetic butterfly because he had a daughter who was a spirit master and had his own views about what Spirit Hall did with ability it could not control. She had been operating as if she were the only one steering. The pool was showing her that the world had been steering alongside her the whole time. She held that and continued to receive it, because the pool was not done, and the question it was working toward had not yet been asked. The first phase had been reception, the pool drawing out the accumulated history of her time in this world, examining it with the specific attention of something that had seen 10,000 years of fate and knew what deliberate choice looked like against the background of determined outcome. She had entered the water and felt the examination begin, not the forward sense inverted but something adjacent to it, The probability architecture of her 2-year history made legible to a presence that could read it from outside. She had been afraid, walking to the pool's edge, that what the examination found would be insufficient. That the choices she had made, the ones she had second-guessed, the ones that had cost more than she planned, the ones that were uncertain in their wisdom even now, would add up to something the pool would assess as inadequate. What she had not expected, the pool was not looking for the absence of mistakes. It was looking for the presence of genuine choosing, choices made in full awareness of their weight, choices that cost something real and were made anyway. She had been making those choices since the village of Narrow Creek. Since the 30 seconds she had given herself to mourn before deciding to act. The pool had found every one of them. She felt it move through the catalog with something that was neither approval nor disapproval but something more fundamental, recognition. She had been here. She had done this. The record was accurate. The question it was building toward was taking shape at the pool's edges, not yet asked, but visible in the way that a question's form is visible before the words arrive. She waited for it. She held that and continued to receive it, because the pool was not done, and the question it was working toward had not yet been asked. Chapter 122 The replay ran for 3 hours subjectively, though Tang San, watching from the clearing's edge, reported later that she had stood motionless at the water for 40 minutes. In the compressed experience of the pool's review, she saw the moments she had made correctly, and the moments she had made incorrectly with good intent, and the moments she had made incorrectly with bad information, and the moments she had simply been lucky. The pool was not interested in the difference between these categories. It was interested in the pattern they formed together. The pattern was not heroic. It was not a clean arc of a person who had arrived knowing the right answers and executed them correctly. It was the pattern of a person who had arrived knowing the world's text and had spent 3 years discovering that the text was not the world, that the original story was a frame, not a floor plan, and the people in it were people rather than roles, and the decisions that mattered were never the ones she had prepared for. She saw the moment she had manipulated Tang San's cultivation schedule in year 2 without telling him, to steer him toward a spirit ring choice she knew would be better than what he was planning. She had been right about the ring. She had been wrong about the method. The pool showed her the thread this had created in their dynamic, a thin thread of asymmetry, of her having a version of their relationship that he did not have access to, that had required months of accumulated honesty to fully dissolve. She acknowledged it. Not with guilt, the outcome had been good and the intent had been care, but with the clear-eyed recognition that care without transparency had a cost. She saw the moment she had failed to warn Oscar that his experimental sausage formula had a specific cultivation interaction risk, because she had calculated that the risk was low and had not wanted to insert unnecessary anxiety. Oscar had noticed the interaction himself 6 months later, fixed it, and had been fine. But the thread the pool showed her was the thread where he had not noticed, the adjacent thread, the one where the probability landed 2 steps left, and it was thin but it was real. She acknowledged this too. Low probability was not zero probability, and she had made a choice she had not named as a choice. The pool was not accumulating grievances. It was constructing a picture. The picture was, a person who had done genuine good at genuine cost, who had operated sometimes from wisdom and sometimes from fear, who had made choices that were correct and choices that were mistaken, who had grown across the 3 years of this accounting from someone managing every thread alone to someone who had finally, in the 43 minutes of the chrysalis engagement, been willing to use the technique that required spending what could not be recovered, not because she had given up on protecting herself, but because she had understood that protecting the people around her was the same as protecting herself. The pool held all of it. The trial was not a test of whether her choices had been correct. The trial was a process of showing her the full scope of what she had been, and asking her to acknowledge it clearly. She acknowledged it. Fully, in full view, with nothing managed or held back. The pool's surface shimmered, not the blaze from the night before, but a steady warmth, the light changing from evaluation gold to something closer to recognition. She felt the pool's will turn from reviewing to deciding, and she did not know yet what the decision would be. The moments it had chosen to examine most closely were not the ones she would have selected. Not the combat victories, not the strategic decisions that had protected the team, not the probability steering interventions that had changed outcomes. Those had been examined, but quickly. The pool moved past them with the efficiency of something that found them interesting but not central. What it had slowed for, the East Garden at dawn, the first week at Shrek Academy, sitting on the bench and braiding her hair in the still water's reflection. The conversation with Xiao Wu in the garden, "I don't like you yet, but I'm willing to keep trying." The moment in the infirmary when Tang San handed her the bitter root without being asked and she had thought, "I need better strategies for being around you." The feast dinner when the vision had hit and she had chosen to seal it back and let the warmth be real. The smaller moments. The moments that were not about capability or strategy but about the specific texture of a person choosing to be present and to care. Those were the moments that Poole was dwelling in, and she was beginning to understand what they meant for its assessment. She had been afraid that the Poole was measuring what she could do. It was measuring who she had chosen to be. The gold light at the water's edge shifted, changed from evaluation gold to something closer to recognition. She felt the Poole's will turn from reviewing to deciding, and she did not know yet what the decision would be, but the butterfly was warm and certain, pointing toward the answer before she could read it herself. She felt the Poole's will turn from reviewing to deciding, and she did not know yet what the decision would be. Chapter 123. The verdict came as sensation rather than language. She felt it move through the prophetic butterfly's core like a tide reversing, not painful, not dramatic, but entirely unmistakable. The Poole had examined the accumulated evidence of her time in this world, weighed it against the cost she had incurred, and arrived at its conclusion. The conclusion was not exoneration. The Poole did not operate on those terms. It did not absolve costs or retroactively justify mistakes. What it did was complete. It saw the full accounting and made a determination about the structural integrity of what had been built. The determination was, the debt was legitimate. The 15 years spent in fate-shattering during the chrysalis engagement were a real and permanent cost, registered in the probability structure of the world as an alteration to her lifespan's natural trajectory. The Poole could not reverse this. The rules of fate work at that scale did not permit returns, only restructuring. But the debt could be stabilized. She felt this happen as a restructuring in the butterfly system's core, the way a fracture in stone is not removed but bound with mortar, the underlying crack still present but no longer actively spreading. The 15-year debt stopped being an open wound in her cultivation structure and became a closed scar. It would not compound. It would not interact unpredictably with future fate architecture work. It was contained, permanent, and no longer threatening further cost. The golden script appeared in the butterfly system's reporting field, not in her visual periphery as notification, but directly in the cultivation awareness, the way significant structural change is always registered, fate debt, restructured. Remaining cost, permanent, stable. Future fate architecture, unrestricted at current cultivation. Mark, registered. She felt the mark register on her wrist, a sensation like warm ink, a pattern pressed into the skin from inside. When she looked down, she saw it, a faint wing vein pattern, gold and silver, barely visible against her skin, no larger than her thumb. The veins branched and rebranched and concluded at clean edges, not fading out but finishing, the way things finished when they were done rather than interrupted. The mark was the accounting made physical, permanent, acknowledged, stable. She stood at the edge of the pool and looked at the mark and thought, this is what it looks like when the accounting is complete. Not erased. Not rewound. Finished. She turned. Tang San was standing at the clearing's edge, exactly where he had been when the trial began. The team was there, all 8 of them, and Qian Rinxu behind them, and the clearing was quiet with the kind of quiet that follows something significant, when no one wants to be the first to make it ordinary. Tang San saw her look at her wrist. He crossed the clearing without being asked. He looked at the mark. He traced it with one finger, the wing vein pattern, the faint gold and silver, each branch and conclusion, without speaking. She let him. The mark was not dramatic up close, no glowing, no visible cultivation power, just a faint wing vein pattern, warm against the skin, barely visible unless the light caught it directly. He was looking at it the way he looked at things he was trying to understand completely, not the surface but the structure, the way it had been made and what it meant in terms of mechanism. She thought, he is already starting to work on the problem. He is not looking at it as a permanent condition. He is looking at it as a technical challenge with a solution that does not yet exist. She thought, I have known this about him for 3 years and it still surprises me, the specific quality of his determination, not aggressive, not resistant to reality, just, clear-eyed about what is and immediately oriented toward what could be different. He finished tracing the pattern and looked up. She could read all 8 probability signatures through the butterfly mirror without looking, present, watchful, alive. The verdict had moved through her like a tide reversing, and what it left behind was not the restoration of the 15 years exactly. The pool had been precise in its communication through the butterfly's resonance, not restoration but replacement. The consumed lifespan had been taken from the cultivated ceiling's upper reaches. The pool could not return what the chrysalis had consumed. It could change what the ceiling was. Spirit Douluo threshold, rank 80. She had been at rank 70 when she entered the pool. The acceleration the verdict had granted would carry her to the threshold faster than any cultivation arc she could have built, but the ceiling above rank 80 was not restored. It was transformed. She did not yet fully understand what the transformation meant. She would learn it through the cultivation, the way she had learned everything else about the butterfly's architecture, through doing, not through knowing in advance. What she understood clearly, she was here, in this clearing, with a mark on her wrist and the team behind her and the verdict rendered. She was more than she had been when she stepped into the pool. And the 15 years, the cost that had pressed on her since the Valley engagement, was no longer pressing in the same way. Not gone. Changed. Placed differently in the accounting. She turned to face the clearing and found the team arranged in the specific configuration of people who have been waiting long enough that their positions have shifted from deliberate to organic, spread around the clearing's edge, each of them in the characteristic posture of their own way of waiting. She looked at each of their faces and felt the full weight of the 2 years that had produced this moment. She was glad to be here. She had been glad to be here since the beginning, if she was honest, even through the parts that had been hardest to carry. She was glad now in a way that she had not let herself be before. The team was at the clearing's edge, giving them space, the way the team gave space when it understood something was happening that needed space. She could read all 8 probability signatures through the butterfly mirror without looking, present, watchful, alive. Chapter 124. He said nothing for a long time. His finger followed the pattern on her wrist, each vein of the wing, the way it branched and rebranched and finally ended at clean edges, not fading but concluding. She watched him work out what it was from its structure alone. Then he said, "Show me how to give this back." "It doesn't work that way," she said. "The pool's restructuring is permanent. The debt is stable. It won't compound, won't spread, won't unpredictably interact with future cultivation. It's contained." "That's not what I'm asking." She understood what he was asking. He was asking how he could participate in undoing the cost she had paid, not because he thought it was possible today, or this year, or in the near future. He was asking because he needed to have a direction. He needed the question to be open rather than closed, something he could work toward rather than a wall he had to stand in front of. She thought about this honestly. "There are theoretical mechanisms at the God-level cultivation range," she said. "Tang sect records mention life force restructuring at that scale. Your blue sky hammer's peak form in the original story involved spatial temporal work that's adjacent to what would be necessary. I don't know if it translates to lifespan debt. I don't know if anyone has tried." She paused. It would take decades of cultivation work to be in a position to attempt it. The theoretical framework would need to be built from the ground up. It would require cross-referencing Tang sect void architecture theory with prophetic butterfly fate debt mechanics, which are in different technical vocabularies and have never been studied together. "Then we start," he said. "Not then we'll start eventually. Not then we might try. Then we start," immediate present tense, as if the research was already underway, as if the years between now and the possibility of the technique's completion were simply territory to be crossed. She looked at him for a moment with the full weight of everything she knew about this person, the original story's Tang San, whose love for Xiao Wu had carried him through 9 deaths and a God-level trial, whose determination once set was genuinely unmovable, and she thought, he means it. He is going to spend decades working on this problem. Because she paid a cost, and he considers that his concern now, and that is simply who he is. "All right," she said. "We start." Xiao Wu was behind her before she finished the sentence. Xiao Wu had been listening. She had always been listening. That was one of the things about Xiao Wu that Lian Yue had learned to account for, and had long since stopped performing around. What it meant, in this moment, was that Xiao Wu had heard the entire exchange and was now looking at both of them with the expression of a person who was about to make a decision that would redirect everyone's plans. "All 8 of us," Xiao Wu said. "Whatever this is. All 8. Tang San looked at her. Lian Yue looked at her. "All right," Lian Yue said. "All 8. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu. A beat of the particular silent communication they had been doing since childhood, the full sentence exchange that took place in about half a second. Then Tang San said, "All 8. Starting from today." Oscar, who had been at the clearing's edge and definitely not attempting to listen, turned toward them with an expression of complete innocence and said, "Does this mean we're going home?" "Because I have been thinking about my aunt's dumplings for 3 weeks and the emotional weight of that is becoming difficult to manage." Ma Hongjun said, "I've been thinking about literally anything other than journey rations." "All 8, Lian Yue said. "And we go home, and then we start working on what comes after." She looked at the group assembled in the clearing, the specific configuration of 8 people who had been through something together that had changed the shape of what they were individually and collectively. The pool's aftermath was still settling, the ambient probability field of the clearing was different from when they had arrived, The Fate architecture rearranged in ways she was going to spend weeks fully mapping. Ning Rongrong had gone immediately to Oscar with the pagoda deployed in diagnostic mode, running the post-trial cultivation assessment she had been preparing since they set out. Oscar had not argued, which said something about how serious the past weeks had been. Oscar without an opinion was Oscar taking the situation at full weight. Dai Mubai was sitting against the clearing's largest tree with his eyes closed, the white tiger running at cultivation posture, which meant he was processing something in the specific way that serious cultivation realizations required processing. She did not disturb him. Juzwang was standing at the clearing's edge, watching the wilderness with the stillness of someone who was present but also letting the team have the clearing's center without her weight adding to it. That was Juzwang's form of consideration, making space rather than filling it. Ma Hongjun was, simply and directly, looking at Lian Yue. Not with concern or calculation. Just with the frank attentiveness of someone who was glad she was standing and wanted to make sure she knew it. She smiled at him. He smiled back. That was the whole of the exchange, and it was sufficient. Tang San's finger traced the wing pattern on her wrist, and she felt the mark's warmth against his touch, and thought, this is what the pool gave me. Not the years, the right to this. To be present for this. She intended to use it. All 8, Lian Yue said. And we go home, and then we start working on what comes after. Chapter 125 Xiao Wu said, 15 years. Not a question. Not incredulity. Just the number, stated as a fact that she was absorbing at full weight, not the reduced weight of a report, not the managed weight of information she had been given carefully, but the full weight of what it meant. Yes, Lian Yue said. You killed a 10,000-year entity and spent 15 years of your life doing it, Xiao Wu said. And you didn't tell any of us the full cost until it was done. I told you during the briefing, you told me after, Xiao Wu said. Her voice was even. She was not shouting. She was choosing not to shout because she had enough control and enough respect for this conversation to give it the precision it deserved. You told me when it was already decided and already done and the number was already fixed in the accounting. She looked at Lian Yue. You told me when there was nothing to do about it except know it. Which meant you carried it alone for the part that mattered. Yes, Lian Yue said. I did. She did not defend it. She had already accounted for this to the pool, the pattern of carrying alone, the assumption that the people around her needed to be protected from the full weight of what she knew rather than trusted with it. She had acknowledged it. She was acknowledging it now. I know what it costs you to say that, Xiao Wu said. I know what it costs a person like you to say I was wrong about this without explanations attached. I'm not asking you to say it more. I'm asking you to understand what it means. I understand it, Lian Yue said. Xiao Wu's eyes were bright, not tears, just intensity, the specific brightness of someone who was feeling something very fast and containing it with precision because the precision mattered right now. I have been carrying my own impossible thing, you know what I am, what my fate was supposed to be, what I would have become in the story you came from. You knew. You carried the knowledge of my fate and you changed it, and you let me carry my own uncertainty about it for years without telling me. That was also yours to share. Yes, Lian Yue said. That was ours to carry with you, Xiao Wu said. Not mine to carry alone and yours to carry alone. Ours. That's what this is, all of it, all the weight, all the probability work, all the things you see that we can't. Shared. That's the only version of this that makes sense. Lian Yue felt something in her chest release. Not all at once, not dramatically, just the quiet release of something that had been held in a container slightly too small for it, for slightly too long. She had not cried since arriving in this world. There had always been the next calculation, the next threat, the next decision that required precision rather than grief. She had filed the weight of it and kept moving. She cried now. Not long, not loud, just briefly, cleanly, the simple release of accumulated weight that had no other honest exit. Xiao Wu stood next to her and said nothing and let it happen. When it was done, Xiao Wu said, "Don't do that again." "The crying or the carrying alone?" "The second one," Xiao Wu said. "The first one you can do whenever you need to." She looked at Xiao Wu, this person who had spent decades in a human form carrying an impossible nature alone, who had revealed it under the weight of Tang San's uncompromising honesty, who had built a place in a team that had not known what she was and had not changed in any meaningful way when they found out. Xiao Wu who had said that was ours to carry with you with the precision of someone who understood exactly what they were offering. She thought, we are not the same kind of person. We are very different kinds of people. We will never understand each other completely. We understand each other enough. That turns out to be sufficient, though she thought there would be more to understand, ahead, when the next problem arrived. Xiao Wu had cried, briefly and without ceremony, and then she had stopped and had not made anything of it except the single statement, "I'm glad you're not going to die young." Which was both the most Xiao Wu thing she had ever said and also the most needed thing Lian Yue had heard in the past 3 days. "I'm not going anywhere," Lian Yue had said. "Good." Xiao Wu had looked at Tang San, who was sitting on the log to Lian Yue's right with the slight expression of a man who had been holding something in for long enough that the holding was visible in the set of his jaw. "Are you going to say what you want to say?" "I'm working up to it," he said. "Work faster," Xiao Wu said, which was also the most Xiao Wu thing, and she had walked to the other end of the clearing to give them the space that the conversation required. He had looked at Lian Yue then, and she had looked at him, and it had been the East Garden in the pre-dawn of day 58 all over again, the same quality of attention, the same specific weight of something being held that did not want to be held much longer. "The things neither of us was saying," he said. "I've been saying some of them." "I know," she said. "I'd like to say the rest," he said. "If you're willing to hear them." She had been willing for longer than she had been able to admit. She told him that, in the specific honest way that the pool's aftermath seemed to make possible, the managed distance she had kept between feeling and saying, compressed by the trial's weight until what remained was simply true. They had a long conversation. When it was finished, the sun was lower, and they understood each other a little more precisely than before. Sufficient, she thought. For now, sufficient. We understand each other enough. That turns out to be sufficient, though she thought there would be more to understand, ahead, when the next problem arrived. Chapter 126. The team left the Fate Pool clearing the following morning. They did not rush. The pool was finished with Lian Yue, the trial complete, the verdict registered, the mark given, and the clearing had returned to its own business, the probability threads at the water's surface cycling in the ancient patterns that had been running for 10,000 years before she arrived and would continue for 10,000 years after. The 4 probability observers were gone. She did not know where they went when they were not watching and did not try to track them. She understood they had been present for a specific purpose and that purpose was complete. The journey back would take 3 weeks, following the same route through the wilderness in reverse, then north through the borderland passages to the highland region and eventually to Shrek Academy. She had been tracking the political aftermath's probability threads for 2 weeks and they were stable. The armistice negotiation required her presence but not her management. For once, the paths ahead needed walking rather than steering. She had not felt this in 3 years. The sensation was unfamiliar and, after the first hour, very good. The first day back through the wilderness, Dai Mubai walked beside her for a long stretch in comfortable silence before he said, "We would have gone in with you." "Into the pool." "I know," she said. The trial required a solo accounting. The pool wanted the choices presented by the person who made them. "You still should have let us try." She looked at him, Dai Mubai, who had been the team's protective tank since day 1, who had grudgingly respected her at rank 12 and watched her grow to rank 80 with the territorial satisfaction of a witness who had watched the entire arc and felt a proprietary investment in the outcome. "Next time," she said. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was adjacent to one. "There won't be a next time." "If there is," she said, "I'll let you try." He accepted this with a nod he used for things that were settled. They walked in silence for another stretch. Around them the wilderness was still elevated in ambient probability density. The chrysalis events released fate energy had pooled here specifically, drawn by the existing concentration of 10,000 years of spirit beast cultivation. Walking through it was like walking through a place where the air itself had been paying attention for a very long time. She did not mind. It was honest. She had been part of this world for 3 years and the world had been responding to her for 3 years and now both of them were different, the world slightly from what she had steered, and herself entirely from what the steering had required. She walked forward through the fate-thick morning and thought, the next major thing is coming. She had time to prepare. She had people to prepare with. That was enough, though the next major thing was still coming and she was not pretending it wasn't. She had learned, somewhere across the past 3 years, the difference between acknowledging the problem and letting the problem occupy the space the present deserved. The consumption entity was real and building and would require response when it was ready to be responded to. What it did not require was her full attention right now, in this wilderness morning, with the team around her and the fate pool 3 days behind her and the constellation light traces of her rank breakthrough still visible in the probability-dense air. She had not always been able to make this distinction. The forward sense had made it harder. When you could see what was coming, the default was to live there, in the preparation for it, at the expense of the place where your feet actually were. The pool's verdict had changed something about that. Not the foresight itself. The weight she had been carrying into it. She let it be present without managing it into something else. The first day of the return journey was the lightest she had felt since before the Highland dispersal. Not because the threats were resolved, the consumption entity was still out there, building, and the armistice with Spirit Hall was a framework that would require maintenance, but because the weight had been redistributed. She was not carrying it alone, and she had not been for months, and she was finally letting herself fully understand what that meant. 8 people on a road through the wilderness, moving at the pace that suited the least recovered among them, the conversation easy in the way that conversation was easy among people who did not need to manage their distance from each other anymore. Oscar had started a running commentary on the spirit beast activity at the wilderness's edge that had become, by the second hour, an elaborate fictional natural history of completely invented spirit beast species. Ma Hongjun had started adding to it. Ning Rongrong had started correcting the fictional natural history as if it were real, with the focused precision of someone who had decided this was the appropriate use of her intellect right now. Dai Mu Bai had walked beside Lian Yue for an hour without speaking, which was its own form of communication, the kind that said, "I know what happened in there, and I'm glad, and that's everything that needs to be said about it." She had accepted it as such. Juzking had observed the natural history discussion for 20 minutes and then contributed a single, devastating detail that broke Oscar's fictional ecosystem's internal consistency, which she had noted with the precision of someone who had been waiting for exactly the right moment to introduce the fatal flaw. The wilderness thinned around them as the road descended. The world's ordinary density returning, other travelers, farmland at the margins, the sound of wind through fields rather than through old growth. She breathed it in. She was glad to be here. She walked forward and felt the present, the specific warmth of this morning in this wilderness, the probability threads of 8 people distributed around her, the world returning to its ordinary density, and let it be present without managing it into something else. Chapter 127. The rank breakthrough happened on the 9th day of the return journey, 2 days north of the wilderness's edge, in an entirely undramatic way. She woke before dawn and the cultivation base was different. Spirit Douluo. Rank 80. The prophetic butterfly responded before she had fully registered the shift consciously. Her cultivation spirit erupted from her chest in its 4th form. The twilight black wings shot through with constellations of golden light, and the ambient probability field for a full kilometer in every direction became briefly visible to anyone with spirit sense as a shimmering network of threads. The team woke up. Ma Hongjun made a noise of alarm. Oscar started rapidly assembling a congratulatory sausage. Ning Rongrong's first instinct was to reach for the glazed tile pagoda's support function, and then she looked at what she was actually seeing and stopped. The prophetic butterfly's twilight black wings were different from all previous forms. They did not shine in themselves but absorbed the ambient probability light and reflected it as constellation patterns, as if the wings had become a night sky. The golden threads threaded through the black were the lattice's own architecture made visible, the fate network she had been reading for 3 years, woven into the spirit's form. She held the wings out for a moment, just a moment, feeling the shift in scope, and then recalled the spirit. The constellation light traces remained in the air for a full minute after, slowly dissolving back into the ambient field. Rank 80, Tang San said. Yes. Continental fate architecture, he said. Hundreds of kilometers of active steering range. And every large-scale action at that scope costs lifespan directly, she said. Not butterfly energy. Lifespan. The pool's restructuring means unexpected compounding doesn't happen, but intentional costs still register as intentional costs. She looked at the horizon, the pre-dawn gray just beginning to color. It's still a choice every time. What the restructuring gave me is a clean accounting. Not unlimited use. He was quiet for a moment, processing this. How does it feel? Xiao Wu asked. Which was not a strategic question. Which was, as Xiao Wu had started doing more of in the past months, simply asking how a thing felt. She thought about it honestly. Like the lattice grew into the spirit, she said. Like, the foresight ability was always the butterfly reading probability threads from outside. Now it's reading them from inside. The threads are part of what I am rather than what I'm reaching for. She paused. It's hard to describe. It's quieter. The information is just there instead of being retrieved. Is that better? Yes, she said. It's better. They broke camp and continued north, and the constellation light traces lasted in the air of the wilderness for hours after. She had not told the team what the rank 80 shift felt like internally, not because she was withholding, but because she had not had the words for it until Xiao Wu asked, and even then the words had been approximate. What she had not said, the sense of scale had changed. At rank 75, the prophetic butterfly's perception had been like a lens extended outward, something she held and directed. At rank 80, the lens had become the space itself, The probability structure was not something she looked at but something she was inside of, moving through, part of. She had expected it to feel larger. What it felt was, more spacious. The difference was that space left room for the things that weren't probability architecture. The ordinary sounds of the team around her. The way Oscar's voice carried when he was making a point. The specific quality of light on the wilderness undergrowth in the early morning. She had been so focused on the threads for 3 years. There was more here than threads. She was not going to waste, not now, not when everything she had done had been in service of the right to experience it. Spirit Douluo. Rank 80. She had not let herself plan for this rank too precisely, because planning for something that required the fate pool's verdict to unlock had felt presumptuous during the months when the outcome was uncertain. Now she sat with the pre-dawn quiet and let herself simply be in it, the cultivation base at a level she had been working toward since the sealed chamber's first session, the butterfly at a resonance quality that was deeper and more complex than anything she had felt before. The eighth ring had come with the advancement, a manifestation her cultivation sense was still mapping, something that had settled into the spirit's architecture overnight with the specific quality of something that had been waiting for this threshold. She would need to fully understand it before she deployed it, but the initial reading suggested what she had hoped for, an extension of the Fate's mirror domain from 10 meters to 20, and a new capability at the domain's edge that she did not yet have language for. She would develop the language. She had time. That thought, I have time, was still new. She held it with the specific attention she gave to things that were genuinely new after months of operating on compressed timelines and reduced ceilings. The pool's verdict had changed the accounting. She had time to understand the eighth ring. Time to learn the domain's extended capability. Time to prepare properly for the consumption entity rather than racing toward it with the resources she had managed to assemble. Time to be here, in the pre-dawn, with Tang San breathing slowly on the bedroll 3 feet away and the wilderness thinning around them and rank 80 settled in her core. She was here. She had time. She let herself sit in that for a full 5 minutes before the planning mind asked its first question of the day. She walked north through the fate-thick wilderness and felt that, the rest of it, the non-probability texture of being alive in a physical world, and understood it as something that had been available the whole time, that she had not let herself have, and that she was not going to waste, not now, not when everything she had done had been in service of the right to experience it. Chapter 128. The crossing out of the wilderness took 2 days. On the first day, they passed the campsite at the ancient stone formation where Qian Rinxu had joined the group, the rebuilt fire ring, the specific clearing where Ning Rongrong had spent an evening teaching support sequences and Qian Rinxu had paid the focused attention of someone unaccustomed to being taught and doing it anyway. On the second day, emerging from the wilderness into the open borderland highland, Qian Rinxu fell into step beside Lian Yue in the mid-morning. I've been thinking about what I said to you before the pool, Qian Rinxu said. About why I fight. You fight for them. She indicated the team ahead on the trail, Oscar and Ma Hongjun arguing about something, Daimu Bai walking with his characteristic ground-eating stride, Xiao Wu and Tang San in easy parallel. I said I had never had that. I remember. I think I was wrong about the framing, Qian Rinxu said. I've been treating it as, I want to acquire the kind of fighting for something that you have. As if it were a quality of spirit to be cultivated, like a ring attribute. She was quiet for a moment. But it's not a cultivation quality. It's a consequence. You didn't decide to fight for them. You were in proximity to them long enough to understand what they were worth, and then you fought accordingly. Yes, Lian Yue said. That's about right. Which means the way to get it is not to acquire it. The way to get it is proximity. Another pause, with the quality of someone completing a logical chain. To build the sect I want to build, I need to be in proximity to the people I want to build it for. Not managing them toward a goal. Simply present with them. Yes. Qian Rinxu looked ahead at the trail. That's harder than fighting. Considerably, Lian Yue agreed. A beat of silence. How do you stop managing? Qian Rinxu asked. The question was direct, stripped of the formality she usually maintained, in a way that suggested she had been working toward it for a while and had decided that this moment was the right moment to ask. You fail at it enough times that stopping becomes more interesting than continuing, Lian Yue said. And then you have people around you who are honest enough to tell you when you're doing it. She looked at Qian Rinxu sidelong. Which requires having people around you in the first place. Qian Rinxu was quiet for a long time after that. They walked out of the wilderness together into the morning light of the open highland, the full team coming out of the tree line in their various configurations behind them, and the world was open and warm and fully accessible, and ahead of them was everything that came after, and she thought, this is what I was working toward. Not a specific outcome. This configuration of people walking out of a wilderness into the open world, all of them still present, all of them carrying what they built. Xianrenshu walked slightly apart from the group, as she did when she was processing something. Her probability signature had changed since the beginning of the wilderness journey. She had arrived at the Shrek camp 3 weeks ago as a person who was oriented toward analysis and evaluation, every reading of the world filtered through the question of how it could be used. Now the signature read differently, still precise, still formidable, but the constant evaluative edge quieter. She was not assessing the morning. She was experiencing it. That was worth something. That was, she thought, what the trail had done. She caught up with Daimubai at the front of the group and matched his pace. Ahead, the Highland Road was visible, the first road they had seen in 3 weeks, a simple dirt track through the borderland fields, ordinary and accessible. The next problem building at the far edge of the lattice would need to be stopped before it took the ordinary away. She thought about this as they passed the ancient stone formation, the consumption entity's far edge visible in the 6-stream lattice view as a pattern of fate thread depletion that was moving slowly but consistently. 3 years, Bibi Dong had estimated. 3 years before it reached a density that required direct engagement. 3 years was not infinite. But it was enough. Enough to return to Shrek Academy and let the team recover and let Flanders' new institution develop its foundation. Enough to work through the 8th ring's capabilities and understand what the Spirit Douluo advancement had changed about her combat and foresight architecture. Enough to prepare properly, with full information and allies who understood the threat rather than the partial information network she had been operating through until the armistice. She had changed something fundamental in the structure of this world's threat response by surviving the past 2 years. She was not the only point of resistance anymore. She was a center, not the only one, not the most powerful one, but one around which other capable people had organized. The consumption entity was going to face something different than it had faced before, not a single cultivator with exceptional foresight, but a network of cultivators who had been trained and tested and who understood what they were facing and why it mattered. She thought about that network as the stone formation fell behind them. The Heavendo Partnership. The Douluo Academy. The Shrek 8 Devils. Bibi Dong's faction within Spirit Hall, which was not an alliance but was a parallel interest. Xianrenshu, who was making her own calculations. All of it connected. 3 years to make the connections more robust. She was going to use all 3 of them. She thought, ordinary is what we were protecting. Not the extraordinary. The ordinary world that the extraordinary work makes possible, and the next problem building at the far edge of the lattice would need to be stopped before it took the ordinary away. Chapter 129 The message from Bibi Dong arrived in the 3rd week of the return journey, carried by a Spirit Hall courier waiting in the last major borderland town with instructions to deliver it to Lian Yue and no one else. The message was brief: I would like to meet before the formal armistice process begins. Neutral ground. No weapons. I will wait in the border city of Hanwei for 7 days. If you don't come, I understand. If you do, bring no one. She showed it to Tang San and Xiao Wu first, because she had stopped making unilateral decisions. Tang San's expression was controlled. He said, the probability threads. Genuine, she said. I've read the threads on this for 2 weeks. She has no hostile intent. The meeting is exactly what the message describes. She paused. She has information I need. About the darkness at the edge of my range. I've been seeing a smudge at the far end of the lattice for the past 10 days, too distant for detail, but present. She's been tracking what I'm seeing for 20 years. What can she tell you that the lattice can't? Tang San asked. Historical pattern, she said. My foresight reads the current probability structure. She has documented records of previous events that match the signature. I can see what's there. She can tell me what it's done before. That's worth the meeting, Tang San said. Yes. I don't like it, Xiao Wu said. Not an objection. A statement of her position, clearly given. I know, Lian Yue said. Go anyway, Xiao Wu said. Come back. She left for Hanwei 2 days later, traveling alone at Spirit Douluo speed, arriving on the 5th day of the 7-day window. Timing chosen with care, not eager, not reluctant. Present. The tea house was small and private. Bibi Dong was at the back table, 2 cups ready, no escort visible. The Supreme Pontiff looked, Lian Yue registered this before anything else, tired. Not depleted. Tired the way someone was tired when they had been carrying something enormous for too many years without the option of sharing it. She sat down. Tea, Bibi Dong said. It's adequate for a border city. Thank you for the message, Lian Yue said. Bibi Dong poured. The tea was, in fact, better than adequate, a deliberate choice, she understood. Bibi Dong was the kind of person who communicated things through the quality of details. "You came," Bibi Dong said. "I came," she said. Bibi Dong looked at her for a moment with the direct assessment of a researcher who had been studying a specific problem for 2 years and was now finally seeing it at close range without the management layer. Then she picked up her cup and said, "Tell me what you see at the far edge of your range." She told her. The full read, exact and detailed, because this conversation needed to be useful, and useful conversations did not work with partial information. Bibi Dong listened without interrupting, her expression controlled and attentive. When Lian Yue finished, Bibi Dong was quiet for a moment. Then she began, and the 3 hours started in earnest. She would think about this later, the particular texture of the meeting. 2 people who had been in opposition for 2 years, seated across a tea table in a border city, exchanging information that neither of them could have gathered without the other. The opposition had not dissolved. They were not allies in any conventional sense. What they were was, 2 people who had decided that the shared problem was more important than the unresolved conflict, and who were both disciplined enough to act on that decision without requiring the conflict to be resolved first. Bibi Dong had spent 20 years working on a problem she had not been able to share. Lian Yue had spent 3 years working on a world she had not originally intended to be responsible for. The overlap was larger than either of them had expected. She listened, and spoke when she had something that was useful to say, and the 3 hours ran. The meeting had a quality she had not expected, genuine exchange. Not diplomatic surface and hidden calculation. The surface had been stripped away early, in the second hour, when Bibi Dong had said something that was clearly not the prepared version but the actual version, and Lian Yue had responded with the actual version of the corresponding point, and after that the meeting had been the thing it was supposed to be. Bibi Dong was a formidable intelligence working within constraints that she had not chosen and had been managing for longer than Lian Yue had been alive. The consumption entity was one of those constraints, something she had known about and been unable to address through Spirit Hall's mechanisms because Spirit Hall's mechanisms were not designed for a threat at this scale and were poorly suited to developing the ones that were. She needed something outside Spirit Hall's structure. She needed an independent capability that could be coordinated without Spirit Hall's institutional politics complicating every decision point. She was looking at the candidate she had been assessing for 2 years. Lian Yue understood this by the meeting's 3rd hour. She also understood something Bibi Dong had not said directly but had communicated through the specific things she chose to be honest about. She was tired. Not physically, the cultivation presence of a rank 96 title Douluo did not tire. But the specific weariness of someone who had been carrying the knowledge of an existential threat alone, within an organization that could not fully mobilize to address it, for a very long time. She knew what that felt like. She thought, we are not so different, in this specific respect, and that is useful information for both of us to have. She did not say this. She filed it. But it shaped the last hour of the meeting in ways that made both of them leave with something they had come for. She drank the tea, which was, as noted, better than adequate, and listened, and spoke when she had something that was useful to say, and the 3 hours ran. Chapter 130. The first hour of the meeting was the careful fencing that both of them engaged in when they were establishing what the other person actually knew and what they were willing to say in this unusual configuration. Neither of them was naive about the other's capabilities. Neither of them had come to be deceived. Bibi Dong was extraordinarily intelligent in the way that people were when they had committed to a single long-term goal with total focus for decades, comprehensive, precise, with the specific blind spots of someone whose goal had not required her to examine certain regions of experience. She was not warm. She was not performing warmth. She was treating this meeting as a professional consultation between 2 people who had specific information the other needed, and that was exactly what it was. The second hour became more direct. I have been watching the edges of probability for 20 years, Bibi Dong said. I don't have a foresight spirit. What I have is research, pattern recognition built from historical records, cross-referenced with my own cultivation senses. What I've been watching for is a convergence event, a point in the future where multiple probability threads terminate simultaneously. Not because they resolve naturally. Because something ended them. A consumption, Lian Yue said. Yes. Bibi Dong looked at her. Not destruction in the conventional sense. Not war, not natural disaster. Something that consumes the probability structure itself, the fate threads, the accumulated potential of the continent's living population. At the edge of your foresight range, what you're seeing is the leading edge of that consumption pattern. How long has it been moving? By my estimate, several centuries. It moves slowly. It has no apparent intelligence, or if it has intelligence, it does not behave strategically. It moves along the path of highest probability density, which on the current continental scale is this region. She extended the probability lattice to maximum range and gave Bibi Dong the full read, the shape, the distance, the estimated movement rate. Bibi Dong absorbed it with the focused attention of someone filling in the last pieces of a long-term research problem. "That's further along the timeline than my projection," Bibi Dong said. "My estimate was 5 years to my detection threshold. Your read suggests more. I can't read its nature clearly yet," she said. "The distance is too great for detail. I can see presence and general shape. I can't read mechanism or intent." "In 20 years, I've found 3 historical records matching this pattern," Bibi Dong said. 2 are ambiguous. One is clear: 3,000 years ago, a regional probability collapse in the northern continent. The records call it a fate drought, a period where nothing in the affected region changed. No cultivation breakthroughs. No meaningful decisions. The region was alive but operating on residual momentum from before the consumption. It lasted years. And ended? Without warning. The records suggest the consuming entity reached saturation and withdrew. A pause. My theory: it is not malicious. It is a scavenger. It consumes probability surplus, the accumulated potential of highly active fate architecture regions. The spirit beast wilderness, the cultivated empires, the fate pool. These are all probability-dense regions. This continent has been generating exceptional probability surplus since the current cultivation era began. She thought about this. "And since I arrived," she said, "I've been generating fate work surplus at a rate this world wasn't doing before." "Yes," Bibi Dong said. "I noticed that, 3 years ago, when my historical models suddenly underestimated the timeline. The consumption accelerated slightly." She looked at Lian Yue without judgment. "Not a criticism. A fact worth knowing." "Acknowledged," she said. "And useful." Both of them had what they had come for, and Bibi Dong had said the one thing she had clearly needed to say for longer than the meeting had been arranged. The one thing was this: "I did not send Ghost Douluo to kill you," said without preamble, in the first careful fencing period, before either of them had established the framework for what they were willing to acknowledge. Lian Yue had looked at her and said, "I know." "You know," Bibi Dong had said, and something in her expression had shifted, very slightly, the specific shift of someone who has been carrying a specific concern for a long time and has just learned it was understood. The probability threads around Ghost Douluo's operational brief were not consistent with an elimination order, Lian Yue said. They had the shape of a capture protocol. Ghost Douluo modified his approach at the end, made a combat choice rather than a capture choice, when the engagement went wrong. That was his decision, not yours. Bibi Dong had been quiet for a moment. Most people would not make that distinction. "Most people don't have a 3-hour foresight window," Lian Yue said. "I read the thread structure before the engagement. I knew the original protocol. And you still defended yourself. The modification made the engagement a threat to the team, not just to me." She paused. "And Ghost Douluo had made his choice at that point. I respected the choice by responding to it." Bibi Dong had looked at her with an expression that was genuinely difficult to read, not quite respect, not quite recognition, something in a category that she was not accustomed to reaching with another person. The look of a mind encountering something that operated differently than it had modeled. "That is a more precise accounting than I expected," she had said, finally. "I have an unusual relationship with precision," Lian Yue had said, and the fencing period had ended after that. The third hour was practical, and when it was done, both of them had what they had come for, and Bibi Dong had said the one thing she had clearly needed to say for longer than the meeting had been arranged. Chapter 131 The practical hour was this: Bibi Dong outlined the consumption event's documented characteristics in detail. It moved through the fate thread network rather than through physical space. It consumed probability potential rather than life directly. Though the downstream effect was a population unable to make meaningful choices, it had a specific signature in the probability field distinct from any natural disturbance in the historical record. "When you can read it in detail," Bibi Dong said, "you'll be able to map its trajectory with precision. My historical records can give you the behavioral profile. Your active foresight can give me the current positional data. Together that's a complete threat model." "What do we do with a complete threat model?" she asked. "I don't know yet," Bibi Dong said. 20 years ago I thought the answer was controlling the prophetic butterfly, weaponizing your foresight to steer the consumption entity away from the continent. I've revised that estimate. The consumption event is too large for direct steering at any cultivation level I can calculate. What it might respond to is displacement. If the continental probability density is reduced, The entity's path may shift. Reduce probability density, she said slowly. That's not something I can do deliberately. Fate architecture generates probability surplus as a side effect of steering. The more I work, the more surplus accumulates. I know, Bibi Dong said. Which is why the answer is probably not a single cultivator's decision, and why I cannot solve it alone. She looked at Lian Yue directly. I have spent 20 years treating this as my problem to carry. I was wrong about that, specifically. It is a problem for everyone who exists in this probability structure, including people I have spent 20 years opposing. She heard what was underneath that statement. I understand, she said. Good. Bibi Dong picked up her cup. Then here is what I am asking, watch for it. When it enters your detailed range, tell me. Not first, tell your team, tell the empires if appropriate. But tell me as well. And I will share everything in my research archive with you. Complete access, no conditions, because the conditions I might have placed on it 6 months ago are no longer relevant to the situation. She looked at the woman across the table, brilliant and exhausted and carrying 20 years of an impossible problem, having recently updated her entire approach to it in response to evidence, sitting in a border city tea house and giving something she had spent 2 decades holding close to a person she had spent 2 years trying to control. Done, she said. 6-month position reads, starting now. And complete exchange of research when the detail is available. Bibi Dong was quiet for a moment. Then she said, thank you. And it was clear, from the way she said it, that she had not said it very many times before, and meant it. She looked at Bibi Dong for a moment, the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, who had spent 2 years trying to control the prophetic butterfly and was now sitting in a border city tea house giving away 20 years of research in exchange for a collaboration that depended entirely on trust she had not yet fully earned. You know this requires trust, she said. On both sides. Yes, Bibi Dong said. I'm aware. I'm also aware that the alternative is continuing to work the problem alone, which has produced 20 years of partial information and one failed strategic approach. She set down her cup. I am not ideologically committed to working alone. I am practically committed to solving the problem. If solving it requires trust in someone I have not yet earned the right to trust, then the trust precedes the earning. That's a significant position, she said. The entity at the edge of your probability range is a significant problem, Bibi Dong said. Significant problems require significant positions. That's a change worth noting. She thought about what the meeting had produced, not the armistice framework, which was Bibi Dong's primary stated objective, but the secondary thing that had developed through the 3 hours. The specific texture of working with someone whose intelligence operated in a different mode than hers but at a comparable level of precision. The particular friction of 2 people who were not aligned in interest but were aligned in commitment to a specific outcome. The consumption entity. They had reached, in the practical hour, an agreement that was not a formal alliance but was something more specific, a protocol. If either of them identified a development in the consumption entity's behavior that required immediate response, the protocol outlined how they would communicate without Spirit Hall's institutional channels being involved. Direct, encrypted, through Qianrenshu as the trusted intermediary. This was not the collaboration either of them would have designed from first principles. But it was the collaboration available, and it addressed the problem she had identified, that the consumption entity was a threat too large and too unusual for any single organization's response, and that the political entities best positioned to respond were currently too invested in opposing each other to coordinate effectively. The protocol did not require them to trust each other generally. It required them to maintain one specific channel, on one specific subject, for one specific purpose. That was achievable. She had said so, and Bibi Dong had agreed, and they had both known they were making a calculation and had both known the other was making it too. That transparency was its own kind of foundation. She walked back to the Highland staging point thinking about the consumption entity and what 3 years looked like as a preparation horizon and whether it was enough, and concluded, it was enough, if they used it well. She intended to use it well. She nodded, and thought, 3 years ago I would have read her probability signature for deception and walked away if I found any. Now I'm looking at the reasoning and finding it sound, and that's how the decision is being made. That's a change worth noting. Chapter 132 The armistice formalization took 4 days. She returned from Hanwei to find the team at the Highland staging point and diplomatic couriers from both empires already waiting. Tang San had handled the preliminary framing in her absence with the political instinct he had been developing steadily since year 2. The basic structure was ready for ratification. The terms were clean. Spirit Hall withdrew its war posture to a defensive configuration. Both empires retained their current territorial positions. Spirit Hall's cultivation presence in the border regions reduced by 2/3. No reparations. The Chrysalis event had reset the accounting on both sides, both empires willing to call the casualty costs even in exchange for the elimination of a threat that had been moving toward Spirit Hall's core territories as much as toward the empires. Lian Yue's name appeared nowhere in the formal documentation. Flender had been clear on this and Tang San had enforced it. The Shrek 8 devils were private citizens who had been in the wrong place at the right time. No formal military standing. No diplomatic exposure that Spirit Hall's new, post-armistice leadership structure could later use. She witnessed the ratification from behind the diplomatic team and said nothing. Bibi Dong's representative, a Spirit Hall administrator who had been handling her principal's affairs for 15 years and had learned to execute without visible reaction, moved through the formalities with professional efficiency. When the seals were applied, she made a brief note in the record and stepped back. When it was done, Tang San stood beside her watching the couriers pack the documentation. "That's it," he said. "That's it," she agreed. "The current war," he said, picking up the phrasing she had used before the meeting. "Yes," she said. "The next problem is building." She told him what Bibi Dong had shared, the consumption event, the historical records, the timeline, the collaboration framework. He listened with the full attention he brought to structural problems, not reacting to the implications, processing them. When she finished, he said, 3 years before you can read it in detail. At minimum. Then we have 3 years to be at full cultivation strength. He paused. The research on the lifespan debt mechanics, it fits. If the consumption event responds to probability density reduction, and if the lifespan debt mechanism is related to fate architecture surplus, then solving one may be relevant to solving the other. She had not made the connection. She turned it over. "You may be right," she said. "Something to work on," he said. She thought, "This is why I told him. Not for comfort. Because he thinks about things in ways I don't, and when I share the problem becomes larger and more tractable at the same time." "We go home," she said. "We go home," he agreed. The diplomatic couriers were packing the last of the armistice documentation. The Spirit Hall representative had already departed, the Empire couriers were finishing their formalities with efficient professionalism. The staging ground was emptying. She watched the Empire's representatives go and thought, "This is not peace. It is an armistice built on shared threat rather than shared trust, and the difference matters and will need to be tended. But it is a functional cessation, and functional cessation is what was available, and she had learned to work with what was available. The consumption entity would, in time, provide the shared threat with a more permanent structure." There was a specific dark irony in the idea that an external threat might build the alliances that the war had failed to, but she had been working in a world that did not shy from irony, and she had learned to use what the probability structure offered rather than requiring it to be different. Tang San was beside her. The team was gathered. The road north was ahead. She thought, the consumption entity is still out there, building, and we have 3 years to prepare, and we are no longer doing it alone. That last part was the one that mattered differently than it had before the pool. She had been doing this alone, by which she meant, the specific weight of knowing the full threat structure had been hers. Not the burden of action, which she had been sharing with the team for months. The burden of comprehension. The full map of what was coming and why and what it would cost. That burden was now distributed. Not fully, there were still things she held that she had not yet decided to release, still pieces of the probability architecture that required more certainty before she shared them. But the consumption entity was now a shared threat with acknowledged dimensions, the armistice protocol was in place, and Bibi Dong was coordinating from her own institutional position toward the same endpoint. She thought about what 2 years ago Lian Yue would have said about relying on Bibi Dong for any purpose. She would have assessed it as too dangerous and sought another path. She had spent months building enough alternatives that Bibi Dong's cooperation was a supplement rather than a dependency. That was the correct sequencing. The independence came first. The cooperation followed from strength rather than need. She was glad of the sequencing. She was also genuinely glad of the cooperation, which had not been something she had let herself anticipate. She filed this under, "Things that are better than I planned," which was a shorter list than it used to be and which she was actively adding to. She went to meet the team at the staging point and begin the last leg home. She turned her back on the armistice staging ground and walked toward the road, and thought, the consumption entity is still out there, building, and we have 3 years to prepare, and we are no longer doing it alone. Chapter 133 The return to Shrek Academy took 12 days. She had not seen it in 8 months, since the team had scattered into nomadic operation at the height of Spirit Hall's pressure campaign. 8 months during which Flender had apparently been constitutionally incapable of simply maintaining the existing academy and had instead used the absence of his most advanced students as an opportunity to expand the institution to approximately 3 times its previous scope. There was a new training complex. There was a secondary dormitory. There were students she did not recognize, a junior class of approximately 40, ranging from rank 12 to rank 30. There was a formal practice ground with cultivation arrays embedded in the stone floor, which had definitely not existed before. Flender was standing in the courtyard when they arrived. He looked at them with the expression of a man who had been holding a significant amount of tension for 8 months and was releasing it in the controlled way of someone who had too much dignity to look obviously relieved. "You're late," he said. "We had things to do," Daimubai said. "The war is over." "Armistice," Lian Yue said. "Functional cessation." "Good enough." He looked at the group, all 8, plus Qian Rinxu slightly to the side, and then at Lian Yue specifically, with the long assessment of a man who had been her covert protector since her first month at the academy and was now looking at what 3 years of that had produced. "You look different." "Rank 80, she said. "That too," he said. He looked at the mark on her wrist for a moment, she had not hidden it, and then away. "Come in. Luo Long has been cooking since dawn." She walked into Shrek Academy, expanded, rebuilt, alive with the sound of 40 junior students in afternoon practice, and thought, this is what steering feels like when you see the result from a distance. Not what was planned. Better than what was planned, in the specific way that things were better when the people in them had room to grow in directions that hadn't been planned. She had given Shrek 3 years of threat mitigation. Flender had used those 3 years to build something worth having. The home had grown while she was away, because she had given the people in it enough stability to grow it. She walked through the new training complex after dinner, while the academy settled into its evening routines. The cultivation arrays in the practice ground were running at ambient cycle, not active training, just the soft hum of cultivation infrastructure maintaining its calibration. She put her hand on one of the array stones and felt the design, competent work, well integrated, drawing from the same theoretical framework that Tang San's father used in his own sex arrays, which meant Flender had either consulted the documentation or reached the same design solutions independently. She thought, probably both. The junior students' dormitory lights were still on, the particular warm yellow quality of lamplit rooms where people were studying or talking before sleep. She had been one of those lights, 3 years ago, before she had understood the full scope of what the Foresight spirit was going to require of her. She thought about the version of herself that had arrived at Shrek Academy, scared, alone, performing confidence, carrying the weight of knowing what was coming and not knowing how to carry it with anyone. She thought about what it would have meant for that version of herself to know that this was where the carrying would lead. This specific warm evening at an expanded academy, with 40 new lights in the dormitory windows. She thought, it would have been enough. Even then, it would have been enough, though what she had now was more, and she did not intend to take that for granted. Shrek Academy's facade in the morning light, the stonework, the main gate, the familiar smell of the training ground and the kitchen and the particular combination of cultivation concentration and inhabited space that she had learned to associate with home, produced something in her that was neither surprise nor sentiment but a specific settling, like weight redistributed correctly. She was home. The word had not been available to her for the first months at Shrek. She had treated the academy as a strategic position, the safest available shelter from Spirit Hall's pursuit, a place where the people she needed to be near happened also to be. She had not let herself have it as home, because having it felt like a vulnerability she could not afford. She had let herself have it, at some point, without noticing the transition. Somewhere in the Highland weeks, or before that, possibly as early as the East Garden at dawn, the first time. Possibly earlier than that. She walked through the main gate behind Tang San, beside Xiao Wu, with the rest of the team distributed around her, and felt the academy receive them, the staff in the courtyard, Flender at the top of the main steps with his permanent expression of careful neutrality that meant he was glad to see them and was not going to perform it. Luo Long beside him, who performed it freely. She walked down the steps to meet them and she was not subtle about the relief in her face. That, too, was home. The people who were glad when you came back. She thought, I have this. I am going to keep having it. She thought, it would have been enough. Even then, it would have been enough, though what she had now was more, and she did not intend to take that for granted. Chapter 134 Luo Long's cooking filled the main hall. The 8 devils ate with the appetite of people who had been on journey rations for 3 weeks. Oscar gave cultivation advice between bites. Ma Hongjun told a story about the wilderness that improved with each retelling. Ning Rongrong and Jusking sat together in the easy configuration of genuine mutual respect that had been building since year 2. Dai Mu Bai sat beside Jusking with the unobtrusive proximity of someone still in the process of admitting something to himself. Tang San and Xiao Wu sat across from each other, the bond between them unchanged in its fundamental quality, altered in texture by the 100,000-year truth that was now fully present in neither of them performing around. Qianrengshu sat at the end of the table, still calibrating. Ning Rongrong, with the social precision of a sectaire who had navigated political dinners since childhood, shifted the conversation to include her twice in 15 minutes in ways that required Qianrengshu to respond and thereby become part of the table rather than adjacent to it. Qianrengshu responded each time with the careful attention of someone learning a new coordination skill. The junior students drifted past the hall's open doorway, some of them pausing to look at the 8 devils and then moving on with the expressions of people who had been told about these people and were now recalibrating what they had expected. Lian Yue watched all of it with the probability lattice at passive ambient level. Not planning. Not steering. Just receiving. This was what the probability structure of a healthy group looked like, complex, interconnected, full of threads that crossed and supported each other, no single point of failure. She had spent 3 years managing the threats to this structure. She could stop managing now. The structure was holding itself. Flender sat beside her when the hall had quieted, the junior students gone, the team dispersing in ones and twos. He poured tea and said without preamble, "You'll stay." "For a while," she said. "There's something building at the far edge of my range. I want to be well positioned when it comes into focus. And here is well positioned." "Here is well positioned," she agreed. She paused. "Also, this is home. Whatever else it is. This is home now." Flender made the sound he made when he was pleased and had too much dignity to announce it. He said nothing. He poured more tea. Outside, Luer Long was talking to Oscar about something that made Oscar laugh, the sound carrying clearly through the quiet evening. Ma Hongjun was explaining to 2 junior students why his phoenix fire was different from ordinary fire, in terms that the junior students were clearly finding more inspirational than technically accurate. It was ordinary. It was genuinely, simply ordinary. She sat with it and let it be. Flender found her there, after Luer Long's cooking had been eaten and the hall had emptied. He sat down with no preamble and poured 2 cups of tea from the pot that had been sitting on the warmer and said nothing. She accepted the cup. They sat in the empty hall for a few minutes with the ordinary sounds of the academy settling around them, the junior students in the dormitory, the phoenix fire cooling in the training ground, the particular stillness of a large building at rest. "You built something good here," she said. "We built something good here," he said. "The expansion was already in the materials. The war gave us a reason to use them." He held his cup. "The reason you're good at what you do is the same reason the academy works. Neither of you waits for the ideal conditions. You use the conditions that exist and you build in their direction." She thought about this. "I learned that here," she said. She thought, "I am going to miss this, when the next problem requires me to be somewhere else. I should not miss things I can still have. I have time to have this." She turned that over, the strange luxury of it, and put it away for the moment and brought her attention back to the table. Luer Long was telling a story about the extended academy's first week, the new students, the senior faculty's various reactions to Flender's structural changes, and one incident involving Ma Hongjun's phoenix that had apparently resulted in scorching one of the new dormitory's courtyard trees. Ma Hongjun was protesting that the scorch was minor and the tree was fine. The tree, Luer Long confirmed, was fine. The dormitory wing's reaction to the scorch had been considerably less fine. The new students thought it was a senior practical exercise, Luer Long said. 3 of them attempted to extinguish it. "With what?" Oscar asked. "Spirit power applications that were not yet sufficiently calibrated for fire suppression at that distance," Luer Long said, with the specific expression of a teacher who had been entirely unsurprised by the outcome. The table received this information with the warmth of a group that understood the specific comedy of new students' overconfidence, because they had all been new students at some point and recognized the feeling precisely. Flender drank his tea and said nothing, which was its own form of participation. He had been watching the table since the meal began with the quality of attention he used when he was cataloging something for later consideration. She met his eyes across the table. He gave the small nod that meant, "Good," and then looked at his tea. She looked at the table full of people eating Luer Long's cooking and thought, "Yes. Good." He made the sound that meant he was not going to respond to a compliment but was acknowledging it was accurate. He drank his tea, and she thought, "I am going to miss this, when the next problem requires me to be somewhere else. I should not miss things I can still have. I have time to have this." Chapter 135. The formal faculty appointment was offered 3 days after the return. Flender called it faculty consultant, which she understood to mean, no mandatory schedule, no administrative obligations, full access to all academy resources, authority to train whoever she chose, and the institutional affiliation that would let her interact with the empire's educational infrastructure without being categorized as a private operator. She accepted. The junior students heard about it at lunch. The attention she received walking through the training grounds shifted in character, the wide-eyed quality of encountering a legend in person replaced by the more calculated assessment of young spirit masters working out what it meant to be at an academy where this person was a teacher and whether the opportunity implied what they hoped it implied. She ran 2 training sessions in the first week, one on probability-type spirit cultivation theory, applicable to any spirit type involving prediction or information, and one on strategic decision-making under cognitive load, applicable to all cultivation contexts. Both filled to standing room. 3 senior academy teachers attended the second session without announcing themselves. She noticed them and said nothing. If they wanted to attend without the dynamic that came with their seniority being visible, she was not going to prevent it. Tang San assisted with the decision-making session in a way so natural and collaborative that she did not notice until afterward, when she realized they had been working the room in complementary patterns the whole time without having discussed it in advance. He had been fielding the technical questions on hidden weapon application cases while she addressed the probability framework. She had been picking up the cultivation-specific threads of his scenarios and extending them. The students had been getting a complete picture from 2 angles simultaneously. She mentioned this to him afterward. "I noticed it during," he said. "I thought you'd notice too." "I noticed when it was over." A brief silence. He said, "We've been doing that for 3 years. The only difference is now the students are seeing it." She thought about this. "Yes," she said. "That's right." On the 4th day, Xiao Wu sat in on the probability theory session and told her afterward, "You're good at this. Teaching or trusting them to use what I give them?" "Both," Xiao Wu said. "But especially the second one." It was, Lian Yue understood, a specific observation rather than a general compliment. Xiao Wu had been watching the change, from someone who managed every calculation alone to someone who handed frameworks to 40 junior students and expected them to be capable. "I learned from someone," she said. Xiao Wu's silence was satisfied. Later that evening, she walked the academy's outer boundary, a practice she had started in year 1 and maintained as a form of passive threat assessment, the butterfly mirror running at ambient level, reading the spiritual environment of the space that housed the people she was responsible for. The habit had begun from fear. It had become something else over time, a form of presence, of being here rather than in the forward read of what was coming. The outer boundary was different now. Larger. The new training complex, the secondary dormitory, the extended practice ground with its cultivation arrays, all of it sat within the spiritual space of the academy, all of it part of the environment she was reading. She walked the full circuit and the butterfly mirror returned, 8 familiar signatures in various locations, Tang San still in the workshop, Xiao Wu in the cultivation dormitory, Oscar in the kitchen apparently, Ma Hongjun asleep at the unusually early hour of 9 in the evening, 40 smaller signatures of junior students, the cultivation signatures of the senior teachers, Flender's distinctive vigorous Vajra bear spiritual imprint in his office at the East End. All present. All accounted for. All, in their various ways, fine. She thought, yes. They built it to hold. The faculty consultant appointment had come with a specific piece of context she had not been expecting. Flender had already arranged the same appointment for Tang San. The Academy's combat philosophy faculty, integrated with the practical application framework she had been developing, would have 2 primary architects rather than 1. This was Flender's structural intelligence at work, not building an institution around a single person, but building something that had redundancy and cross-support built into its foundation. She had thanked him for that specifically. He had said, "Don't thank me for thinking clearly. It's the minimum." She had thought, "I'm going to miss you when I am not at this academy," and then had corrected herself. She was not going anywhere that required missing him. She was here. She had time. The week after the formal appointment was the most ordinary she had spent in 2 years. Theory sessions with the new advanced cohort, working through cultivation framework analysis with Tang San in the afternoons, a standing evening cultivation practice with the team that was part training and part the specific enjoyment of doing something useful with people whose company she valued. The ordinary machinery of a place she had chosen and been allowed to have. She was running the probability lattice at the 3-hour window most mornings, mapping the consumption entity's slow movement, tracking the Heaven Do and Star Luo diplomatic channels, monitoring the Blue Lightning clan's succession dispute developments. None of it was urgent. All of it was important. She was doing the long game work, and she had time to do it well, and the people around her were building toward the same long game outcome with the same quality of commitment. 3 years. They would be ready. She was going to make sure of it. She completed the circuit and returned to her room and thought, this is what 3 years of work looks like, in the end. Not a finished product. A living thing that can take care of itself, until the next threat arrives, and the question will be whether what they built holds. She thought, yes. They built it to hold. Chapter 136. A month after the return, the team began dispersing. Not breaking apart, the Shrek Academy remained the anchor point, and the expanded institution gave everyone a reason to maintain the connection. But the work of rebuilding ordinary life had its own geography, and the Shrek 8 Devils were not a combat unit anymore. They were people with their own paths who had fought together and been formed by it and would carry that formation wherever they went. Oscar left north for 3 weeks to handle a family situation. He came back with the specific settled energy of a person who had reached a conclusion, and 2 months later sent a wedding announcement from the northern city. A girl named Yun who had been his mother's neighbor's daughter and had spent 3 years not hearing from him and had told him so directly the first time they met again, which Oscar had apparently found more attractive than he expected. Ma Hongjun went to the Phoenix sect gathering, despite or because of Ning Rongrong spending 10 minutes telling him he absolutely should not. He came back sunburned and more confident and carrying a cultivation modification from his uncle that increased his Phoenix fire's precision by approximately 40%. Ning Rongrong inspected the modification and said it was adequate. Ma Hongjun accepted this as high praise. Dai Mubai and Juzking left for their sect territories, a 2-week circuit, Dai Mubai's White Tiger sect needing its air visible after 8 months of the air being definitively not visible. Juzging's clan had similar expectations. They departed and returned together, which was not announced but not hidden either, and Dai Mubai's expression upon returning had the specific quality of a man who had resolved something with himself. Tang San stayed for 6 weeks before his own departure, working in the new workshop on the hidden weapon research he had outlined at the pool's edge. She passed the workshop every morning on her training route and sometimes heard the careful sounds of technical work, the precise rhythm of assembly, the occasional quiet calibration check. On the 41st day, she stopped at the doorway. Life force cultivation theory, he said, not looking up. Tang sect records on spatial temporal hidden weapon design at Spirit Douluo range and above. 3 documented techniques with mechanics adjacent to lifespan dead architecture. Adjacent, she said. Adjacent. Not identical. He looked up. I've been cross-referencing it with the prophetic butterfly's fate-shattering mechanism, and with what you told me about the consumption event's probability-density relationship. The theoretical overlap is larger than I expected. She looked at the notes on his workbench, careful, technical, the first architecture of a research framework that would take years to build. You're going to spend years on this, she said. Yes, he said. I know, she said. I wanted to say it out loud. Because you're doing it and it deserves to be said, not as a thank you, but as an acknowledgement. You heard a problem and you started working on it. He looked at her, the direct, complete attention he had always given her. Someone I know did the same thing 3 years ago, he said. When she arrived in a world she hadn't chosen and started working on the problems it had. She looked back at him. All right, she said. We're even. She turned and walked back toward the training ground, and behind her she heard him return to the careful work of the workbench, already moving forward. She thought, we are going to be fine. Whatever comes next, the consumption event, the complications of the armistice, the problems that appear in the space between the problems she had been tracking, we are going to be fine, because the people doing the work are good at the work and have stopped doing it alone. They would face it the same way. The month of the dispersal had a particular quality, not loss, because the Shrek Academy remained the connection point and the expanded institution created new structures that kept the 8 people in each other's lives. But change. The specific change of people who have been in close proximity for 2 years under pressure beginning to expand back into the fuller dimensions of their individual lives. Xiao Wu and Tang San spent 2 weeks at a northern coastal city, no specific purpose stated in the message they sent, just the particular tone of 2 people who had been in crisis mode for a long time and had chosen a specific piece of ordinary time deliberately. She had read the lattice when they left and had found nothing in it except the probability signature of 2 people walking away from something difficult and towards something chosen, and had deliberately not looked any further than that. Dai Mubai had gone to his family seat. She had watched the lattice threads around that visit with more attention, because the family situation was complicated and the succession politics were not resolved. But the threads had settled into something that looked less like conflict and more like the beginning of a renegotiated arrangement. Dai Mubai, from a position of genuine capability and accomplished peer standing, renegotiating the terms of what he owed his family and what he did not. She had run the lattice one more time before bed and had found the thread she was looking for. Dai Mubai, in 6 months, with the white tiger at full spiritual integration and the family arrangement resolved on his terms. Good. She had filed it under, worth watching, no intervention required. Then she had gone to sleep and let the team live their lives, which was the correct management approach for people who had earned the right to make their own choices. This was what 3 years had built. Not certainty. Something better, the capacity to face what was uncertain with people you had chosen and who had chosen you back, in full knowledge of the costs, and whatever the consumption entity turned out to be when it came into her detailed range, they would face it the same way. Chapter 137. The year after the war settled into its shape. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan went through the succession disputes without Yu Tianheng's father's political steadiness to manage them. By the end of the first year, 3 branch families had split and 2 had merged with lesser clans. The main branch was significantly diminished. Yu Tianheng himself had dropped out of visibility, the probability threads on him showed a quieter future than his youth had promised, and she did not track him further. Some threads were better left to their own trajectories. Qianrenqiu's sect opened in the Highland region, 30 kilometers from the original Spirit Hall observation post that had been the first site of open conflict between Lian Yue and Spirit Hall's enforcement arm. This was not coincidence. Given what she knew of Qianrenqiu, it was a statement, and the statement was, this is where something ended. Here is where something else begins. The sect had 12 founding members, cultivators who had served Spirit Hall in non-enforcement roles and had chosen the uncertainty of independence over the stability of an institution they had stopped believing in. The founding document described the sect's philosophy as cultivation in service of what you choose to become rather than what you are ordered to be. The document ran to 4 pages. She had read all of it. She sent back, the Shrek Academy would be glad to share cultivation materials with any sect whose students wished to use them. Flender added his seal without being asked. The first students arrived at Shrek's shared cultivation library 2 months later, 8 of them, uncertain, carrying the uncertain watchfulness of people who had grown up in Spirit Hall's environment and were learning what it felt like to be somewhere that didn't track what they read. She made sure to be present on the first day. Not to manage it. Just to be there, so they knew the offer was genuine. Bibi Dong sent a 6-month position read request on schedule. She responded with the full lattice read at maximum extension, the consumption smudge's current position, slightly advanced from the last read. Bibi Dong's response came within 2 days, matched to historical pattern, timeline confirmed, new research note attached. 40 pages of accumulated documentation from 20 years of work, now available to her in full. She spent a week reading it. The picture it built was consistent with her own reads and considerably more detailed on the historical pattern side. She forwarded the relevant sections to Tang San with a note, the consumption events movement mechanics match your probability density reduction theory. The research overlap is larger than either of us estimated. His reply came back the same evening, I know. I've been reading the same pattern in the Tang sect spatial temporal records from 3,000 years ago. The documents were filed under regional weather anomalies. Someone was trying to describe something they didn't have the technical vocabulary for. She looked at this message for a while before responding. She responded, let's build the vocabulary. He responded, already started. The world was not peaceful. It was not finished. It was full of the particular turbulence that existed when people were genuinely free to choose and genuinely present to the consequences, the kind of turbulence that was not a problem to be solved but a condition to be inhabited. She inhabited it. With both hands, with full presence, with the probability lattice active and the prophetic butterfly's twilight wings ready and the team distributed across the continent and always reachable. The problem at the edge of the range was coming, and they would face it, and she did not know yet what it would cost. But she knew the shape of what they were facing it from. The year after the war had produced a network, not the partial, provisional network she had been building under pressure, but something more permanent. Bibi Dong's faction had formalized its contribution to the consumption entity protocol. The Heaven Do and Star Luo partnerships had developed into genuine institutional relationships rather than political arrangements. The Shrek Academy's new configuration was producing cultivators who had been taught the stakes of what cultivation meant in a world that had real threats, who were therefore training with the specific quality of people who understood what they were preparing for. She had reviewed the new advanced cohort's first-year progress 2 weeks ago. The quality was higher than she had expected, which was both encouraging and slightly unsettling. The next generation was going to be genuinely capable, and genuinely capable people were going to need genuinely difficult challenges to continue developing. The consumption entity would provide that, when it arrived. 3 years had become 2 years and 8 months. The lattice at 3-hour extension showed the same slow advance, the same fate thread depletion pattern, the same estimated timeline. She ran the preparation checklist she had been updating quarterly: cultivation readiness, skill suite refinement, team formation training, intelligence network maintenance, contingency protocols. Each item was advancing on schedule. The preparation was real and it was building towards something that would be ready. She thought, the chrysalis had felt impossible before she had done it. The consumption entity feels impossible because it is genuinely larger. But impossible and genuinely larger are not the same thing. She had done the genuinely larger thing before. She filed the updated checklist and went to the morning's training session. This was what winning looked like, she thought. Not the absence of the next problem. The presence of the people who would face it with you, and the problem at the edge of the range was coming, and they would face it, and she did not know yet what it would cost. Chapter 138. The resolution of what she had with Tang San and Xiao Wu happened without a formal conversation. It happened across months, in accumulated ordinary moments that built something that did not have a name but was real in the way that unnamed things were sometimes more real than the ones that had been labeled. There were late evenings in the cultivation grounds, when the practice arrays were running their ambient cycles and the academy was quiet, and sometimes she arrived to find Tang San already there in the steady pre-dawn darkness, working on the hidden weapon research problem or his own cultivation, and sometimes he arrived to find her, and either way neither of them was surprised. The shared presence had become part of the shape of early mornings. There were training sessions that extended past their scheduled end because a problem had appeared that neither of them could walk away from without a solution. There were meals at the main hall table where Xiao Wu would arrive and read the room and sit down in the specific configuration that meant she was there to be part of what was happening, not adjacent to it. The three of them, herself, Tang San, Xiao Wu, had moved through things that changed the structure of what they were to each other, and the structure they had arrived at was not a triangle and not a hierarchy and not a simple dyad plus one. It was a configuration that did not have a name because the world had not needed a name for it yet, or had not found one that covered the specific shape of it. Three people who had chosen each other clearly, in different modes and different weights, without the choosing cancelling out or the different weights creating conflict. Tang San said, on a morning in the 3rd month after the return, I want to ask you something. Ask. Every day I knew you, you said that to me at the pool. I've been thinking about it. Yes, she said. I haven't been able to find a category, he said. For what this is. No, she agreed. Neither have I, but it's real, he said. It's real, she said. It doesn't need a category to be real. He nodded. The specific nod of someone registering a confirmed fact and incorporating it into the operational picture. And Xiao Wu, she said. And Xiao Wu, he agreed. She said it herself. All 8 of us. Including the 3-way version of it. She thought, this is also what we built. The 3 of us working through it honestly rather than managing the complexity away. Then keep choosing it, she said. I intend to, he said. She returned to her cultivation work. He returned to his. Outside, the academy was beginning its morning sounds, junior students heading to practice, Oscar's voice in the kitchen, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire warming up in the training grounds. The ordinary machinery of a place that was alive. She worked in the early light and thought, this is what I came for, in the end. Not the chrysalis. Not the armistice. Not even the fate pool. This specific ordinary morning that exists because of the choices made along the way. It was enough. It was, in fact, more than enough. She looked at her wrist, the mark, the permanent accounting, the restructured debt recorded in Wingbane gold. She thought, I paid for this world with 15 years, and I would pay it again, and the pool knew that when it gave me the verdict, and the verdict was, yes, this is worth the cost. Toward the ordinary machinery of a morning at Shrek Academy, which was the most valuable thing she had ever been responsible for protecting. The resolution had not been a declaration. She had not expected it to be and would not have known what to do with one. It had been the accumulation of ordinary moments that had stopped requiring management, sitting at the common room table without checking the forward sense to manage her expression before Tang San looked at her, working through cultivation theory with the easy exchange of people who knew each other well enough to disagree without requiring the disagreement to be diplomatic. The specific moment in the East Garden 3 weeks ago when she had said something she had been holding for over a year and he had said the corresponding thing he had been holding, and both of them had looked at each other and laughed at the specific relief of it. Xiao Wu had been present for that specific moment, which was either coincidence or Xiao Wu, and had said, finally, and had walked away with the expression of someone who had been waiting for a particular problem to resolve itself at its own pace and had just seen it resolve. The three of them had talked, after that, really talked, about the shape of what they were, how the love Xiao Wu and Tang San had built over years was not diminished by the thing that had developed alongside it, and how Lian Yue's presence in the picture was not a complication but a specific configuration that all three of them had been navigating toward without knowing exactly where they were going. She had not known what to call it. She still did not, precisely. But she knew what it felt like, solid. Built from real things. Something that had survived 2 years of hard circumstances and had become more specific under the pressure, not less. She was glad of it with the particular gladness she reserved for things that had cost real work to arrive at. She rose from the cultivation array and stretched and walked toward the training ground, toward the ordinary machinery of a morning at Shrek Academy, which was the most valuable thing she had ever been responsible for protecting. Chapter 139. A year and 3 months after the war's end, she returned alone to the Fate Pool. Not in secrecy, she told Tang San and Xiao Wu where she was going and when she would be back, because she had stopped operating in secrecy, because the probability lattice's threads on this solo journey were clean and the occasion seemed to want solitude, not because solitude was necessary but because some things wanted to be done quietly, at close range, without the soft presence of the team reshaping the experience. She traveled fast through the borderland passages and into the wilderness at Spirit Douluo cultivation speed, the prophetic butterfly's passive signature moving through the fate-thick territory the way it always did now, recognized, given passage, met with the particular quality of a world that had learned to accommodate what she was. The pool was as she had last seen it, still, golden shimmering, the probability threads at the water's surface cycling in their ancient patterns. Old and deep and aware. She sat at the edge. She ran the full probability lattice at maximum extension, not for thread assessment, not for steering, but for the picture. The full continental read, everything at once, the threads of several hundred kilometers laid out in the lattice's field. What the picture showed, the continent was well. The Spirit Hall armistice was holding, the probability threads on its stability were strong, the armistice's internal logic reinforced by the shared consumption threat that both Spirit Hall's new administration and the empires had now been briefed on, in the appropriate terms for each audience. The threat gave them a shared problem. Shared problems, she had learned, were more effective at building durable peace than shared interests. The Shrek 8 devils were distributed across the continent in their various directions, Oscar in the north with his new family, Ma Hongjun at the Phoenix sect developing his precision work, Dai Mubai and Juzking managing their respective inheritances in the careful parallel way of two people who had decided the complexity was worth managing together, Ning Rongrong running the 9 Treasure Sects Cultivation Library Expansion Project, Tang San in the Academy Workshop, Xiao Wu teaching 3 mornings a week and spending the other mornings in her own cultivation work with the focused intensity of someone who had stopped restraining herself. All 8 present, all 8 growing, all 8 anchored to a place that held them even as they dispersed. Qian Rinchu's sect had grown to 40 students and was developing a specific cultivation theory around what she called grounded transcendence, cultivation that increased power without disconnecting the cultivator from the people and relationships that gave the power meaning. She had sent Lian Yue the first chapter of the theoretical document 2 weeks ago. The footnotes cited 3 conversations that Lian Yue recognized as conversations they had had on the trail. She had built a whole philosophical framework from those conversations. The darkness at the far edge of the lattice's range was present and slightly advanced. Not dramatically, the consumption entity moved slowly, as Bibi Dong's research had documented. But measurably. The smudge had resolved slightly in definition. She could make out something like a boundary to it now, where before there had been only a shapeless presence. She had sent the read to Bibi Dong the previous week. The response had been, consistent with my 3,000-year historical record. The consumption entity had a defined boundary at this stage of approach. The boundary was good news. It meant the entity had a finite scope, which meant there was a maximum limit to what it would consume before saturation. "We have time," Bibi Dong had written. Which was the most concise statement of relief Lian Yue had ever received from her. She looked at the smudge at the far edge of her range and thought, yes. We have time. And this time, the problem is already shared, already held by more than one person, already resourced with 20 years of Bibi Dong's research and Tang San's technical framework and the Fate Pool's structural endorsement and the team distributed across the continent in positions from which they could respond. She was not alone with this. She would not be alone with what came next. She walked forward and thought, yes. It was worth every part of it. She was ready for the answer, whatever it cost. The pool received her differently the second time. The first visit had been examination, the extended assessment of an accumulated history, the pool turning over the choices and the costs and the character that had made them. The second visit was a different quality of attention, recognition. The pool knew what it was looking at. She was not required to demonstrate. She was simply present, standing at the water's edge, feeling the fate architecture of the place resonate with the butterfly's accumulated history. She had come back for the question she had been building toward for a year and 3 months, the consumption entity, its mechanisms, what the pool's 10,000-year history of the world's fate architecture could show her about it. The probability lattice could map its movement and its timeline. The pool could show her its origin. She stepped to the water and asked. The answer came in the same mode as the verdict had come, sensation rather than language. The butterfly's resonance is the translation mechanism. Ancient information, compressing through the interface of the prophetic butterfly's architecture into something her human cognition could hold. She held it for 47 minutes, standing at the pool's edge, while Tang San and Xiao Wu waited in the clearing. When she stepped back, she knew what the consumption entity was. Not what it could be stopped with, that knowledge was still ahead of her, to be built rather than given. But what it was. Where it had come from. Why this world's fate architecture was specifically vulnerable to it and what that vulnerability, fully understood, implied about the path of its defeat. It was not the solution. It was the beginning of the path to one. But the path, now that she could see it, was real. She turned back to the clearing and found Tang San and Xiao Wu standing close enough that she could see their faces clearly, present, watchful, ready. She thought, we have what we need to begin. She thought, let's begin. This was, she thought, the most significant change from the day she had arrived, not the rank advancement, not the chrysalis, not the armistice. The change from carrying it alone to carrying it with people who had chosen to be there, and whatever came next would be carried the same way, and that made the next thing, whatever it was, something she could face rather than something she had to survive. Chapter 140 The fate pool's surface was still. She had been sitting at its edge for an hour, not running the lattice, not steering anything, not calculating. Just sitting with the probability density of the place and the long particular quiet of being somewhere that recognized her and did not need anything from her. The golden wing vein mark on her wrist caught the pool's shimmer and reflected it back, the faint constellation pattern visible in the morning light, the permanent accounting of a debt that was finished and stable and no longer spreading. She thought, I woke up in a village, afraid and alone, in a body that was not mine, in a world that ran on rules I had studied as fiction. I had no cultivation, no allies, no resources. I had the knowledge of what was coming for the people in this world, and a foresight spirit that showed me a few seconds ahead, and the choice of whether to use what I knew. She had used it. Every day, in every direction available, at the cost it required. She thought, look at where that went. Not a triumphant thought. Not a clean arc with a clean resolution. The darkness at the edge of probability was real and building. The 15-year debt was permanent and stable but permanent. Bibi Dong was a complicated ongoing situation. The continent was still learning what peace felt like after decades of Spirit Hall's accumulative pressure, and there would be more problems, because the world was full of the turbulence that existed when people were genuinely free to choose. But, look at where it went. The Shrek 8 devils were alive and distributed and growing, each of them moving in directions that 3 years ago had not been available to them, not because the paths had not existed, but because the threat had been too large and too immediate for paths to be visible. She had pushed the threat back long enough for the paths to appear. Tang San was working on a research problem that would take years and had not slowed. Xiao Wu was alive and unconstrained and teaching, the 100,000-year cultivation no longer held in careful check but running freely in the mornings, the practice ground where she taught carrying the specific probability-rich quality of a place where genuine power was being used without fear. Oscar had married someone and was happy. Ma Hongjun was becoming the spirit master his phoenix fire had always been capable of making him. Ning Rongrong was building something, carefully and specifically, in the way Ning Rongrong built things. Dai Mubai and Jusking were navigating the complexity of two inheritances together. Xianringshu was building a sect on a principle Lian Yue had given her in a conversation on a mountain trail. Flender was running an academy that had grown to 3 times its previous size in 8 months of her absence, because she had given him 8 months in which growth was possible. Bibi Dong was still Bibi Dong, brilliant, difficult, carrying her own impossible weight, but the weight was shared now, the research archived and distributed, the 20-year solo problem no longer solo. She looked at all of it through the probability lattice at maximum extension. The full continental picture spread out in the golden shimmer of the fate pool's ambient field, and felt the weight of it, not as burden but as the specific heaviness of something that was real and mattered and was hers to carry with people who had chosen to carry it with her. She stood up. The mark on her wrist caught the light one more time and she looked at it, wing veins, permanent, stable, finished, and thought, yes. This is what the accounting looks like when it's complete. Not erased. Not rewound. Finished and carried forward. She looked at the pool. Thank you, she said. The pool's surface shimmered once, the gold worm in recognition full, and settled back to stillness. She turned and walked back toward the sound of the world. The wilderness morning, spirit beasts at their distance, the probability-dense territory moving around her with the accommodation of something that had learned her signature. The borderland passages ahead, the highland roads, the academy at the end of them with its training ground sounds and its 40 junior students and its cultivating faculty and its particular ordinary machinery of a place that was alive because of what had been done to protect it. She did not hurry. She knew she would get there. The prophetic butterfly's twilight wings, constellation gold on black, the fate architecture of 3 years of choices made visible in the spirit's own form, settled quietly against her spine and rested. The darkness at the edge of her range was there, building slowly, already held by more people than herself. The next major problem was taking shape and they had time to prepare for it and they would not prepare for it alone. She walked forward into the ordinary morning of an extraordinary world she had helped make, one threading at a time, carrying the weight of it the way you carried something that had become part of you rather than a burden placed on you, in the way you moved when you knew you were not moving alone. She was home. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell, more stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.